2018 City Council regular meeting. I'm Mayor Debbie Bertlin. Will the city clerk please call roll?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to call the roll for the City Council, and then Senior Administrative Assistant Andrea Larson will call it for the Planning Commission. Mayor Debbie Bertlin.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Salim Neese. Councilmember Lisa Anderall. Councilmember Bruce Bassett. Councilmember Wendy Weicker. Councilmember David Wiesenthiner. And Councilmember Benson Wong.
Chair Tiffin Goodman.
Here.
Vice Chair Craig Reynolds. Here. Commissioner Daniel Hubble. Present. Commissioner Carolyn Boatsman. Present. Commissioner Jennifer Mitchum. Commissioner Lucia Prizzio Bruoli.
And Lisa, are you on the line with us? Councilmember?
I just joined. Can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
And Commissioner Ted Weinberg.
Great. So with that, our first item of business is to approve the agenda. So council, may I have a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
So moved.
First and seconded. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Oh, great. Motion passes and the agenda is approved. So it's 5:02 and we have a 2-hour study session. So first of all, thank you to the Planning Commission for coming this evening. The first study session item, the first of 2 items, is Agenda Bill 5593 regarding regional growth, Mercer Island, and Vision 2050. There is no formal action being taken tonight, just so everybody is well aware of that, as is the standard with a study session, yet we do very much look forward to having a robust conversation. So I believe with that, I am turning it over to Director Evan Maxim.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, Planning Commissioner chairs. I have to admit it's been a little while since I've done a joint meeting, so I apologize if I fumble a little bit along the way. What I'd like to do is both provide a little bit of background information and context on the regional growth discussion, describe the city's approach to engaging in that conversation to date, and then ultimately look at confirming our approach as we move forward. So I have a brief overview on the screen tonight. I do hope council members and planning commissioners will interrupt me if I am going along too rapidly and people have questions or comments. So goal for tonight really is to confirm or adjust our current approach based on this conversation and any follow-up action by the City Council, both in terms of engaging with the Sound Cities Association, the Growth Management Planning Commission, or pardon me, Council, and then our approach to briefing the City Council and Planning Commission looking forward. And of course, if there's any additional actions beyond what I described this evening, I'd like to hear that as well. So zooming out for a moment, what's starting to happen is that the region is forecasting additional growth to occur between now and 2050. The current forecast is 1.8 million people, additional people between now and 2050, and 1.2 million additional jobs. This is a forecast that at the moment is generated by the Puget Sound Regional Council, which is a group that represents a 4-county region: King County, Snohomish County, Kitsap, and Pierce counties. I do expect that forecast for growth to be revised likely in 2022 following the release of the 2020 census. Looking at the various players out there at the moment, there are effectively 4 groups that influence this conversation and actively in the mix at the moment. The first, of course, is the Washington State Legislature. They have adopted the Growth Management Act. I'll remind the council and those on the commission that may not know, there was a little bit of a temptation by the Washington State Legislature in this last legislative session to actually kind of jump all of the regional players and even mandate local solutions to things like housing density and affordability. I'm happy to elaborate on that further in a moment. The multi-county organization or organization representative is the Puget Sound Regional Council, or the acronym is PSRC. They release a document every 10 years. The draft document that's on the table at the moment is identified as Vision 2050. Again, they represent the 4-county region, and they establish regional growth policies, which are then implemented at the next level down. The next player I'd like to call out is the Growth Management Planning Council. They are a King County body. They advise King County on the adoption of King County planning policies, and they are comprised of a number of different representatives, including representatives from local jurisdictions, the Sound Cities Association, various county council members, and the county executive. And then last, the Sound Cities Association is a body of 38 King County cities. I did check, there are more than 38 King County cities. So this is not the full representative of King County. They typically do not include Seattle and some of the larger cities or the very small cities. This body advises King County and the Puget Sound Regional Council on its caucusing. So just to lay this out a little bit, moving from left to right, you'll note the green documents represent actual legislative documents that are adopted by the agency identified above in blue. State adopts the Growth Management Act, PSRC adopts Vision 2050 and the multi-county planning policies. King County, the county-wide planning policies, and Mercer Island, of course, adopts its comprehensive plan and then development regulations. The black arrows moving from left to right represent that there is a requirement that we are consistent all the way down, if you will, meaning that we are required to be consistent with the King County-wide planning policies and the PSRC Vision 2050, which is why it makes sense for us to influence the conversation now before we get too much further past the Vision 2050 draft plan. You'll note the regional growth forecast is called out in orange there in the upper left-hand corner. Regional growth forecast at the moment has been generated by PSRC. It will be updated by the Washington State Office of Financial Management, again, based on that census data in 2020. Any questions so far? All right, I'll keep pushing on. So at the moment, if you look at the bottom portion of the flow chart here, we are engaged with the Sound Cities Association, the King County GMPC, all of which are commenting on the Puget Sound Regional Council's draft Vision 2050 document. We have not yet separately commented on the document representing Mercer Island. That may be one of the outcomes of the conversation tonight. We did comment on the draft supplemental EIS, or environmental impact statement, related to some technical items that tangentially relate to this conversation, but we have not yet drafted a formal comment letter on behalf of Mercer Island. So what are we actually talking about in terms of substance? The draft Vision 2050 document, I'm not going to do justice to it this evening in my high-level overview, but what it does is it establishes regional growth policies for the 4-county region that address a whole variety of topics: climate, social equity, mobility and connectiveness, natural resources, greenhouse gas protection or regulations, things of that nature. Not all of these policies are really directly relevant to Mercer Island because it is a regional growth document. It does have some language that I think is very relevant to Mercer Island, of course, in that it recommends or requires that we focus regional growth in urban centers or where the region has made a significant infrastructure investment, specifically sound transit or high capacity transit. So high capacity transit cities is a new term in the Vision 2050 document. These are cities that have existing or planned light rail stations, commuter rail stations, ferries, streetcars, bus rapid transit. By that definition, Mercer Island is one of the high capacity transit communities or cities, or one of 32 in the 4-county region. The growth strategy, the regional growth strategy that's described in Vision 2050 would focus of that 1.8 million additional population growth. 21% of that would be focused on high capacity transit communities. So it's in our interest to comment on this document before the end of the public comment period, which is September 16th of 2019. And we're already in the process of putting together materials to influence that commenting. So looking at our timeline, I'm going to zoom out for a moment. We are talking about the Vision 2050 material. This is pulled off of our website. By the way, we have stood up a website around this whole conversation as of April of this year. This conversation being regional growth and how it may affect Mercer Island and its implications. We are essentially at the start of the regional growth discussion process. What this represents on the screen is there are a number of documents that are coming out, and we would want to strategically influence the regional discussion around all of them, because eventually, as you'll see in the lower right-hand corner, there is a Mercer Island comprehensive plan update that's due by the end of 2023. We are about there on that timeline. So we're at the first of our council briefings and first engagement, if you will, around Vision 2050. Any questions so far?
Evan, I found the prior slide, if you can go back to that, a little bit lacking in context for both your slides and the report. It says 21% of the population growth needs to be near the HCT, but it doesn't state that I saw how much of the population now is near HCT. So they have a baseline for 60%, and this is nothing, but if it's 5%, that's quite a lot. Do you know what the number is?
Off the top of my head, I couldn't give you a specific number. There has been a pattern over time of focusing growth towards the urban cities, though. So if you look at the prior iteration of the PSRC visioning document, they focused growth towards the urban centers, and in particular areas that are identified as either regional centers or urban centers per se. That has been the pattern for many years. So the idea is, of course, focus growth within the urban growth area and try and maximize now, so in Vision 2050, try and maximize our regional investment in sound transit.
Do I understand correctly that all of Mercer Island is considered to be near HCT, even though parts of it are 4 miles away?
They do not parse out portions of the jurisdiction, if you will. It's either all or nothing. You either have a sound transit station or don't. So I'll note, Vision 2040 wasn't really prepared when we had the sound transit deployment that we're seeing at the moment. So the focus on focusing growth near high capacity transit, that's a new idea in Vision 2050 that was not present in Vision 2040.
Thank you.
Slide 9, we have a King County part of the process that was urban growth capacity. So it's been a couple of years since I looked at this, but we used to have a buildable lands report. And I'm wondering, because I'm not seeing that in this process, do you have that in the county plan, or is that in the city plan? I know they changed the name, but I don't know if it's too.
So actually, the buildable lands report is now the urban growth capacity analysis. And may I expand on that just a touch more? So at the moment, we have just started that urban growth capacity analysis. Sorry, I want to make sure I don't need to speak up for the mic. We've just started that capacity analysis. There's a couple of components to it, which I mentioned in the agenda bill, and I'll just speak to briefly here. The first is essentially what is our achieved growth to date compared to our zoned density, which we've just finished the first draft of that material. The second is an evaluation of what our remaining capacity includes or provides. I'm expecting that likely towards the end of this year or even early 2020. What that does is it allows us to have a conversation around potentially growth targets, what our existing capacity is at the moment, and what, if any, changes we need to address in our zoning. Does that help clarify, Deputy
Yeah,
Mayor?
it does. You know, my mic wasn't on, so I'll just kind of restate the question just briefly for those watching at home or reviewing the record. It was around the prior buildable lands report, which was something that the prior director of DSG had staff working on, which was to do an analysis of the units attained on Mercer Island and then the remaining land and the zoning regulation to see how many units, additional units would be supported. So it really becomes your baseline of how much more growth you can take. I guess what surprised me about this slide was that we didn't show that under the city process, that we had that reflected as a county process, and then that's not something that we did. I guess the question I would have is the county spending their money and doing it for us, or are we doing it?
No, the city is preparing so I understand your point, and I apologize for the unclarity in the slide. No, this is a county and city collaborative process, if you will. The Urban Growth Capacity Report represents a county document, so we are providing and using our staff time to provide information into that UGC report. That report itself won't be released until early 2020.
Evan,
Sure.
you know, as far as the
Benson, would you mind pulling the microphone closer? Thank you.
as far as the capacity, dwelling units, is that a defined term?
It is. Thank you for asking. The dwelling units would represent, so in planning world, it represents anything that's effectively a home. So it might be a single family house, it might be an apartment unit, it might be a studio unit, it might be an accessory dwelling unit. The last, accessory dwelling units, are a little bit tricky when we're calculating capacity under the Urban Growth Capacity Report.
So, just to follow up on that comment, it used to be that we didn't count them in the zoning capacity, but we counted them towards units attained. Is that still the case?
I think we want to count it towards both looking forward. And the thinking there would be that, it's a few slides down, but I do expect that at some point we may have a regional expectation that we need to accommodate additional growth on Mercer Island. There are bounds we want to put on that, and we certainly want to push back on that concept. But assuming that we do have some type of growth target at the end of the day, I think taking credit for our progress on providing accessory dwelling units would make good sense for Mercer Island. We are actually one of the cities that's the most successful in accommodating accessory dwelling units in our single family zones. So this would make sense for us to take advantage of. Other questions before I push off timeline and then into some of the themes in our comments so far?
I'm just going to, an administrative element here. We do have 2 items tonight, and we will try to conclude the study session at 6:50. So that gives us roughly 55 minutes per. So the extent to which we can keep that in mind, granted there's a huge amount of material, this is the first bite at the proverbial apple. So thanks, Evan.
The other thing I want to make sure that we call out on the screen here is that we are anticipating regular check-ins both with the Planning Commission and the City Council around this subject. So I mentioned growth targets a moment ago. We do not know what growth target, if any, Mercer Island may have as a result of this conversation. We won't know that until we get much further down the process. The point of bringing it up now is to influence the regional growth discussion to make sure that we are best positioned to address whatever growth target might be relevant to Mercer Island as events progress. Make sense? So, as I mentioned earlier, the city is actively participating both at a staff level and at the city council level in the Growth Management Planning Council. GMPC is that acronym. The GMPC has identified several themes that they will incorporate into their comment letter to PSRC. Those themes are called out on the screen. You'll sense over time that there are essentially 2 themes that we have been engaging on behalf of Mercer Island. The first is related to preserving local control around how we accommodate growth targets if a growth target is assigned, even in negotiating that growth target. When I say local control, that does mean not just local control at the city level. So do we focus our growth, for example, as I anticipate we will, in town center? We also want the ability to discuss where those growth targets are allocated within King County. That is one of the themes. The county is putting together their draft letter at the moment, and I expect that we will see that in front of the GMPC here shortly. The other main theme in our comments to date has been around addressing financial constraints, the last bullet on the screen in front of you. And financial constraints, as I noted in the agenda bill, there are effectively a couple of different aspects to the financial constraints that we would want PSRC to work with us to address. The first is that we do have follow-up planning work that needs to be conducted to engage in this conversation and as this conversation affects Mercer Island. That's currently unfunded by the state. Recall that all of this comes out of the Growth Management Act and the state's requirements for regional local planning. That kind of planning effort can take a significant amount of city resource and should be reimbursed, should be addressed. The other aspect is really when we start to think about our infrastructure. I've certainly heard from the community so far that there are concerns about town center, for example, getting close to build out, not having remaining level of service capacity in our transportation plan, things of this nature. That requires an investment on the part of the city to address. We have aging infrastructure in places. We have a lake sewer line that probably needs attention over time. These are currently infrastructure needs that are reasonably forecast as a result of growth that we've accommodated to date, and we can anticipate moving forward, and really should be addressed. Not necessarily by the Puget Sound Regional Council. Recall, Puget Sound Regional Council is a four county representative body. They don't have the authority to directly influence or regulate taxes. They do have the ability to comment to the state or coordinate with local jurisdictions and collaborate with the state to address some of these financial challenges. And we would like PSRC to engage in that kind of activity. The basic point is around financial constraints. We don't want to develop a plan that is great, but we can't afford. Any questions?
Sorry. That's good. So you mentioned local control and essentially the financial support for infrastructure that's commensurate with the growth mandate. Are those two requirements currently written into the bylaws for GMPC, or is that something we're asking them to add to their bylaws?
GMPC has identified these themes for their comment letter to the Puget Sound Regional Council. So I'm essentially touching on the first bullet you see on the screen and the last bullet you see on the screen. In their theme description for maintaining the integrity of the urban growth area and prioritizing cities for growth, they are acknowledging that local control around growth targets and local implementation is an appropriate, necessary tool for cities. So GMPC, I'll remind you, is a King County body. We want them to acknowledge that on behalf of cities within King County, on behalf of Mercer Island, frankly, and make sure that that's heard at the multi-county regional level. The financial constraints is called out separately by GMPC as well. These are not coming out of the GMPC bylaws. These are essentially technical comments coming from that planning council.
Actually, Evan, in that spirit, could then you just comment briefly then on the Ruckelshaus House study? That wasn't listed as one of the key documents, but if I understand, it was commissioned by the state legislature to review and assess the GMA, and this very issue does actually show up. Or am I jumping ahead?
No, Mayor, I actually thought it might be useful to go back to this flow chart just briefly. So you'll see at the far left, we have the state, which has, of course, adopted the Growth Management Act. About a year and a half ago, slightly more, I believe at this point, the state commissioned the Ruckelshaus Center to evaluate the Growth Management Act's effects on growth in Washington State. Ruckelshaus conducted a number of interviews, assessments, evaluations. They met with certainly your planning staff. I believe some of the planning commissioners, city council engaged in that review process, and they did this statewide. They certainly also spoke with the building industry, other interested groups, FutureWise, the tribes. It's a very broad evaluation process. A copy of that Ruckelshaus report is available on our Let's Talk website, just to plug it very briefly. And what they identified were a number of areas where the region was successfully managing growth, and a number of areas where further action by the Washington State Legislature would make good sense. One of those areas, of course, is around financial constraints associated with implementing growth management. Hence, I believe the mayor's reference here. It is a theme that has resonated through a number of these conversations at this point. We have great plans. We don't necessarily have a financing mechanism to afford implementation of the plan.
Benson.
Evan, you've touched a couple of times on this whole idea of growth targets being assigned to different cities. Can you just elaborate on the process itself? Who's going to set it? When is it going to be set? I know that you said it's coming. And more importantly, I guess, from the city's perspective, what are the guidelines that are used in setting these targets? And you mentioned perhaps infrastructure, and I'm just curious whether or not in setting these targets, whether or not the body that actually sets the targets will take into account the city's limited infrastructure and also whether or not any growth is going to be limited to the city's current zoning, or is it going to require potentially changes in a city's zoning? Does that make sense?
It does. So the short answer is we don't know yet what these growth targets will be or whether it's going to require a change to the city's zoning. I think it's likely that there may be a regional push to encourage Mercer Island or require Mercer Island to make some kind of change. But let me flesh that out a little bit. So at the end of this exercise, after we complete the urban growth capacity analysis, King County will eventually adopt King County-wide planning policies. Recall from our flow chart, we are required to be consistent with those King County-wide planning policies, and that is where those growth targets are established. Having said that, it is an iterative negotiated process in my experience. Harkening back a number of years at this point, but actually when I worked for the city of Issaquah, we were engaging at the staff level, essentially trying to facilitate a negotiation between the various jurisdictions as to how much growth each jurisdiction could reasonably accommodate. And this is why I think local control at the county level makes so much sense. For example, it may be the case that the city of Shoreline, which I believe is also a high capacity transit community, may desire more growth than Mercer Island, allowing a little bit of, for lack of a better word, negotiation between Mercer Island and Shoreline may make good sense when we're actually establishing a target for Mercer Island. That conversation isn't ripe yet. We just don't know what we're talking about, if you will, in terms of what that target might look like, what the actual implications are, and kind of how that decision will be made. That is why I want to have these regular check-ins with the City Council and Planning Commission as we get closer.
I think there's another just important point for clarification, definitional, and that is the word target. If I understand correctly, and this is after a couple of years being on GMPC as a representative through SCA, there is no definition to target. Does that mean if the target is 100, you have to hit exactly 100? Does that mean you cannot go above or below? Is a target a floor or a ceiling? So even the word target is still open and a point of conversation. The definition for target will not sit at GMPC. It will actually sit with another regional planning body called GMPB. So not only do we have these high-level concepts about growth and determining numbers and distribution, there's still some definitional work that's even going on. So I would say,
That is a theme, so I've moved on to the next slide, Mayor, in response to your comment. That is actually a theme that's being called out at the regional level at the moment, really more at the Sound Cities Association level than at the GMPC, at least in my assessment. So on the screen now, you'll see the 4 principles that the Sound Cities Association has identified in drafting their comment letter as well. The third one down, clarify the regional expectations around growth targets. Is it a floor? Is it a ceiling? I think is exactly what the mayor was alluding to a moment ago. It's generally known, so growth targets, let's just expand on what those mean for just 2 seconds, and I won't go very far because I don't want to get into the weeds too much. There are growth targets around jobs and growth targets around residential dwelling units. Residential dwelling units tend to be the area everybody focuses on because it does mean often changes to residential zoning designations. Housing targets are established based upon expected population growth and job growth. They rarely get as much attention as the housing targets because regionally we are certainly seeing more housing growth, more job growth voluntarily embraced by jurisdictions than we are seeing housing growth. That may be leading to some of the challenge we have around floor versus ceiling. For example, if City of Bellevue has a high job growth in reality, in fact, and a relatively on-target housing growth, that has implications for Mercer Island and affordability. Does this make sense? Again, looking here at the slides, I think there is some overlap between the City of Mercer Island's main themes in its comments to date and the Sound Cities Association's principles. Remind you, Mercer Island, I've focused primarily on financial financing, if you will, of growth management targets and planning and infrastructure needs and things of that nature. And then local control. You'll see that primarily in the first bullet and the fourth bullet. They're not calling out here on the screen because, of course, there's more detail behind the bullets. So speaking to Mercer Island a little bit, we are currently on track to accommodate our growth target through 2035, which is the last growth target that we adopted. What that means in terms of actual residential dwelling units is that we need to accommodate about 80 residential units per year. The majority of that growth is focused in town center. I anticipate it will probably continue to be focused in town center unless I'm informed otherwise by the City Council or Planning Commission. I do think it's a regional expectation that we will need to accommodate additional growth. I'm not saying that's necessarily something Mercer Island would embrace, but I do think there's a regional expectation that's developing, hence bringing it to you now so you have a chance to influence that conversation. We currently have about 200 units of excess capacity, if you will, under our current zoning. We are engaged in the review I was describing a moment ago for the deputy mayor around that urban growth capacity analysis. Any questions before I shift again?
Dave? Dave and then Celine?
Thanks so much, Evan. So it feels like, I think there's been a sentiment of we are substantially built out, and we built the town center code rewrite to sort of reflect that. And it seems like we did a fair job at different types of housing with that, as well as the residential code rewrite to embrace ADUs. The question I keep coming back to is, Benson makes a great point, which is that our infrastructure can only handle so much. In order to replace that infrastructure, in order to upgrade for whatever targets are given to us, is may be financially impossible for us. But we also have a service level. How many fire trucks and police folks and street sweepers and all of that do we need per additional resident, which we can't seem to sustain that. So given that we've looked at as a city to be seen as substantially built out, and that we have infrastructural investment challenges as well as service level investment challenges, what is the governing body's ability to enforce the target that's given to a jurisdiction? What if a jurisdiction just opts not to comply?
There is a legal component to some of that. So I'll speak from a planning understanding of this, and then if necessary, we can follow up on that question.
I guess asking doesn't comply because they're unable to financially.
Right.
Maybe.
And I do think this will be a theme in our conversations with the regional bodies moving forward. So let me start there. I hear you, and I certainly have heard the community express the thought that we are built out. We don't want to accept additional growth. We do have infrastructure challenges. I'm trying to echo some of the points you just made. I think it's likely we're going to face a lot of pressure. So looking at that, I think we can make the evaluation of, do we not comply with effectively mandates that are handed down by the state through growth management to the multi-county and then to the city. Things like that we've seen recently. So there's I'm gonna get the term wrong, but we can be challenged in front of the Growth Management Hearings Board for failure to comply with growth management. The board may issue decisions and orders for the city to comply. And ultimately, it can actually encumber our property tax revenues as a way of complying. I think the last time I'm aware that happened, it was with Chelan County many, many years ago. So I think rarely do we get to that point. If the council decides to go there, of course, I'm gonna help you do that. I do think it's also wise for us to think about alternative approaches since we're relatively early on in the conversation. So you mentioned the cost of infrastructure and being built out. That's why I think we really need to point out, state, you've adopted property tax limitations, you've eliminated some of the original vehicle excise tax funding that was tied to growth management. How do you expect cities to actually afford this kind of infrastructure investment and maintenance and operation if all of these funding sources have been curtailed? You can't have both. Right? You can't both mandate growth in ways that increase our infrastructure costs and then fail to fund it.
Yeah.
Does that help answer your question, Councilmember?
Thank you.
So building on that idea and knowing that we're going to be updating our comprehensive plan, I hate to look at this issue just through the lens of growth and do we have the infrastructure to support the growth? You have a shoreline master plan that limits the perimeter of the island. You have the critical areas and all which goes with that. You have, aspirational statements in the comprehensive plan about how we are, relatively a single-family residential community, and that community has certain ideals. I get gun shy, maybe you can explain it, why we would want to include ADUs in the urban capacity report when you have, roughly 10,000 housing units on the island. And since 2006, since the beginning of the growth management unit allocation to now, we've had 500 or so single-family residential redevelopments. So you have 9,500 properties that are not maxed out on their lot coverage, presumably. You would go add an extra unit to each one's capacity, which, see, it makes me real gun shy because you would double your capacity. You would show that we don't have 200 available units of zoning capacity, but we have 9,500, 9,700 additional units. And to me, I would hate to go down that road just to back out of it as quickly as we could.
Yeah, no, thank you for clarifying, Deputy Mayor. I didn't catch on to the nuance you just described. I do think we want to honestly account for units that are built in reporting our progress towards the growth target. However, as we look forward, and I think echoing your point, as we look forward, I don't want to, in some sense, imply that we will accommodate all of the new growth in single-family residential neighborhoods. I think actually quite clearly we don't, or we have not historically wanted to do that. We want to focus our growth likely in town center. And to me, that's the logical location. It's actually proximate to our Sound Transit station, which is consistent with the regional growth strategy, if you will. I think there's some real good logic around how we try and, frankly, take advantage of our own capital infrastructure improvements. We're having an extended conversation at this point around commuter parking and regional transit at that Sound Transit station. That has a cost to the city. We should make sure that we maximize the return on that cost by thinking about how we can focus our growth in that area.
Yeah, I agree. And so kind of tagging along with that, the capacity in the town center that is there, I would be supportive of continuing that zoning and planning in 2050 that is around that, but not more than that.
Benson? Dan, was that a stretch or a?
Sorry.
Oh, okay, Benson.
Just to follow up with the deputy mayor, so, you have a slide, I think it's the prior one, that talks about that we're on track to make through 2035.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, can you explain what do you mean by on track? I mean, what are you counting in order to say that we're on track?
So we're counting essentially net new residential units year by year. So the deputy mayor alluded to a set of documentation, I think that was prepared or last updated last year, which shows that we are on track to accommodating our growth target, if you will, which is on average about 80 units per year. Some years we have more, some years we have less. So certainly during the recession, we had fewer units built. At the moment, it's approximately 80 units per year if you simply take our target, which runs from 2006 to 2035, divided by the number of years, and then work from there. Does this make sense?
Okay.
So I know Commissioner Weinberg has a question. I know that tonight, the deliverables we do have is we want to get feedback from council and the planning commission in terms of both the Sound Cities themes as well as the GMPC themes. So Evan, just a quick agenda check. Where do you feel we are?
I think we have one more slide after this one, and then I was going to cycle back to those themes, which are attached in your packet.
Okay, great. So Commissioner
And
Weinberg.
just a clarification on the previous point, some of those 80 units are not built, right? It's capacity to build, but it's not actually built units you're talking about.
Right.
Right. So a lot of it's just airspace over property that's not constructed yet.
At the moment, that's true. So the current approach, I've described the three themes that are in our engagement with the region at the moment, right? And I've described these a few times, so I won't dwell on them unless there are questions. But these high level are, additional growth is not necessarily desirable to Mercer Island, likely not. Retaining local control is certainly in Mercer Island's interest, and I think in the county's interest. And then this is probably the one that resonates most heavily through the region, is we do need financial solutions beyond what we have at the moment. So to the mayor's point, we are engaging with the Sound Cities Association and Growth Management Planning Council. We are intending to continue to brief the City Council and Planning Commission approximately every 3 to 6 months, or as events warrant. I suspect it will be early 2020 before events warrant here. And we will continue to support public engagement and awareness around the issue. With that, if I may, Mayor, I'll cycle back up to the 2 slides that have the GMPC theme and the SCA theme, and I'll note those are attached to your agenda, Bill. So I'm sensing I dropped that a little bit too quickly. The basic question here is that to the extent that Council and the Planning Commission have identified areas where the current approach doesn't sound like the correct approach for Mercer Island moving forward, I'm hoping that we can have feedback to certainly your staff and perhaps to the council members as well. And then I think there is engagement by the mayor as the Sound Cities Association representative on Growth Management Planning Council around this issue, and I believe by council members Wong and Bassett at the Suburban Cities Association.
So with that, would you mind, Evan, please going back to the process slide toward the beginning? So essentially, where we are right now is, as Evan has said, at the very beginning. And that is from a sequencing perspective, meaning that Benson will be attending a Sound Cities Association PIC meeting on September 11th. And he, along with all the other PIC members from those various 38 municipalities, will be providing...
And PIC is
Public Issues Committee. Thank you. One of those. Oh yeah. What does it mean? So it's a meeting they have it about every month, and it then advises the Board of Sound Cities, which is where Bruce sits, and they determine what their position and their policy is. I, as the SCA caucus chair in GMPC, take my direction, as does the entire caucus, from the Sound Cities Board. So I do not go and participate as Mercer Island. I do not go and participate as Debbie Bertlin. I participate and represent the Sound Cities Board's position, generally speaking. So with that, what we're doing tonight is twofold. First is providing Benson with feedback on the Sound Cities themes so that he can go represent Mercer Island at that PIC meeting, which will then go to Bruce and come to me eventually. At the same time, the GMPC has its own set of themes, as we've been working on this past 4 months, roughly. The themes are very similar, but they're not exactly the same, which creates an added degree of gray, let's just say. So I would say first and foremost, the most important thing is, because we represent to the GMPC through Sound Cities, that we go and take a look at those Sound Cities guiding principles that they published in June.
That's correct.
That's my suggestion for how we get through this.
Yeah, and Mayor, I would suggest that I think it's probably not necessary to go through every policy, because of course Sound Cities represents 38 jurisdictions. So to me, the targeted or the high level direction of engaging around local control and financial issues is probably the most germane to Mercer Island at the moment. There are a number of laudable goals in that exhibit, and I'll remind the council, I believe it's Exhibit 4, which is on page 42 of your agenda, Bill. They're laudable goals, but not necessarily all that relevant at the moment.
Right. I would say, though, the extent to which somebody gets serious heartburn by any of those goals, please do speak up. So we'll go with Ted and then Celine.
So I think I'm hearing a strong consensus around local control and the financial issues, and that we want to essentially try to influence these bodies to get that as part of their goals. I notice there's no gray arrow pointing at the state, because if we were to include language in the an amendment to the GMA saying that respecting local control and making sure that there's commensurate funding for infrastructure. Presumably, that would cascade all the way through. Is that something we've considered doing?
So I think what I would interpret in practical terms is the question being, how are we influencing our state representatives? I'd say that that's definitely a conversation that we should be having. Right now, they go back into session in January, so, and I believe if I looked at the planning schedule, I'm looking at the city manager here, I think we take on our legislative priorities in November, October, November timeframe. So definitely, that is certainly a path. We do have a September 11th deadline coming up for Councilmember Wong, which gives us both tonight and then the September 4th city council meetings. But yes,
Understood.
I think that's really an important item to
Yeah, it
to
might be
agenda.
a longer-term thing in terms of
Yeah.
not for this year, but for future years, because growth is going to keep coming.
Well, and as Evan alluded to, there were definitely attempts at the state legislature this past year to mandate density within quarter, half, and mile, full mile of high-capacity transit. So it's already begun.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mayor, may I?
Yes, sure. Lisa?
And it's hard, I appreciate you guys letting me be on by phone. It's hard to track a little bit, but I do feel like local control has to be paramount. I think the comprehensive plan for Mercer Island to prioritize single-family residential neighborhoods needs to be a priority, and I don't even think that necessarily funding to, offset burdens from growth is the answer, because that still doesn't preserve the neighborhood. And so I'm concerned about that. I'm not sure what direction we're going. I know that we're not voting on anything right now. I know that nothing is set in stone, but I just wanted to express that sentiment on this at this very, very early stage of planning for 30 years out.
Great, thank you. We have Salim and then Dave.
Yeah, so obviously local control, big favor of that. The financial tooling, I'd like us to, if we can build it into our response, think about impact fees. From my view of impact fees, and we can see that in tonight's agenda with the school impact fees, they're not properly honed for a community like ours that needs to allocate impact fees to infrastructure that needs improvement but additional capacity. It's parsed a little bit too far away and makes it difficult to implement. And so if there were a way to close the gap on the impact fees to invest in refreshment of infrastructure like schools, parks.
Versus new capital
Just completely
investment.
net new where we don't necessarily have a place to put a new park.
Okay.
Because it's about intensity of use for us. We're gonna have to make a park sustain more intensity because we can't just add a park as an unincorporated area might be able to do. And then obviously the comprehensive plan, tying it into the comprehensive plan. I would say the most important thing for me, given the process you described of Benson advising Bruce's board, advising your caucus, that sausage-making process may come out not a flavor of sausage we like, that the city should make their own comment. I'd like to see
Definitely.
direct comment.
I mean, I would, as Mercer Island mayor, yes, absolutely. Dave?
Yes, thank you. So two things that I feel like we ought to bake into our position on the themes is one, I think as a council, we need to agree that our position is substantially built out and, residential low-density neighborhoods. So if there's any disagreement on the council about that, we should get that out sooner than later so that we're all singing the same sheet of music. The other thing that I never saw in in any of our positioning is just the unique nature of our boundaries, right? And I think that more than anything makes a case for a limit of the type of growth that other cities are able to accommodate. So if there is an appetite by the rest of the council, love to see that become part of our language where not only are we an island, so we're constrained just physically, but then you start to decrement, as Salim said, the critical areas and shorelines. Like the footprint that you're able to utilize is really significantly smaller than I think would normally be attributed to the acreage that we cover, right, in a comparable land-based city.
I'm going to see if I can elaborate. Part of it being, I'm going to look at Evan. I believe we are one of 16 full-service cities in the entire state, which means we have our own set of utilities, our own public safety, et cetera, et cetera. So therefore, you can look at some other municipalities that may have the ability to leverage their infrastructure costs across boundaries, whereas we have a sewer lake line that we have to build and sustain. And I'm trying to understand specifically how the unique boundaries that you reference, how we can articulate that further in a letter. And my sense was critical
That's actually a good
mass.
point that you make, is to how you could share infrastructure with adjoining jurisdictions. My thinking was more that the actual square footage of growable area is probably different, and our ability to expand our margins is different than if you're in, say, Sammamish, right? They have the ability to, even if it's through annexation, they have the ability to physically grow. And I think because we are who we are, I do believe that it resonates that the nature of our island limits our ability to grow, and I think it makes sense to articulate that in our response. It's maybe a simpler idea than you were going for, but I think adding yours on top makes sense.
Okay. Benson?
Yeah, just a quick comment. I think what Dave was saying, certainly we need to consider that in our own comment letter, and I certainly agree that the city needs to send in its own letter. But as to the issues as far as the SCA and the GMPC, I mean, I think the thing that I need as far as guidance, I want to make it clear.
Let Benson tell us what he needs.
No. Let me make it clear. I'm voting on behalf of the city. I'm not voting and basically voting my own thoughts, okay? And so basically, if there's anybody has any problems with these fairly high-level policies that are on Exhibit 4, I guess I sort of need to know them. I mean, again, they're very lofty. They're very, again, high level. Same thing with the GMPC themes. I guess getting back to Evan, I know that you were trying to bring us back, but I think it's just a matter of just getting an idea whether or not there's any heartburn on any particular principle or theme.
So I'm hearing lots of chiming in coming from the, I was to say from the city council. I'd love to hear a little more from the planning commission. So, Dan.
So Evan, I don't know if you can go to the other slide with the first set of the 5. Yeah. So one of the things that struck me in the beginning is actually there may be some of these that are a bit at odds, and I'm thinking about this from the exercise we just went through. We were just talking about critical areas Dave mentioned, and we spent a lot of time with that, and there has certainly been an increased direction from the state to protect more and more property for good reason. And what is the impact that has on these targets that are coming out, right? So you on one hand are saying you can do less with the property that you've got because you want to protect the environment, we're reducing greenhouse gas emissions, we're addressing hazards that exist, yet at the same time they're saying, but you have to grow more. I get it, there's a path forward there, you say density, blah, 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 but those two things are inherently at odds with each other without changing the overall composition of the types of housing that exist. And so you asked about, ways to angle this, which is essentially in order to address that conflict, you have to change the overall direction and character of, this single-family residential neighborhood, and that's a big ask. And so I think highlighting that, saying there's pressure from both sides on this equation, and it's got to be reconciled somewhere. And I understand the principles of the Growth Management Act, like let's not be LA and sprawl, be wall-to-wall houses from here to, Stevens Pass, but, keep it in, keep the infrastructure there. But there are places, and Dave, I think you said this, there are places that I think are more able to do that growth from a physical perspective when we've got very literally a moat around the island and we're being asked to protect more and more of the property that's already developed. So We just need to find a way to articulate that.
Celine, then Dave,
So
and then Wendy?
this is, I guess, for Benson, but the language that I had was on point number 3. This is speaking directly to your point and Dave's point. On number 3, after bullet 4, I said acknowledge geographic constraints such as islands and peninsulas. And so, to me, this seemed like this is an area in the document that is talking about effectively the nuance to the local jurisdictions. Seemed like an appropriate place to put something like that.
Yeah.
Dave?
Yeah.
Dave, then Wendy?
Similar to that, so this is to answer your question, Benson. I mean, if when we look at it boiled down, it looks pretty good, but when you read the explicit guidance, to read it, maximize the benefits of the region's significant investments in high-capacity transit by setting ambitious regional goals for attracting housing and jobs in proximity to this transit. All right, so Mercer Island has already been identified as a high-capacity transit hub, one of not many. So to me, there's a danger that aggressive language will trump all other considerations. So I'd love to see us build in something similar to what you just said, which is accounting for cities' unique ability to absorb, varying levels of growth, right? Because I think we're not saying no, but sort of, we're not the same as when Redmond gets their big high-capacity transit center. We don't have the same appetite. I would say citizens don't. We don't have the same ability financially or infrastructure-wise to grow. So I think noting that not all jurisdictions can adhere to or achieve that ambitious growth goal as others can.
Wendy?
Okay, so I think we're all in agreement that these principles are generally good, and I would just like to point out that the details will matter when we get to the brass tacks and the numbers, as Celine pointed out. So I want to reiterate absolutely that we have local control and that we get some funding for these mandates, and I would like to see some incentives rather than some sticks, if it's coming down to carrots and sticks. So if there's some way to build in incentives at whatever level and way those can come in. And Dave's point about the trade-offs for cities that can and want the growth, some incentives there versus those that can't for geographical, political access, whatever. I think I'd like to preserve our capacity to limit our growth to the town center where that high train capacity is.
There isn't local control, though, is there? I mean, you use an interesting term, but I don't think there's any.
Right, and when it comes down as a mandate, you don't have control.
How do you see it, Evan? Sorry, I just totally took.
Yeah,
took my turn
I
out
just
of
want
the
to
middle.
clarify, so you're talking about local control within our jurisdiction or coming from outside, or both?
I'm talking.
All the above.
Local, meaning Mercer Island. That's all I care about.
No, but I mean, I know what you mean, but I mean that we can control what comes to us, or we control what we do with what we get? Like if they say
I
100,
don't know the answer to that.
okay.
So
How do
I-
you see it?
I think at the moment, we're trying to influence a regional conversation. So I think the facts we have at the moment are, we anticipate additional growth, 1.8 million or 1.2 million. The region would like to focus that growth on its regional infrastructure. They have a bunch of other goals they'd like us to address as well. It's not super clear to me what that means at the moment to Mercer Island in a nuts and bolts kind of way. So I think it's good for us to kind of influence the region, be part of that conversation. To the extent we can be part of the regional bodies, I think we have a louder voice than if we simply comment by ourselves. I think as we move down that predictability trail, if you will, the targets become more real. We want to make sure that we can have that conversation around what I anticipate is, if we have some growth target, I assume we want it in town center. I need confirmation, of course, from these groups and others, and what that means. So does that mean we have enough capacity already in town center? Do we need to talk about something else?
Do you want to get to that understanding?
Not tonight. No, wait, that's far too premature, and pardon me. But so we're working from, at the moment, not a whole lot of information, but we're trying to influence and preserve our options as we move down that path for that eventual conversation.
Thank you.
Craig?
Couple of quick comments. One is just to echo the importance of local control. I think that's critical, so I think Minton's probably heard that quite effectively in Evan. The second thing, and I hope this goes without saying, but I'm going to say it just to make sure, we talked about the idea of an independent Mercer Island comment letter, which I think is very important, but I would also encourage you to remain engaged in the Sound Cities Association. If there's a group comment letter, to make sure that both reflect our values to the extent that you can. The third thing is, Evan, can you go back to the original graph that showed the growth targets?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're referring to this one?
Still looking for a graph, though, that shows the 1.8 million. No, I think it's the first slide. Yeah, that one. Okay. As a numbers guy, I saw nothing in the report that indicated how they came up with that growth target. And
Yeah.
I look at that graph and I say, oh, somebody took a ruler and drew a straight line. And that may not be actually what they did, but I hope someone somewhere in the process is digging into this to understand, is the goal we're working towards a reasonable goal?
Right.
And if it's just a straight line forecast and that's all that's underlying it, I would say it's not a straight reasonable goal.
I don't know the answer to your question directly. I don't know how they calculated the forecast. PSRC did. We will look.
I can offer only that at a recent PSRC executive board meeting, it was mentioned that their previous target, the work that had gone in developing it was extensive, and the target had proven to be pretty darn close to what the actual was. And so it's more than a ruler.
Good.
It is something I can tell you with confidence, but what it is exactly, I cannot.
Okay, good.
Anybody else?
One other comment. if I may.
Sure, please. And then I
Along
think
those
we'll be
lines,
ready to-
I think there's an assumption in here that this growth is coming and that we need to prepare for it, rather than if we prepare for it, it might come. There's also an assumption that growth is good. And I think that nobody's questioning that assumption. And we're not looking at what's the cause of this demand, what's making Washington State so popular. And is it something should we be managing the demand side, as well as we're all talking about supply, about where do we get more growth in the area? And I'm not sure if it's probably way too late in the conversation to be asking that kind of fundamental question, but maybe for the next round, we should be looking at what do we do about shaping that curve, rather than what do we do about shaping our cities?
I think the assumption is growth is coming. I mean, you got the jobs, I mean, and you said that there's an assumption that growth is good. I'm not making that value judgment, but I think the reality is growth is coming. And, whether you look at all the, Amazon and all the other companies, they're coming and they're here. So the purpose of this exercise is really to try to have a shared plan for dealing with that growth that addresses the values that we've sort of have established, whether it's to protect the environment, all those other things. So anyway, I just wanted to comment when I heard you say that. So.
Yeah. Bruce?
I'll just add, I haven't heard us talking about it, so I think it's just worth mentioning that we're not talking about it, but I don't hear anybody saying the whole concept of an urban growth boundary doesn't make sense to us, we don't like it, we want to be sprawling instead of concentrating. And so clearly I think we're on board with the regional message that is where we want to go. I haven't heard anybody say we shouldn't be concentrating growth around high-capacity transit as a general concept, and so I think we're on board with that. We just want to protect our own circumstance and the peculiarities or particularities of that, so that we don't find ourselves getting jammed in a way that is harmful to our community. So I think there's a lot here that we're supportive of, and we're down in sort of the subtleties or nuances of the messaging, and trying to make sure that it does maintain the local control, it maintains some clear messaging about the costs on infrastructure, and it maintains some messaging about the uniqueness of different community situations. So it seems to me that those are kind of the takeaways and you teed those up, but I just want to try and articulate them again.
Lisa?
Lisa, I would like to say that I don't necessarily feel that growth is good all the time, and I don't necessarily feel that in generalizations apply to Mercer Island. I would like to see us be very particular about our local situation
Okay.
And I would like to see us, be very protective about, the, how do I want to say it, growth around transit, which could very seriously impact our, single-family residential neighborhoods.
Okay. Well, great. What I'm hearing then, and I think everybody's articulated, it's essentially, I think we've come down to 3 principles. We started out with 2, at least as suggested by Evan and staff. The financial element, the local control, and we're also wanting to have that ability to call out the unique attributes of Mercer Island, both the physicality of it, but I think also sort of the sentiment that we do appreciate and want to remain a predominantly, if not almost exclusively, single-family community. With that, I'm going to ask Benson if he feels like he has what he needs to go into the September 11th meeting. I'm just going to pause. We have GMPC themes, but frankly, I don't think that those are as important as us getting to the CFC tonight, because again, we feed up to GMPC through Sound Cities.
Yeah, I think I have enough, and, I will, perhaps send my comments or questions to Jessie, and she can circulate it, and we can just make sure that the messaging is consistent with what our discussion has been tonight.
Does anybody have any final comments? Otherwise, we'll move on to the next agenda item. Okay, I can see the public is growing. There are seats available if people want to go ahead and move on in. So that actually concludes our first study session item. We're now going to move on to our second item of the evening, at least study session item, which is Agenda Bill 5594, and that's regarding the Community Facility Zone and related code amendments. So maybe we just take if anybody needs to grab some water or anything and the public grabs a seat. Okay, well, it looks like we're ready to go.
Thank you, Mayor. I thought I'd use a somewhat similar approach. I'll try and be a little bit faster in my presentation here. I'm warming up as the evening progresses. What I thought I'd do is kind of a brief summary of how we got where we're at the moment related to the community facility zone discussion, touching on kind of our status quo or a problem statement, if you will, aspects of the proposed solution as we've described it to date. Certainly want to touch on some of the challenges we've had and then look at our options as we move forward. So status quo, community organizations, we use a number of terms kind of somewhat closely in description here. So when I say community organization, when I say community facility, really what I'm trying to capture are things like the beach club, the shore club, the country club, the Strom Jewish Community Center, the French American School, things of that nature. These are primarily located in residentially zoned areas. They've been on Mercer Island for the most part for many, many years. The current review process is to review new development or modifications to these facilities through a combination of our design review process and our conditional use permit. The developments and design standards we have currently address many, but really not all of the impacts resulting from these community organizations, and I'll elaborate a little bit further in a moment. Currently, the regulations don't sufficiently limit impacts to neighborhoods, resulting from community organization operations. So by way of example, traffic, parking, hours of operation, things of that nature. They do not effectively allow community facilities to grow or evolve. They do not result really in adequate predictability around development long-term for either the organization or neighborhoods. And they do not promote site-specific superior design. So site-specific superior design, that is part of the thinking around that master planning process, and I'll elaborate a touch further in a moment. So as a reminder to the Planning Commission and City Council, you of course went through a 2018 Comprehensive Plan Amendment to describe your desired outcomes to that problem statement for this development regulations. The first, and certainly what I heard from both Planning Commission and City Council, is that we want to protect our neighborhoods. We wish to address impacts related to these organizations related to traffic and parking. We wanted to allow these community facilities to grow and evolve over time. And we did want to promote that site-specific superior design. There are effectively two major components in the draft regulations that the Planning Commission has been reviewing to date. And I'll turn it over to the Planning Commission in a moment to elaborate further. But at a high level, I think there's a process by which we make decisions around proposed development. That is the master plan approval process. And the second part is the development and design standards that have been contemplated by the Planning Commission as they put together material. We've had two formal drafts. One was released last January. The other was released, I believe, at the very end of May in advance of June, the June review. We had several subcommittee drafts that were generated in the intermediate time period by a subcommittee of the Planning Commission. After the review of that second draft, the Planning Commission provided a fair bit of direction to the city staff around simplifying the draft regulations, requiring an iterative community-based approach to master plan approval. Planning Commission can probably elaborate on this aspect a bit further, but I think the thinking here is that we need more community input before we approve any master plan, not just a one-time public hearing or something of that nature. And then looking at a performance-based approach to managing our development standards. So development standards in this context might mean setbacks or screening or things of that nature. Performance-based approach, really speaking to you're required to comply with a set of requirements unless you can show that not complying with that requirement would actually result in a better design. We've had a number of challenges throughout, some of which, frankly, your staff own, me in particular. There was insufficient community outreach in 2018 when we started the comprehensive planning process. I have to admit that in hindsight was entirely a mistake I should have been paying more attention to. I apologize to the City Council and Planning Commission for that. I think what it did is it resulted in a lot of distrust by the neighborhoods to the south of the three organizations that initiated this conversation. We reached out to a number of the other community organizations during our review of the draft regulations. We reached out to the Beach Club, the Shore Club, the Country Club, a number of religious organizations, and solicited additional feedback as we were looking at draft regulations. I think unfortunately that led to a lot of confusion and misunderstanding on the parts of those organizations about what was actually going on and whether or not they were going to be rezoned. To be clear, I've not heard any discussion about arbitrarily rezoning the Community Club, the Beach Club, or all of the other organizations I just listed off. And then I think really when we've been looking at the draft regulations before the Planning Commission, we've had a couple of different challenges. We have not always released what I think is probably the type of product that would help, type of draft code that would help us move the conversation along. I think we have jumped in front of the Planning Commission back and forth between discussing decision-making process and development standards. And at times I think the Planning Commission is happily engaged, or maybe not happily, but at least engaged in that conversation, and they're kind of moving from subject to subject. That can be very confusing for someone who's not used to this kind of conversation from the outside. That led to a lot of community concern, and I think really informed some of the decision, informed the decision by the city manager and myself to press pause and have this conversation with the Planning Commission and City Council before we move forward. So as you saw in your agenda, Bill, I think there are three alternatives that we can evaluate. We can halt Planning Commission review of the community facility code amendments. We can look at continuing the current exercise, if you will, and maybe providing some bounds around how that conversation progresses in front of the Planning Commission. Or the third alternative really is to look at alternative approaches to the problem. Let me make an observation, if I may, about two of those options. The first would be if we decide, if the City Council and Planning Commission decides to move forward with either option 2 or 3, we should certainly engage in additional community outreach and input. And it's very likely at this point we cannot complete either approach prior to 2020, depending on how far we can get tonight. For option 3, which is looking at alternative approaches to the entitlement process or decision-making process, if you will. For example, looking at a conditional use permit or looking at a development agreement. I do think the Planning Commission and City Council will be well served by clearly defining their rationale behind looking at an alternative decision-making process, and clarifying what revisions, if any, are needed to our problem statement that I described a moment ago. And so I have a suggested next step as you have your conversation that I've put on the screen here, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. I would actually encourage the Planning Commission to share any thoughts or reactions, et cetera. The Planning Commission has clearly been the body that has been working intensely with a great deal of engagement amongst themselves and amongst the public, et cetera. So rather than start with council, I think I'd like to start with the people who have been walking, talking, eating, and breathing this for the last 18 months, perhaps even 12, 18 months. Carolyn.
I presume this thing is on, right? Okay. Well, I think Evan did a great job of explaining where the stumbling blocks were and why it's been so difficult, and that really provided some clarity to me in looking back and understanding where we're at. As far as the alternatives, options, and next steps, you know, I think that if we're looking at number 2 or number 3, the important thing perhaps is not which of the options so much, is that the outcome is flexible enough to deal with the great variety that we have in existing facilities and interest in new facilities, and the degree of responsiveness to the community that is affected in either of those approaches, and that we do get a better designed facility. So I think that those would be the most important outcomes. It could be done with either of these 2 methods, most likely. I think option 2 is the most streamlined and provides the most clarity going forward. But those would be the outcomes that should be desired, I think.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Craig.
I'm going to be the first to admit that we, at least I, underestimated the complexity of writing some rules that would work for the collective community facilities on the island, or the one that we would have currently. But I'm a pretty strong advocate of continuing on the path that we're on to try to make this work. We have no doubt stumbled along the way and had a few missteps, but I think we're slowly closing in on a better understanding of objectives, and I think it's important. And the thing that I keep reminding myself of is the same thing that I thought of when I first voted to create this zone, along with, I believe, everybody else in the Planning Commission. There may have been one no, I can't recall. Yeah, one no. Thank you, Ted. And that is, we heard a lot of testimony from people in the community, or people affiliated with the JCC and the French American School, that the current rules, and Herzl, that the current rules didn't work for them and did not allow them to design a facility that they wanted. And similarly, we heard a number of residents that lived around those facilities stating that the current situation is untenable, that there is noise, there is traffic, there is safety, there is lighting, there are all kinds of problems with living near these facilities. And I think we heard that, but what was very puzzling to me as I listened to this was I heard all these complaints, and then a significant portion of the people that made those complaints then pressed on to say, so don't change anything. And to me, that's not a reasonable outcome. And I think the outcome we should be looking for is to say, okay, we have a situation that doesn't work for anybody, neither the property owners nor the neighbors. So let's take a clean sheet of paper and see if we can try to come up with a set of rules that will work for everybody and will make the situation a little better for everyone involved. We're clearly not there yet. We're a long ways away from being there yet. But I believe that the path we're on is the best approach we have available to us to try to get there. And I think that's an important place to get. I'm looking for the win-win solution. I still believe it's possible.
Okay. Sure. All right, Tiffin?
Okay, thanks. Thanks, everyone. I guess what I'd say at the outset is after the Planning Commission goes through, it'd be good to hear kind of what the council's been hearing, what their concerns are. Because I think what happens a lot of times is we're so close to the process, sometimes we'll hear a concern and we'll be like, oh, okay, we can fix that, no problem. But maybe you have the perception that it's, you know, a bigger issue or something than than maybe we're perceiving it to be. That said, I guess I'd say kind of from my personal perspective, I think the main benefits of continuing on this process is the possibility of doing a master plan. And with the master plan, I think you get a couple things. One, you get the ability to aggregate resources, share facilities. It's just a more efficient way to use our land. It helps with the organizations. The other thing is the ability to really plan your site over time only comes with a process that includes the master plan. And that's gonna encourage meaningful investment by the organizations, either the three that, are kind of the ones we're talking about at the moment, or other ones if they choose to enter this zone over time, if we continue with this, of course. And when I say meaningful investment, what I really mean is if they don't have the ability to really evolve as organizations, they're probably gonna keep just putting a Band-Aid on their property until it kind of ceases to be functional anymore. And I worry about that a little bit. I worry that we're not allowing organizations to, fundraise in a meaningful way. We're not allowing them to really invest in their property and likewise invest in the community. And at the same time, I think it really has the potential to give a lot of clarity to the neighborhood and certainty about what will happen, because if you have a master planning process, they can actually have some knowledge of what's going on, both in terms of their building and their operations, that they're probably not gonna get with the current regulations that we have. So I'd say that's kind of my personal perspective on the approach, but I'd reiterate, I'd be interested to hear what other people are hearing and the concerns they're hearing once everyone's had a chance to speak.
Ted?
Sure, I'll go next. So I guess the city asked us to create building codes for a new zone in response to the three original applicants, but they asked us to apply the zone essentially in a way that could be used for 19 different properties, all of which have buildings on them. And I think we all approached it with an optimistic point of view of let's find the win-win. Let's find a way to make trade-offs. Let's figure out, height versus screen, and figure out some way that we can not divide the orange in half, but give the peel to one and the innards to another. We've worked on it for months. I don't think we're going to find it at this point. We're definitely not going to find it by October 6th. I think that we do want eventually to have a better situation than we have today. We want to have it safer. We want to have less noise. And so I think the option 3 that we're talking about here of looking at what can we do to allow these facilities to update themselves, even if they can't grow necessarily as much as they wanted to, but find some way to make the situation better for the applicants and at the same time make things better for the community. I think that's the right path to take.
Okay. Dan?
So I won't reiterate a lot of what Craig said, although I think he encapsulated much of my summary of the original problem statement here, which is we have a set of codes. Evan mentioned that we have a number of facilities operating in property that is governed by residential design standards. They are clearly not residential buildings. Therefore, the rules that govern their construction and operation are inadequate. I use the example, I've said this in other public meetings, that there is literally a statement that says parking shall be required as determined by the planning director. That helps nobody in saying what's the right amount of parking to put in a facility like the J or the French American School, right? So clearly there's a lack of, in the current rules that are governing these properties that, by the way, many of them predated our entire zoning, which was adopted in the 70s. So they are truly grandfathered into a set of rules that have never applied to them because they've never really redeveloped until, or had a need to redevelop until more recently. And so what we're finding is there's struggles with how that hodgepodge of rules that were actually adopted after they were created apply to them, and what's the best way forward. I believe no matter what route we take, the technical stuff, setbacks, heights, all of that, we can solve all that. We went through that process with the town center, we went through it with the residential codes. Whatever mechanism we use, I know we can come up with technical requirements So let's remove that off the table. Then it comes down to what's the easiest to administer, what's the easiest for the public to have input on and the most control that they can influence, what's the most consistency that we can show both for these businesses and these community facilities as well as the neighbors around them. To me, if we were to start with blank ground around the city, if we were having this conversation with none of these facilities saying, we know that we want to have 5 or 6 facilities that operate in this way, we would do that through zoning. We would do it through building codes that apply to the facilities in that zone, and I think that's how we got to this determination. From an academic perspective, this is the right way to approach that problem. The issue we have is that they exist. We've got to go through this process of then how do we sort of put something on top of something that is already working and pseudo-functioning in a current way. My belief is that we've been going down the right track, as Craig said. This is the right way to approach the problem. Where I think we may have convoluted a little bit of this is there is the property that brought this question forward to us, actually the commingling of a number of properties on the north end that operates very differently and is of a scale that's very different than the others. And if I make any recommendation, it might be that we sort of remove from the conversation some of these other smaller properties for the time being, because the one at question right now is the north end property where the J is. Let's solve that problem, and then let's figure out down the road how we might want to address the rest of it. Fire away.
All right. Well, thank you to the Planning Commission. I mean, that's pretty succinct for the amount of work that you have been putting in. Council, any comments, questions? Benson?
So I think we all have heard concerns about the current process, and I guess my observations about the process. Number one, I appreciate all the work that the Planning Commission has put in. It's been tremendous, and also the staff. But you know, as I watched the process unfold, it became more and more. It became more of a morass. I mean, there was a lot of things that just, you know, for instance, and this may be a bad example, but when the different clubs, country club, beach club, whatever, when they became engaged, a lot of other issues came up that perhaps were not originally discussed within the Planning Commission and part of the CVZ. So, you know, I guess, you know, and I take Craig's point, and I think everybody would agree that the current CUP process is probably not the right thing. It needs a lot of work. But I would like to ask Evan and others their opinion, you know, as far as this option 3, what can be done as far as possible changes to the conditional use permit process that might be able to address some of the, you know, the 4 issues you've highlighted as problem areas, and can that be a way? Can we try to change that process so that it addresses the issues that have been raised by the neighbors, and also be accommodating to the property owners? So you raised it as an option 3. I think I'd like to have you elaborate on what you envision.
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember. So conditional use permit is a decision-making process that we use right now. And I've included actually in your packet material, I think as Exhibit 2, both a very abbreviated flow chart of how that conditional use permit is processed, if you will, and the criteria, I believe, on the backside of that flow chart. At the moment, those criteria really don't speak, except in very high-level general terms, to the concerns we're hearing from the neighborhood. Conditional use permits are used a little bit different from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. My prior jurisdiction, the city of Sammamish, they could be used to modify existing design or development standards. That kind of language is not present in your regulations at the moment. Which leads me into kind of a high-level point, which is I think if you're looking at your decision-making process, being precise as to why we want to change from one decision-making process to another would be of benefit to your planning commission and to your city staff. The master planning process typically allows for both a comprehensive evaluation of a site and looking at where flexibility might be appropriate to address specific, site-specific concerns. A conditional use permit can be set up to do something similar, but what I would regret is if we essentially replaced the current conversation we're having with the exact same conversation, we just changed the acronym, if you will. I don't think that's probably anyone's intent. Conditional use permits are kind of a specific thing already in our code. There are a variety of other things that we could evaluate. I mentioned another approach a few minutes ago, a development agreement. You have some experience with development agreements, of course, on Mercer Island in your town center. I don't think you have language that allows that in your residential areas. I'm sure there are other types of decision-making processes that we could identify and explore. My high-level suggestion to you would be really, this is something that if we decide to move away from the community facilities discussion, some guidance to staff and to the planning commission around exploring other options and perhaps reporting back to the city council for further direction would seem an appropriate next step in my mind. Does that answer your question, Councilmember Wong?
Yes.
Okay, Bruce, and then Celine.
So the council kicked this off and said, Planning Commission, go forth and do great things. But then at that point, the council really was completely on the sidelines. And we've, of course, been getting email from concerned citizens. We get occasional little snippets of updates. But you who have been living this, I think it's important to recognize that we as council have not been having a conversation at all about this. And so this is, I think, a great conversation with us all together to try and figure out, or to get the council bit back up to speed and then try and figure out where we go from here. So that's number one. Number two, thank you to the Planning Commission for all the work you've been doing, and echoing that comment that's been coming from others. Three, I think the thing, so, you know, we kicked it off. We thought, okay, this is going to be, you know, a zone that's going to accommodate all of these things. The thing that became clear to me as I observed input coming in, and as a fairly distant neighbor to the beach club and a member of the beach club, I became pretty aware that what works for a club that's been there for years and years is entirely different from an expectation, Craig, you pointed this out, of change. So, you know, we're all accustomed to what we live with. There it's, you know, the beeping of the starter thing at swim meets and the cheering at swim meets and neighbors, you know, right behind a hedge, and the kinds of things that you've been trying to imagine with big setbacks from this new proposed facility would never work there. You'd have setbacks that would leave no room for the facility at all, and you've got neighbors that don't complain because they're accustomed to what's there. And so what I came to realize is that these are apples and oranges, and trying to lump them all together into one thing is going to be really challenging. What then, though, in further conversation, Tiffany, you mentioned this concept of a master plan, and the idea that if you're going to go forward, you do have to have a process for figuring out what you're going to become, and it needs to incorporate a lot of conversation with others, with your neighbors. And it, I think, makes a lot of sense for us to develop a standardization of that, so that if you're going to go forward, you're following a process that involves your neighbors. And that, it seems to me, is relevant whether you're the big ones that we're talking about right now or any of the other 19 that are off to the side, or 19 total that there are. So that struck me as making a lot of sense. So I'll stop there. Went on and on.
Okay, Celine.
So Tiff, and I appreciate the question, and I think from my perspective, just high level, the feedback that I've gotten is that CFZ was presented to us as a tool that was going to solve the unique problems that all these CUPs had across the island. And as we saw it evolve, and as we saw you guys grapple with the technical nuance, the language, and how that really plays out on the ground, the tool that was supposed to solve the problem became the problem. And I think that Evan might have maybe oversold the process being the problem here, because I think the public looked at this and said, this is a balancing act between entitlements and quiet enjoyment of my property. And they've always kind of looked through that lens as to what's happening here and how could this possibly move forward in a way that is a win-win. And so when I hear, and I appreciate all your comments, and I appreciate the perspective that you bring, having worked on it for 8 months, but when I hear Commissioner Reynolds say that we're very far away from the solution, and Commissioner Hub will say that, you know, taking the applicant out and looking at the problem might be another way, but we're largely focusing on one applicant. As we've gone through that process and we've seen the beach club, the shore club, the country club all chime in on how a CFC would potentially impact them, what we've seen is that they have pent-up demands for change as well. And that, to me, looking at the CUP and incrementally trying to address value across the island, issue by issue, might make a little bit more sense. I mean, we look at parking, we look at traffic, we look at some of the impacts that are on the neighborhoods right now with the existing CUPs. Might that be a way to build some public trust, solve some problems, and do it in a broader way than just, you know, one applicant? And I guess that's a question for you.
Dan?
Yeah,
And then- sorry, Dan, then Carolyn.
Yeah, it's actually a perfect question, and I think has been part of what has caused the back and forth that we've done, right? So there's a desire to have more concrete, a more concrete set of rules that sort of govern all of this, both so that the neighboring community knows what to expect, and that these facilities know sort of what they can expect to be able to do in the way that they have to perform. The parallax to that is that everybody's also said they're all unique. The neighbors around most of these facilities have an understanding of what they do and how they operate, and so therefore we need to be flexible in the approach to administering that. I hear the CUP version of that, and I think in a number of the smaller sites for the time being, that's probably an adequate mechanism. We run into trouble when you do look at the larger site and the fact that there are 3 different zones that govern 3 different sets of regulations, and how that site would perform in aggregate based on that process. And so that's where I'm sort of at this, does it make sense? In the short term, you can say, sure, that works, but a master planning process, I think, is CUP plus. Like, it has all the benefits of that CUP, but has a little bit more certainty built into it. You've got greater engagement with the design commission, so therefore you've got sort of a citizen advisory board that's also providing a greater amount of input and view into the process. So I hear what you're saying, and I think where we've been wrestling is this tension between going too prescriptive, and then how do we actually handle the needs of that more flexible approach, which is where a number of us continue to go back to this master planning process, and why that's probably the better tool to use in this case, because it addresses both sides of that, I think, in an adequate way.
Okay, I'm actually going to call on Lisa because she's been patiently waiting on the phone. And then after that, I've got Carolyn, Dave, and Wendy.
Debbie.
Sure.
Yeah, so I also want to express my appreciation for the Planning Commission and the work that staff and the Planning Commission put into this. But it's been pretty clear to me from the communications we've received over the last weeks and months from the community that the CFD is flawed in a number of ways. The way it's currently drafted, I don't know that it can be fixed. And I don't know that trying to fix it is really the best use of the city's resources. It was kind of a one-size-fits-all. Everybody's telling us one size doesn't fit us. And so my feeling is that the pursuit of a CUP, I keep forgetting what that stands for, a conditional use permit, is maybe better to address individualized circumstances. And, I would hope that, in all of these processes, that, the neighbors, the single-family residents, the integrity of the neighborhood would be preserved. And wasn't gonna really work with, so, that's it.
Great, thanks. So Carolyn?
Yeah, I was thinking after I first spoke that my list of outcomes that I thought would be great would be flexibility, responsive to the affected community, enhancing the design of the facility, superior design. And then later I got to thinking, I forgot to add the predictability to my list. And then as the discussion progressed, I kind of began to realize that predictability seems to be an outcome, the importance of which through the process seems to be receding just a bit. It seems like the flexibility part is becoming more and more important, particularly when you compare, say, the facilities on the north end with some of the beach clubs and private clubs who have been here for a long time. So how do we get, if predictability is still important, you can get some of that with the CFC ordinance, where you provide definite standards for those who want to go with using those standards, but you have a master plan process for a much more flexible approach. So you can get both flexibility and predictability in an ordinance like that. I don't know how you would get much in the way of predictability through the CUP or the development agreement, which I don't understand too much about what a development agreement is, but perhaps staff could at some point tell us how much predictability for neighbors and property owners does the CUP process provide, if any, in terms of what your standards are? So.
Great, well, thank you. I think we had Dave and then Wendy.
Sure. So thanks. And, I think everybody has thanked the commission, and I just wanted to extend that and have people recognize that you're a group of volunteer citizens, right? It's not an extremely high-paid city council job. It is a volunteer group, and you guys
Did get water tonight.
well, yeah, there's a deposit for that. So thank you guys for doing it. You take on some horrendously tough issues, whether it's the residential code or the city center code, and now this one. While it's interesting to hear a bit of the divergence between council opinion and the commission opinion, nobody is jumping up and saying the community facility zone is, we cracked the atom and we know how it's gonna work and implement perfectly. And I think given that, and given the, to me, it's the neighbors that really impacted my opinion, that, the folks that have their number one financial investment in their lives is dependent on how the outcome of this rolls will impact them a great deal. And so if we don't feel like the CFZ is there, I think I fall between Benson and Celine, literally and philosophically, I guess, where it feels like, Caroline, I hear what you're saying about the CUP probably not having all the answers today, but I think what would be great is to say, okay, we spent a tremendous amount of time on the community facility zone. Let's park that for now, and let's look at what could we do with the CUP, or rather, what would the CUP not do for us, and have just an in-depth study of the CUP and find out what problems that we couldn't solve with that, and then figure out a way to engineer that, so that we end up with two decent choices that have been, run through an extensive, exhaustive process. If half of the room were saying, yep, the community facility zone is ready for publication, that's one thing. I don't hear anybody at the table saying that. So, to me, I think I'm with where I hear some consensus, and I think Lisa's there too, that let's find out what the CUP is unable to do, given some really robust look, and then go from there.
Okay, Wendy, and then I'm gonna go ahead and take Craig, but then we're gonna take a look at the screen, because at some point we do actually need to be providing some guidance, and I think we wanna get down to some of that work. So let's go with Wendy. I'm gonna take a turn, then we'll go with Craig, and hopefully get on to Evan's suggested next steps.
And I think we're getting to the guidance, so I'm going to chime in and say thank you, Planning Commission. But mostly I want to thank the three applicants and the neighbors that have put up with this for 2 years because it has been a long and difficult journey. It was supposed to be a win-win that found solutions, and it did not go that way. And I went to several meetings, and it was tough. So thank you for your patience and persistence in all of this, and I think we figured out that it's not working, and this pause, Jesse, thank you for this, to take a moment. I would love to figure out how we can actually talk about specifics. We are lost in the process, we are lost in the principles, and I'm really looking forward to finding the solution, whether it's this development agreement or a master plan or a CUP plus, whatever that is. I'd like to get there sooner rather than later and have it be clear so we can get to the predictability that Carolyn suggested, and most importantly, that our 3 property owners and neighbors, I think, deserve at this point. So however we get there, I think Dave's on the right track. If we could get there sooner rather than later, so we have some certainty and can start looking at some plans for this very specific, unique property and location on the north end that has a lot more going on there besides those boundaries. We have the neighborhood, we have the safety, we have more traffic in the region. We have to figure out what those private property owners want and what the neighbors and we can tolerate as a community, and what that's going to look like on our north end, because a lot of folks use East Mercer Way and try to get onto the freeway there. So the growth is happening, the development's happening. What is it going to look like? What are those impacts going to be? And how do we mitigate that? Sooner rather than later, let's talk about plans. Let's look at those designs. Let's the design commission get to brass tacks so the neighborhoods can talk about that. So whatever that is, Evan, let's get to it, please, sooner rather than later.
Okay, I'm going to take a turn at this, and I'm going to add thanks also to staff and to Evan for sort of a frank assessment of what they think perhaps was strong, but also where perhaps some flaws were in our own work. And I think that's important. I think it's mature, and I hope it definitely will guide us in future public outreach, et cetera. The other thing that I go back to is that the remand from council was to explore a CFC, and as Ted pointed out, then the decision was, yes, we want to develop this concept of a CFC in conjunction with the neighborhood. So here we find ourselves, yes, a mixed bag. We've been talking about the clubs. We find ourselves with Herzl, the Temple, French American School. I was at Covenant Shores a couple of weeks ago, and you look around and you realize Covenant Shores too would fall into that. It's a tremendously large and stunning site. So I left after that, plus many conversations with neighbors, feeling like I think it was a Sesame Street song, which one of these things is not like the other. And so many of them are not like the other, and yet we were trying to come out with sort of a universal zone. When we went through this exercise before, it was with the school district, and I think we did have more of these things do look like each other, certainly more so than we do now. I think we've also stumbled a little bit insofar as we're semi-designing the plane as we're trying to fly it, or at least take off, and that has also created some of the confusion, some of the trust issues, et cetera. When we talk about thanking the Planning Commission, there's also thanking the neighborhood, and we mentioned the last couple of years. What definitely struck me in having both a driving tour and some home meetings was this hasn't been a couple of years. This has definitely been ambiguity that the neighborhood has lived with, arguably for decades, but equally so too has the JCC, Herzl, and more recently the French American School. So there is that important element of, if not predictability, at least fairness, transparency, and solidity behind it. So when I look at this, where I go is I don't know enough at this point to say whether or not it should be the CUP, because then I would have to look at all those churches, et cetera. I don't know master plan because it's still ambiguous. Development agreement, don't know what that means either. So at this point, I feel comfortable pushing this back to the Planning Commission at this point, with the addition of 2 planning commissioners who are not here tonight. So you're at 5 of 7. And asking you to dig into it and come back and say, what does it mean when you look at CUP, when you look at some concept of a CFC or master planning or development agreement or something else that we haven't even discussed here tonight? I know, though, that what we have right now isn't working, I would argue, for anybody, and that I would like to rely on some more great work from the Planning Council, from staff, and from the neighborhoods, hopefully starting to rebuild a new sense of relationship, trust, and symbiotic interest. So that's where I would go. No, Craig, you wanted to chime in?
Thank you, Mayor. You went a direction remarkably close to where I'm going to go, I think, which is, you know, I started off saying that I wanted to have the opportunity to push the CFC forward, but really what it's more about is an opportunity to make the situation better. And I think the current situation is not an attractive one, and I think what would be very helpful to anybody, the property owners or the neighbors, I think what would be very helpful to the Planning Commission is, rather than mandating to us, pursue the CUP, pursue the CFC, instead define what your objectives are and allow us to come up with a recommendation for the best way to accomplish those objectives. So as an example of some of the objectives we'd like to hear are, you know, you would presumably like some degree of certainty and predictability for the property owners. You would like certain types of guardrails available to make sure that the neighbors know that setbacks won't be too short, building heights won't be too high, et cetera. Those the gross floor area won't be too much. There needs to be some guardrails there. I think we would all probably agree. And there are probably a list of other things you could rattle off. And I'd like to see some from council, a list of what those requirements are, and then trust us to find a way to fulfill those requirements. That's what I would ask for.
Okay. Wendy?
I'll start. All right, they're in a residential code, so let's start there and figure out where that falls short with this kind of facility and build in some flexibility in the design or the footprint or whatever those elements are that were not sufficient the first time around. The whole reason we asked them to come back and start through this process with us. I understand 2 years ago that they started this journey with us because we asked for it. So go back to the beginning and find out what wasn't working and address those 5 points, whatever those were. And because they didn't work, let's make sure we have some clarity for the neighborhoods and for this community around what that's gonna look like and what that might mean for the other 19 properties. Because if we're gonna build this in for this set of property owners, that sort of lays the groundwork for the other 18. So I'd like to know that those trade-offs, those incentives, those flexibilities, those predictabilities, whatever those are, work not only for this property, but for the other 18.
So, council, insofar as, you know, the general direction that we provide to the planning council, it is general direction. Tonight, I'm going to look at our city manager and ask, would we need to formalize this at any point sitting at the dais with a vote? Or is what we give you tonight a good enough start? I just don't know, A, that we've agreed that the recommended approach from Craig is the one that everyone sees as the best path forward, meaning consensus. And then 2, if it were, in fact, how would we come up with that list? And could we do it in what is A, limited time this evening, but also 6 minutes, exactly. But also, you know, wanting to make sure that we're able to capture the input coming from the public at large. And I don't mean just the neighborhoods around this particular project, but I think, you know, island-wide, there's neighbors to the churches, there's neighbors to Covenant Shores, there's neighbors to et cetera, et cetera. So what I'm going to be looking for, I think, first and foremost, is whether or not Craig has laid out a way forward. Is that what council would like to pursue at this point? Or is there an additional suggestion? So Bruce.
I'll suggest that I think the council would have a tough time trying to get to that level. That requires a level of detail that I don't think the council could be prepared to offer with any base knowledge. And I'll direct everybody's attention back to what's up on the screen and suggest that I like what Evan has crafted here as a proposed next step and would be supportive of that and would suggest that others look closely and perhaps consider supporting it as well.
Okay, Benson.
Well, you know, I've had discussions with some council members, and it's a very difficult issue. Obviously, it's been contentious, and it's been here with us now for a few years. And as we go forward, I really think that I think there's a recognition that what we have now is not going to work or is not working. There's a long ways to go. So I would definitely want to take a look at the CUP process and see how it can be enhanced and amended to address not only the stated deficiencies that are in the agenda bill, but also to address some of the issues that Carolyn raised as far as enhancing predictability and also trying to maintain flexibility. But, so I guess, long story short, I like what is up there as far as suggesting next steps.
So you'd like the next steps, but you'd almost put an underline under CUP in particular?
I would focus on that. That would be my
Okay,
focus.
okay. Dave?
Second.
Okay, Dave's got a second. That was quick. Celine?
I'm on number 3, so I think that's a third.
That's a third and supportive. Okay. I mean, I'm definitely good with it. Wendy? And then we'll actually let Evan speak. Again.
I was just going to respond to your question a moment ago. I don't think council needs to take formal action tonight. I think your direction here is sufficient for us to move forward.
Okay, Wendy? Good? All right, well, okay. I think then what we have is direction per what is outlined up there. Benson has suggested an underline under the CUP, which I'm sure will happen as part of the process. Evan, can you give us a sense of what? Oh, Lisa, I am so sorry. Yes, no, I'm so sorry.
There was another one.
It's hard to follow along from home. I apologize, and I really appreciate the accommodation. Where are we in terms of 1, 2, or 3?
So essentially, the steps that Evan has put before us that right now we seem to have at least some general consensus around is the following. First, review problem statement and propose solutions to determine if an alternative approach is warranted. 2, explore alternative decision-making processes, e.g. conditional use permit, development agreements, et cetera. 3, report back to City Council for further direction. So that is the suggested path forward that Evan outlined and right now seems to be in general agreement with City Council. So that would...
Okay, fantastic. I'm on board with that. I wasn't able to...
Apologies. Sorry.
Yeah, without seeing the visuals.
Okay. Yeah.
Do we have a deadline?
All right. I'm going to look to staff.
Yeah, it's October 6th, our deadline specifically.
Well, a question. Can you refresh everybody's memory? What does October 6th stand? Why?
I think so the date in October, I believe it was the 9th, but I'm going off memory as well, was the compliance due date for issue 25 of the hearings board decision. Purposefully not spoken to the hearings board decision tonight. I think that's an executive session item. My observation would be, I don't know how the Planning Commission could actually have a thorough, thoughtful conversation about the items on the screen and make a recommendation to the City Council in that time frame, let alone the actual order requires that we take action.
Yeah.
So you're saying that no, it can't be done by October 6th and or 9th. What do you suggest as the outline following this direction?
If I may, good evening. I didn't have a mic tonight, so I couldn't talk. That was probably intentional. I'm Jessie Bonnet, your interim city manager. Council, this evening we will be discussing in executive session our strategy around that date. As Evan just mentioned, we do not believe we can meet that. I believe Evan will be sitting down after this meeting now that we have direction and working on the calendar and also meeting with the Planning Commission. They have other items they're considering as well. So I will kindly ask as a immediate report out in the next week or so to perhaps calendar this out for us, Evan, and we can share that with Planning Commission, Council, and also the public. Does that work for you?
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. So are there any final comments on this particular item? Or also any comments on the last 2 hours, which I think were tremendously well spent. They represent an immense amount of work from so many people in this room and beyond. Commissioners, anything? Council? Well, I guess thank you sums it up, but it certainly doesn't express the depth of gratitude. With that, we're going to go ahead and take a short break until 7:10. We're going to go ahead and start in just a minute.
That outcome wasn't a surprise, was it? I don't think, that outcome on the, no. Yeah,
Okay, I'm going to hope everyone will find a seat. Everybody who wants a seat finds a seat.
We went to Breckenridge, which first time I've been there in the summer, I always go skiing.
You guys about ready?
Yep.
Okay. Thanks, everyone. So council had a brief break as we concluded our joint study session with the Planning Commission. We have already approved an agenda. So next on that agenda is actually one of the sadder elements of tonight's council meeting. As many of you know, we lost one of our city leaders just a few weeks ago, former Mayor Brian Cairns. And I wanted to just take a few minutes to read a statement. First of all, I would just say that former Mayor Brian Cairns will be remembered for his integrity, his fairness, and his intelligence. His even-handed approach to public debate and council deliberations generated a lot of confidence and respect among both council members and the community. He did write the following letter on July 22nd, 2019, which I'd like to share with everybody. Dear friends here and everywhere, what a wonderful time it has been to know you all. 51 years on Mercer Island. Thank you to so many people who have touched my life in many ways, through pleasurable activities, the church, in civic affairs, and other endeavors. I appreciate you all. Thank you for your help in benefiting the island, whether through building of the library, the community center, or other activities. When I pass, I will be leaving my wife, Sue, my love for 53 years, and my 2 girls and 3 grandchildren. I can only thank you for all the friendships we have all shared. My love and thanks to all, Brian. So with that, we offer our deepest condolences to his family and we celebrate his life. He'll be missed by many. I believe he'll be having a there will be a memorial service or celebration of life October 12th at 2 o'clock. So if you would all just join me for just a brief pause in remembrance of former Mayor Cairns and the service he gave this community. Thank you. All right. So with that, we do have one item of special business this evening, and as we've done in several years previous, we're going to be proclaiming about Women's Equality Day. We're coming up close to, I believe, the 100-year anniversary of that. So I would like to welcome Assistant to the City Manager, Allie Speets, who is going to be introducing some people who will be receiving the proclamation.
Thank you, Mayor Bertlin. We are here tonight to celebrate Women's Equality Day, which is on August 26th. At the behest of Representative Bella Abzug in New York in 1971, the U.S. Congress designated August 26th as Women's Equality Day. The date was selected to commemorate the 1920 certification of the 19th Amendment to the Constitution, granting women the right to vote. Tonight we have members from the Mercer Island Women's Club here, and I'd like to invite them to come up and join me. We have President Susan Conway and Michelle Goldberg, and I don't know the third, and Sue Raboy. So come on up here, and the mayor's going to read the proclamation.
So this is a pleasure, and thank you for being here tonight. Whereas Women's Equality Day commemorates the passage of the 19th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, granting the right to vote to women, and whereas on the anniversary of the 19th Amendment, August 26, 2019, we celebrate the progress made toward securing women's full participation in our democracy and renew our commitment to securing equal rights, freedoms, and opportunities for all women. And whereas on Women's Equality Day, we honor the character and perseverance of American women and all those who work to make the same rights and opportunities possible for our daughters and sons. And whereas women's contributions are growing our economy and advancing our country, But despite these gains, the dreams of too many women continue to be deferred and denied. There is still more work to do, more doors of opportunity to open, and more glass ceilings to shatter. And whereas the Mercer Island Women's Club, a social and philanthropic organization, plays an important part in our community by welcoming and encouraging friendship among women of Mercer Island, and whereas Mercer Island, as a city, will continue to publicly advocate for equal opportunity and recognition of the achievement of all women and girls. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Debbie Bertland, do hereby proclaim August 26, 2019 as Women's Equality Day and encourage the Mercer Island community to lift up women and girls in our community and commit to gender equity for all women and girls. Approved this 20th day of August 2019. So thank you for being here. I'm also going to ask them, put them on the spot and see if they'd like to share a few words.
Well, we want to thank everyone for inviting us to come and accept this proclamation, and for thanking you for encouraging the equality and justice, not just for women, but for all people in our country. Thank you.
I think there's a picture in front of the podium, I think.
I'm going to go on this side here. Okay.
Great, thank you.
Okay, and as per the approved agenda, next up we have the city manager's report. And for that, we welcome interim city manager Jessie Bond.
Good evening. Thank you. I'm going to change things up a bit and present from this side of the room this evening. All right. A couple just work plan updates. Many of you may recall we're working on a mixed-use project, a commuter parking project at what you probably know as the Tully site. We now refer to it as the BP Arco site. We are partnering with Main Street, our development partner, and the Mercer Island Center for the Arts. In June, we approved a memorandum of understanding between the city and Main Street. And that MOU was met with some concerns, namely, where does MICA show up in this picture and how do they show up? So as an outcome from that meeting and concerns expressed by MICA, and certainly to ensure the project moves forward, we are now holding what we're calling partners meetings. You know, as government people, we like to shorten everything. We've held 2 partner meetings since June, on July 19th and August 9th. I do want to take a moment here and just acknowledge the City Council has been participating in these partner meetings. Mayor Debbie Bertland and Deputy Mayor Salim Neese joined us on July 19th, and the Deputy Mayor and Councilmember Wong joined us on August 9th. So thank you for that time. A couple updates on where we are at this point with the project. We have confirmed, Main Street confirmed that condominium financing is possible for MICA. So what that means is essentially that MICA will have a path to owning their own space. That's very important to them. The architect who was here earlier, Ed Weinstein, who is working on multiple projects in the city of Mercer Island, he is now taking a closer look at the integration of the MICA spaces with the rest of the building. And what I will tell you is it's complicated. It's doable, but it's complicated. Putting a theater into a residential structure or mixed-use structure requires some additional attention. So we are doing what's called a fit analysis now, a little more detailed than we had gotten thus far. Main Street and MICA will soon begin working on a written agreement. It will be something like a letter of intent or MOU that formalizes, in likely a non-binding initial first step, formalizes their partnership. That will be coming soon. We also have to spend a lot more time talking about parking operations. So how all of these uses are going to work together and share parking. So that's coming up at a future meeting. Here's what I will tell you. There are lots of details. Sometimes this project is pretty complex, but we're making good progress. And again, I want to acknowledge the council for their time and supporting myself and the staff in the project management role. We will be meeting again in mid-September. That date has not been set, and I will continue to provide updates to you, the City Council, and the community in terms of where we're at. Speaking of this project, there's some additional drilling work that's going to be happening this week. And I know when we bring out the drilling rigs, people say, what is that? So you probably know we're looking at environmental remediation on basically the BP Arco site, former Tully's site. We will be drilling. I'm our consultant, excuse me, I won't be doing it personally. Aspect Consulting will be installing 2 additional groundwater wells this week. The work will be happening on Thursday and Friday. We sent out notices to the neighbors to that site, and there's also signs on the property. So if you're out and about on Thursday and Friday, you may see these rigs out, and that's what they're doing. These are monitoring wells so that we can take a look at the groundwater and any potential contaminants. Okay, moving on to a completely different topic. You knew I had to talk about the cougar tonight. On August 5th, we did have an image of a cougar show up on a Ring camera in the south end of Mercer Island near Pioneer Park. We've potentially, and I have to say potentially, had 4 other sightings of the cougar on those dates and at those locations. We have had no sightings, as I heard this afternoon, since August 12th. I know there's great concern about the cougar. Once we had seen the cougar, we didn't see it personally again, but once we had observed it on a camera, we did put notices up at the parks. We've obviously been engaging with the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. Our police folks, several of them here, have been coordinating this effort. Fish and Wildlife did send out a tracking dog, and they spent time in and around Pioneer Park, and they did not locate the cougar. So where we are today, I did get an email today. I'm not ready to say for sure the cougar is gone. Fish and Wildlife did say they're suspecting the cougar has moved on from Mercer Island. I think we'll give it a little more time to make sure. What you can do to help with the potential cougar problem is immediately call 911 if you have a confirmed sighting. And it's important to note that the timing of your reporting is very critical. Cougars move around. So if we don't get a timely report, if it's the next day or the day after, Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife is not usually successful with the tracking dog. Once you've called 911, we have a protocol in place where our officers are alerted. They will respond to the location of the cougar sighting, and they will also engage Fish and Wildlife at that point. The 2 parties will then discuss next steps. On a scheduling note, if this is still relevant in the next week or so, Fish and Wildlife has agreed to do a Q&A session with us. So we're talking about when that might be scheduled. But I know there are many questions out there, more than I can cover this evening. So very important concern for all of you, I do recognize, and a lot of time going into answering questions and ensuring we're safe. On a lighter note, I haven't checked the poll lately, but I understand there was an effort to name the cougar. And I saw, last I checked, Mrs. Robinson was still in the lead, right? Thank you to our community for having a little fun here. Okay, switching gears again. I wanted to mention that our fall and winter Parks and Recreation Guide was mailed over the last couple of weeks. Hopefully you found it in your mailbox. I have certainly had a few people ask, why are we mailing this? We've got budget concerns and you haven't mailed it in a long time. This is one of our efficiency consolidation initiatives. We discontinued mailing something else that was called the Looking Ahead newsletter. It was a newsletter that was geared toward our senior audience. And that was what we were doing was basically a duplicate effort. We were printing, mailing a Looking Ahead guide, taking everything from the Looking Ahead guide, putting it into the rec guide, and then we weren't mailing that. It was like perfectly backwards. The guide that needed to be mailed was the broader Parks and Recreation guide. I trust no one in this room received the senior program guide. You all are too young for that, so you probably don't know what I'm talking about. Our Parks and Recreation Guide remains our #1 marketing tool for the Parks and Recreation Department. We want to ensure that our programs are truly reaching our community, and we know that in some households, online presence, it's just not effective. So we decided to go ahead and mail it again, and we are taking a look at the registration response, and we hope to make new connections and improve our registration numbers. So take a look and consider signing up for a class. In the not so good news category, we did have a pretty significant incidence of vandalism last week at Luther Burbank Park. The restroom building was graffitied, literally top to bottom, inside out, actually not out, mostly inside. And this type of vandalism, as you probably know, is very costly to clean up. So, and of course it takes our parks maintenance crews away from other more important tasks. So my plea to the community is we certainly need your eyes and ears on your parks. If you see something, please call 911. And if anyone has specific information about this incident, please reach out to the Mercer Island Police Department. Other programs that are underway right now are knotweed control program. Knotweed, how many of you know what knotweed is? Are you seeing an orange sign? Knotweed is a highly invasive, noxious weed. It's very aggressive. It is a big bully. It pushes out all the native plants. It causes erosion. And where it's growing adjacent to our roads, it's also causing some serious visibility problems. It's primarily spread when we cut it or mow it. So all of our signs around the city say, please do not mow, cut, or dig. The city is monitoring and treating all known knotweed populations on public lands. So we're not monitoring what's on private land, but we're keeping track of our private land. I bring this up because we are right now in the season of knotweed treatment. In fact, that picture I took right across from my house as I was leaving this morning. The treatment is done. If you're curious, it's literally this very fine process of spraying the knotweed leaves. And we're cautious about avoiding other plants. So you've probably noticed these signs have gone up again, or we've replaced the ones that have fallen down. That's what they are. If you want more information about knotweed, if you suspect you have it on your property, we would certainly, our community would benefit from your participation in trying to eradicate this noxious weed. Kim Frappier is our natural resources specialist, and I've put her contact information on the bottom there. All right, and actually the reason all these fine folks are standing behind me today is I wanted to take an opportunity and acknowledge the staff work for this past Seafair weekend, which is a really, really intense weekend for Mercer Island. So Parks and Recreation, Fire, Public Works, and Police all play a really big role. Parks and Recreation, in just a moment, the chief will talk about the Marine Patrol operation out on the lake. Everything that's happening behind the scenes, the setup, helping them mobilize onto the lake is supported by Parks and Recreation and Public Works. We want to say thank you to them. Our Parks team is out in force, keeping our parks clean and maintained. I asked how many garbage bags they pulled, and they didn't have a count, but it was pretty significant over the weekend. So thank you to them. Public Works certainly helped with traffic control assistance, barricade setup, directional sign placement, and the like. And Fire was staffing an aid car all weekend, not to mention supporting police and responding to all of their calls. And our chief, Ed Holmes, oh, there he is. I want to say a special thank you to Mercer Island Police Department and our partners. This is our 17th annual joint Seafair Boating Under the Influence emphasis, which we host, but we have a number of partners: the Coast Guard, Washington State Patrol, State Department of Fish and Wildlife, Washington State Parks, King County Sheriff's Office, and the Seattle Police Department. It's quite a program, and I believe I have some city council members this evening that want to share their experiences. They were out on the boats at one point. We had we had staffing out on the boats, as I've already mentioned, and on land. 52 boating under the influence arrests, more than 300 boater contacts over the weekend, and in response to many, many, many other incidents. So at this point, I'm actually going to turn it over to Chief Holmes. He's going to introduce the folks standing behind me, and then I believe some council members would like to say a few things.
Okay, thank you. For the record, Ed Holmes, your police chief. And this, as Jesse had mentioned, was truly another great example of partnerships. So this is one of those things where we can't do this alone. So we lean heavily on our partners, but I also want to acknowledge some of the police personnel we have here. Then Battalion Chief Brett Garrett is going to introduce some of the fire personnel. But we have Commander Jeff Magnan here, who oversees half of our department. He was on the Marine Patrol himself years ago, very involved with that. We have Sergeant Brian Noel. He is our Marine Patrol sergeant, basically in charge of the operation. And then our Marine Support Officer, Greg Levinson. Those two really make this happen from the Mercer Island Police side of things. An incredible amount of time goes into planning, organizing, and coordinating this event. So my hat's off to Brian and Greg for that. And then Jeff did a ton of behind the scenes work. And I really appreciate you, Jeff, and what you did. And these are just three of the officers who represent the whole department. And we'd have an entire department here standing if everybody who was involved was here tonight. It was a true team effort. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Battalion Chief Garrett to introduce the fire folks behind me.
Thank you. For the record, Brett Garrett, Battalion Chief, Mercer Island Fire. Thank you for having me. I was voluntold to be here today by my boss. He couldn't be here today. So Friday, Saturday, and Sunday of Seafarer Weekend, we staff a two-person aid station, which is based at the Operations Center for the BUI. And if nobody has ever witnessed the BUI station, I encourage you to go by there and take a look sometime because it's quite entertaining.
As an observer.
As an observer. Well, that's up to you guys. I really can't say. Three firefighters I have behind me are Andrew Pearson, Shane Gruger, and Eric Gaines. And Eric's about to get married in a couple weeks, so make sure you guys wish him congratulations on that. I really have nothing else to say unless anybody has any questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I think that we do have some council members who would like to say something, and I know for sure that we have Dave, and I think Salim, and probably a few others as well.
No, thanks a lot. First off, I know that, you guys don't have to stand out, that's like, now you made me kind of lose my mojo. Okay, so, the fire and police always get sort of the big attention, because you guys, police has the boats and the gear and the Velcro and all the stuff that you guys have, but Parks and Public Works did a huge job behind the scenes. But this is my fourth year going down to see what's going on with Seafair, and it's just a remarkable amount of effort that goes into this, and we just can't thank you all enough because it's a huge effort. And if you think about, if you showed up at work and your boss said, hey, you have a 50% higher workload today than you were expecting, but you got to knock it out. That's the way it was this year. I think they have had, it was almost 15,000 boats on the lake this year. So it's one of the largest record years ever. And these guys just deal with it in such a professional manner. And I think, to call out Greg Levinson and Brian Noel particularly, they coordinate this effort between 6 different law enforcement agencies, including the Coast Guard. And it's really remarkable to watch them. It's not just an enforcement effort that you see when you go out, but 95% of the effort is around boater safety. I think that Mercer Island probably engages with more new boaters than any other jurisdiction in all of Washington State. People get a bonus and they go to the boat dealer and they get on the water and they have no idea what they're doing. So when you watch Greg, he says, everybody hold up a life jacket. And generally they're pulling the tags off of the life jacket and opening up the container for the first time. Don't put your fire extinguisher in the engine because that's what catches on fire. So there's just a tremendous amount of education, and I think what they really do is try and make sure people are boating in our waters more safely. There were some significant incidents this year with 53 people got arrested for BUIs, and it's a big deal. And when your boat is impounded and all your friends are on the police boat, it's a big deal. A really serious accident with somebody nearly lost their leg from a prop cut because people don't know how to operate their boats correctly. People getting tangled in the bridge because they don't know how to operate their boats correctly. So, the safety that they drive, and with Brian, the coordination between all these agencies is just amazing. And Mercer Island is super lucky to have all you guys. Fire, the response that you guys have had on some of the big significant accidents is just amazing. And when we talk as a community about what we want to fund and what we're, when we want to talk about funding ongoing operations, this is what you're getting. You're getting safety, you're getting protection, and you're getting people intervening in life-threatening situations. And I hope people recognize that, because it's done very quietly, but it's just a tremendously professional force, and we just are super grateful you guys are part of our community.
Okay, thank you. Celine?
Yeah, 100% on that. I wanted to thank you, Ed, for getting me out there and to see the operations. Brian gave me a good tour of the operations at Proctor and how that fed out into the lake. I think what struck me the most was just the value in having the public safety out on the water, on the shore, coordinating with other agencies. It's a lot of work, that coordination, and it doesn't happen without extreme amount of effort, planning, and I understand we're already planning for next year, pretty much this September. It's going to be a tough job to transition when you eventually retire, but whoever inherits this is inheriting what is clearly a very well-oiled machine. Having been on the water and seeing what those contacts amount to, to see it yourself really gives you the impact of what we're doing out there. I think there's some thought in the community that, we need to write more tickets, and there's not enough, or there's a lot of contact without tickets. I guarantee you, every one of those lives that you talk to, you're teaching them a lesson that they remember for the rest of their lives, and they all needed to learn it, just based on what I saw. There's a lot of vacuum-packed life jackets out there that they might actually sink with the boat because where they were stowed. So thanks for all of that. It's it's a tremendous effort. There's a lot of value in it. It's a lot of hard work. I saw some officers deal with some stuff that I don't even want to begin to describe. It's an extremely challenging environment to operate in, and you have a lot of respect from us for doing that, and the public is benefiting significantly from the safety.
Thank you. Council? I think I would just, add my thanks. We were talking earlier tonight about some of the impacts that the unique topography or geography of Mercer Island represents. And clearly, you are such a part of that. We are an island. Part of our public safety is so dependent on that water safety element, whether it's Mercer Island residents or whether it's within the region as a whole. So when you go out there, you represent our community, and you do it so very, very well. Thank you for all the island residents that you serve, as well as probably some of those from other jurisdictions. And thank you, and I hope you get, 2 weeks of break before you start planning again for next year? No, not even 2 weeks. Okay. Well, with that, many, many thanks and deep appreciation.
And that concludes my report for this evening. Thank you, Council.
Great. Well, that is a nice way to end, or at least end the city manager report. I suspect we'll be here a few more hours yet this evening. With that, we move on now to public appearances. And as most of you by now know, this is the opportunity for anyone to speak to the City Council on any item. All remarks should be addressed to council as a whole and not individual council members or staff members. And I think for those of you who need the detailed rules, they're on the back door. The general gist of it is, please be constructive. One particular element, given that we are in campaign season, is that the council cannot accept comments on any campaign-related matters for individual offices or ballot propositions, even for that matter, except under special circumstances where considerations of a ballot measure is on the council agenda, and I believe we will have that perhaps. I think we have it in a couple months closer to the November time frame. So when it is your turn to address the council, please do be sure to speak audibly into the microphone, state your name for the record, and do limit your comments to 3 minutes. We've got a clock, and I'm guessing probably a fair number of people who want to speak. So succinct brevity is helpful. So Allie, I think you're going to call up the names.
The first 5 speakers are Dan Thompson, Nancy Morse, Hornima Nzoya, Suzanne Czar, and Pascal Van Doren.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Daniel Thompson, and I reside at 7265 North Mercer Way. As you know, I've been involved in a lot of the issues that are going to be discussed tonight, and I was very impressed at the study session. And the reason I bring this up, we're talking about the bus intercept, the CFZ, the Ruckle House report, the 2050 vision. I don't think any of those are existential issues for the city. I think the existential issue is the next 6 months, or the first 6 months of 2020, the council is going to have to draft a general and capital budget for 21-22. And that budget is going to determine in the long run whether we're going to have the Marine Patrol and we're going to have these resources we're talking about. So I've always said that there's nothing moral about land use. It's political choices. You make decisions, you know what the trade-offs are. And I think that's what we saw tonight. Now, on the Vision 2050, I don't think Mercer Island is going to have any or very little population growth requirements. Only 11% of the growth is going to go to King County HCTs. We've already met our growth estimates through 2035. However, I do think that we need to reevaluate our town center. We went through the process and we got so tied up in height, we missed the ball, which is the significant public amenities that you can get for additional height. I don't think today 3, 4, and 5 stories gives us that the amenities. We're not getting pocket parks, plazas, as much vibrancy. So I wouldn't sell that to the citizens as it's being forced that we have to take the growth. I exempt the residential neighborhoods, but I think that it needs to be sold on what additional height can bring to our town center. Now on the CFZ, as you know, for 2 years, I've been saying we should do this through the CUP. Almost think about going forward that the JCC will be our test CFZ under the CUP. The problem with a master plan is it works, it's esoteric, but every regulatory limit has to be very high to allow the decision-making body to take one and offset the other. That makes it very difficult, however, for a council, depending on what the citizen sentiment is on development, especially in the residential neighborhoods, to all of a sudden adopt a zone that goes across the entire city. And that really spooked people. You couldn't really have passed the CFZ with 63-foot height limits and areas. I believe that going forward, using a master plan process, but on one parcel to begin with, will be the best decision that you made. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, I'm Nancy Morse. I live at 8371 Southeast 57th on Mercer Island, and I've lived there for 30 years. And for the time that we have lived there, I've been a member of Herzl Ner Tamid, and also during the time our children attended preschool at the JCC. They attended summer camp at the JCC, after school programs, and my husband and I attend a lot of cultural events there as well. I'm here to support the Planning Commission and the City Council working together to define the best process for supporting our organizations to redevelop our facilities, our very aging facilities. I hope that everyone has taken a tour recently of the inside of our facilities. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with the French American School, but I do know Herzl and the JCC. The Planning Commission and the city staff have put a lot of time and effort into this process so far, and I'd like to see their work continued. And thank you for your thorough and thoughtful approach.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Purnima Srinivasan, and this is my daughter Zoya. We as a family moved into...
Thank you.
We as a family moved into Mercer Island about a year ago, and we couldn't have asked for a better place to live than here. Our children, Zoya and Vivan, both go to the French American School, and they use facilities at JCC. We are very conscious of what the school provides to our children, providing a bilingual education, and how well it is accepted on this particular island. We are also very well aware of the fact of the parking problems and situations for homes around this particular school. All we request the council members is to figure out a plan and keep the momentum going so that there is a clear understanding, so that the children who are here in this particular school have this opportunity to continue the bilingual education. And the neighbors surrounding the school also have what they need so that there is no disturbance across the board.
Hello, my name is Zoya, and I moved from California about 2 years ago with my family, and then I moved into Mercer Island last year. Within the first few weeks, I made a lot of many friends, and I can no longer think of any other place that I can call home. Among the things in Mercer Island that me and my family have benefited from, one of the biggest things is the French American School, because it lets me and my brother continue our French education that we started in California. Another facility that is used predominantly in the French American School is the JCC. And I really hope that the JCC and the French American School can continue to grow and enhance the learning capabilities of other students in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello. My name is Pascal Van Doren. I live a couple blocks south of the library on Mercer Island. I've done that for now 7 years. Before my comments, I'd like to take a second to recognize and thank the law enforcement agencies. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your support, not just at Seafair, but year-round. And thank you for holding yourselves accountable to deliver the service the community expects from you. With that said, I really only a couple of minutes spend time to talk about some of the conversations I've heard between the neighborhoods that have issues with the organizations, whether they're the clubs or the French American School or the JCC. It's clear that there are issues on both sides with the situations that are at hand. And I guess, I don't know what the solution is. This is why we have a commission. This is why we have people looking into the problem. The only thing I would ask this council is this. My understanding is there's been 18 months now, maybe more, of looking into this problem without finding a solution. So I would just ask that someone, somewhere, holds whoever is responsible to come up with a solution accountable to find one and not delay anymore. They don't delay when we need them. We shouldn't delay as a council or a commission, whoever it is that needs to solve this problem, please solve it. Because if we waited for them as long as we're waiting for this, we would be in a different type of community. So we should hold ourselves accountable to deliver the same level of service in a timely manner that they do. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next 5 speakers are Steve Dispenza, Cheryl D'Ambrosio, Jake Jacobson, and Claudia Goodhue. And Suzanne Czar was also on the list.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Steve Dispenza. I live at 3990 92nd Place Southeast, just across from the high school, and have for 6 years with my wife and 3 kids. I am the chairman of the Board of Trustees of the French American School of Puget Sound, where my 3 kids have attended school that whole time, and members of the J. Thank you for your time this evening. And really, I want to reiterate a comment that was made in the earlier session. Thank you so much for all of the hard work that everyone is doing here, volunteers and city employees alike across the council and the Planning Commission. I know this is really difficult work, very involved work, and we all appreciate the hard work that's going into building our community together. As the French American School approaches 25 years of operation, we're excited about the future, and we continue to strive to be members of the community and great neighbors to our neighbors in the immediate vicinity. And just to echo other comments, we continue to support whatever the council and the Planning Commission deem is the most appropriate course to create that clarity that we need and to remove the uncertainty that's in the air today so that organization can move forward. We need that clarity in order to be good stewards of the resources that our constituents have entrusted to us, and the community around us needs the clarity to understand how our development and the development of our partners will continue going forward. Thanks for your attention to this matter.
Thank you. Welcome.
I'm Cheryl D'Ambrosio. My family's lived on 3712 East Mercer Way for 40 years. And I come to these meetings as often as I can to remind everyone about safety. It's something that everybody learned about from their parents, and it's something that everybody should hope that is the most important thing you think about when you get up in the morning, when you send your kids off to school, when you do anything. And I want to thank everyone here who is adding that to the value of this activity that you're working on with the changing of the community rules and zoning. That's the first thing. The second thing is as I sat here tonight, I thought, what do I remember from business school is going on here? And I remember in Economics 101 as something that I missed on the first quiz, and I again missed it on the final exam. But you guys passed with flying colors. Let me just read this to you, and that will be it. Sunk cost trap. Sunk cost trap refers to a tendency for people to act irrationally, follow through on an activity that is not meeting their expectations. This is because of the time and or money they have already invested. So it's very difficult for humans to stop and say, yeah, we've spent $1 gazillion, we've made all these meetings, we've done all this stuff. It still doesn't make sense, but let's just keep going. So thank you for not doing that tonight and stopping, even though everybody wants you to move forward and get it solved. Thank you for not following into the sunk cost trap.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Bertland, members of the City Council. I'm Jake Jacobson, a 30-year resident of Mercer Island, currently at 4033 83rd Avenue Southeast. What I didn't come to talk about was what Mayor Bertland brought up was Brian Cairns. I had the privilege of Brian and Sue Cairns being my immediate next door neighbors for 24 years, shortly before they moved to Covenant Shores. And I can say this without fear of contradiction by you or those who go back as far as I do with the Cairns, and that is that Brian was a paradigm example of what service to a community is all about. And I learned a lot about Mercer Island and the things that concern Mercer Island over the back fence in his living room, in my living room, and over a little bit of good wine. So God rest him. I did come to talk about a memorandum sent to the City Council by Robert Medved about a week ago, which contains a memorandum with about 336 pages, if I'm counting correctly, of backup. I commend it to you because I think it's a very, from my observation, a very thorough analysis of how we got where we are with Sound Transit and its colleague Metro. And I strongly recommend taking the respectful suggestion of Mr. Medved to solicit a non-politicized opinion from competent counsel about the points he raised, because they're significant and ones which I think will help the understanding of which will help guide us in the remaining time we have to deal with Sound Transit and the bus intercept and related issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name's Claudia Goodhue. I live at 3449 76th Place Southeast. I am a Mercer Island resident, and I am a mother to 2 West Mercer children. And while I am not one that typically speaks in front of the city council, it is my hope that by being here, my children see that if you feel strongly enough in something, you speak up and you do something about it. And I am here to express my opposition to the bus intercept. So in addition to being a mother, I have been a victim advocate with the Seattle Police Department for the last 15 years. That is, I have worked with children that have been victims of crime. And it's been in that role that I've gained this unique perspective and insight. And I truly believe that a transit center that is not appropriately policed will be a hub for criminal activity. If you place a bus intercept on Mercer Island, you have to increase police resources and plan accordingly. A police force that is financially strained and emotionally drained is not one that I wish for this island. I also have to ask why. Why put the bus intercept on one of the smallest cities in South Lake Washington with little room for expansion? We're an island. The overcrowding and congestion on our infrastructure must be considered. Why wouldn't this be done in South Bellevue, where they have a bigger police force or more room for expansion? Mercer Island should not have to absorb this responsibility. We should focus on the quality of life for Mercer Island residents and its businesses. I feel like, haven't we given up enough already to Sound Transit? Why do we keep giving things away? So I will continue to be vocal about this, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next speakers are Olivia Lippens, Ben King, Ashley Hay, David Albritton, Kelly Weisfield, Jim Weisfield, and Ashley Albritton.
Welcome.
Hello, good evening, Mayor Bertlin, Deputy Mayor Nice, Council. My name is Olivia Lippens, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you again this evening. As you know, I have been an advocate of stopping the bus intercept. I want to start by acknowledging the work that the working group did, and for council for hearing our pleas at last month's council meeting, and for the work that Councilmember Wong and Councilmember Nice did in the working group. We like to be heard, and we recognize that. Thank you. We appreciate the effort, but none of the solutions proposed in the agenda are going to be workable for us. As you know, there has been significant outcry from your constituency that feels very strongly that the bus intercept is wrong for our little community. This bad policy can drastically change the way that we operate in our community, our neighborhoods, and there are so many known and unknown costs and risks. In our opinion, this proposed intercept has the same impact as I-90 did when Aubrey Davis worked to get us a lid park and not hear it, smell it, or see it. Most of the neighbors live here for the unique quality of life that Mercer Island offers. We're asking you to please not trade that away so easily. Please hear us when we say that this policy can reshape the way that this island operates and how the island feels in a multitude of ways. Please hear us when we say clearly that we do not want this. Please hear the collective rage that is growing from the constituency that this would ever be approved in the first place. Please hear and see the disbelief as we learn that what is being proposed and expanded beyond the settlement agreement that is already undesirable at best. This consensus grows daily with each new person who learns of the intercept. Notice all of the new faces that are here tonight, besides for mine. There are many more that you don't see tonight. Neighbors who say no to the intercept grow daily, and there are houses full of folks from all over the island who feel the same way, and many who don't know that they feel this way yet. But I am certain that they will know how they feel before November, which is why your constituency must know where you stand now and needs to see you pushing back on the steamrolling efforts of Sound Transit. We have operated in good faith under the settlement agreement, but still Sound Transit and Metro demand more than is stipulated. All the while, your constituency is fighting this bad deal that keeps growing monthly with Sound Transit's insatiable asks. We arrived at a settlement that made Mercer Island a major intercept somehow from saying that we were just going to be a stop, not a station. And now, here we are looking at thousands and thousands of people, houses to be condemned, no clear cap on how many people are going to be dropped off, and no subsidized costs for first responders to manage the population. We need to either walk away from the settlement agreement or hold the line. And if you defend your constituency, we will come out in gale force of support for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
My name is Ben King, and my husband Sean and I moved here with our 2 sons from Seattle almost 3 years ago. We absolutely love raising our children on Mercer Island. What we love are likely the same reasons that many other families choose to live here. The schools are great, the community is connected and involved,
There are plenty of parks for our kids to play in, and most of all, the security of living in a safe community. What I didn't realize prior to moving here would be how the little details that contribute to the betterment of our children's childhood. Our children are allowed to exert their independence and enjoy the pleasures of being kids. Here on Mercer Island, I feel comfortable letting our kids ride their bikes down the street because there is no excess traffic driving down our street to avoid congestion on the main roads. They have the freedom to play here at the park out of my eyesight, allowing them the autonomy to explore with their friends. Here on Mercer Island, there has been no concern about questionable individuals occupying our parks. We are able to use public restrooms anywhere on the island without worrying about refuse from dubious behavior or even fear of dangerous people in the restroom. If you have a 5-year-old, you will understand how important it is to always have access to a restroom. These were real obstacles in our daily life when we lived in Seattle. We don't believe our children need to grow up in a bubble, but reduced congestion and crime contribute to a better childhood for our children. Mercer Island is not equipped to bear the burden of excess traffic and pedestrians that the bus intercept will bring. It is inevitable that these problems will seep into our neighborhoods. Please help us preserve our exceptional quality of life on the island. It is one of the few places where kids enjoy the pleasures of being kids. Please vote no on the bus intercept.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Ashley Hay. I've lived on the South End for 12 years. I'm here to say something about the bus intercept. First, I'd like to thank you for hearing so many concerns last month and responding to that, and a special thank you to Deputy Mayor Nice and Councilmember Wong for leading the working group and tirelessly working towards a solution this past month. There's no other way to say this. I don't use this term loosely or lightly, but we've got a bad case of bullying on our hands here, and I don't like what I see. I see two strong and powerful entities backing the little guy into the corner, and I just can't stand back and watch it happen. I'm begging you to not let this happen to Mercer Island. We signed a less than ideal settlement in 2017, which was bad enough. Now we've got two enormous tyrants staring us in the face, demanding even more. It's sickening to observe this, and I'm literally begging you to hear this community's concerns and to not let our peaceful and serene community be plowed down by regional giants. It's all around us, and I know we're not the only victims. Just read the recent headlines. 5,300 trees chopped down, homes and businesses destroyed, family restaurants on the chopping block. I know it's happening all around us, but when a perfectly adequate solution exists, we simply cannot allow this community to be trampled over and forever changed for the worse. That alternative is Bellevue. Bellevue has 18 park and rides with more than 2,600 parking spots. Soon, the South Bellevue station will be complete, offering an additional 1,500 parking spaces. Soon, Bellevue will have 19 park and rides total, with over 4,100 parking spaces. They are more than well equipped to handle the purported few bus routes that Metro would like to send here. In contrast to Bellevue's population of about 150,000, we have 25,000 residents. Our park and ride has 447 spaces, not 4,000, 400. It is unfathomable to me why Mercer Island would be an appropriate place for the East Side buses to disembark, turn around, and lay over all day. I know Sound Transit and Metro could care less. They're in the business of moving people and making money, and using our money, the whole region's money, to do it. It's disgusting. I know they don't care, but we care. I care. This is our home, this is our community, and we should stand up for it. I don't envy this difficult position that you're in, but I hope that I can offer encouragement that our community is absolutely behind anybody who would advocate for what's best for Mercer Island. A bus intercept offers zero benefit to Mercer Island while forcing us to assume all of the risk. So I'm asking you to advocate for our community, and I thank you very much for your efforts.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Council. Kelly Weisfield, resident of Mercer Island. Like so many other here, I'm very concerned about the impact that the bus intercept will have on our community. In addition to being a 15-year resident of Mercer Island and having 3 kids in the schools here, in my job as a realtor, I regularly work with people who specifically choose Mercer Island because of our strong schools, parks, community involvement, and safety. In fact, in the past 2 weeks alone, I've helped 2 families with small children leave Seattle and buy homes here. And they chose our community specifically for our way of life and, most importantly, for safety for their children. And they deliberately chose to leave a community that failed to provide or protect those important qualities for their families. I'm seeing this over and over again with people leaving Seattle, and I believe that this bus intercept will directly and negatively impact our desirability as a place to live in King County and our experience that we're having in our community. Please, at a minimum, proactively address what are undoubtedly going to be the issues that will arise when thousands of people are dropped off in the North End District at numbers this city has never seen and is frankly ill-equipped to manage. And whether that's public safety, the congestion issues, or increased resources for law enforcement. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Mayor and council members, my name is Jim Weisfield. I live at 8710 Southeast 85th. I've been a Mercer Island resident for 45 years. This is my first council meeting. And I'm a little bit ashamed by that now that I hear all of our great citizens and what they have to say. I'm here because I'm against the bus intercept, and I thought we were getting a stop, not a station. I was totally unaware of it, and due to some of the recent, outspoken community members, I've become aware of how important an issue this is. My entire family lives on Mercer Island, both my sisters and my parents, north, south, east, and west, and we've all raised our families here. I've raised 6 kids on Mercer Island, and they've always felt safe. Our public safety does an amazing job, and we've never had an issue. And I believe this corridor is way too crowded to add this bus intercept. I've seen the changes on Mercer Island, the development in the shopping center, the compromises we've made with Interstate 90 over the years, losing exits and all the congestion. And I really, truly feel this is going to change our community indefinitely, forever. And it will no longer be safe for my 11-year-old daughters to go down to the Lid Park or the shopping center and walk around. If the numbers I'm hearing are true, or even partially true, and I don't claim to have all the facts, there could be up to 10 or 14,000 people eventually dropped off every single day on Mercer Island. You do the math over a year and you're dropping the entire population of Chicago off on Mercer Island with no clear way for them to get off the island. I mean, maybe they'll take the transit or maybe they won't. We're starting to see the changes in our city. I've seen it in Seattle personally. I don't want to see it on Mercer Island. So my plea to you is, know that there is a groundswell, people like me who have never been here who will come, people who will support you if you push back on sound transit and stick them to the, to the minimum of what we can do, and maybe try and replace this with a better solution. That's what we need. That's what Mercer Island wants. That's who's going to step out and support the council. And so we've got your back if you've got ours, and I appreciate your time. Thanks.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, good evening. Like the first gentleman, it's my first time here, but living in Mercer Island for the past 10 years. My name is David Albritton. Address is 3030 81st Place, Southeast. My daughter's Eleanor. She's in her 3rd year at the French American School, and so that's why I'm here today to discuss that. And we love the school, and she'll be going in the 2nd grade this coming September. And first of all, I just want to thank you for all the work you guys are doing. A lot of great work and just planning and all the discussions and meetings for the past 18 months, 2 years. So I just trust, I'm optimistic that some solution will come out of this because as you know, what doesn't grow dies. So I know that the French school as well as the JCC needs a lot of improvements to those facilities. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else? Oh, yep. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Ashley Albritton. I grew up on Mercer Island, and I'm a resident here now. I've been a FAST community member for 3 years. I love FAST, and I'm immensely grateful for the efforts of the school and the Planning Commission and the city staff for the work in planning the modifications and the expansion plans for the facilities. I'm here tonight to communicate my support of having the Planning Commission and the City Council continue their work to define the best approach to suit the needs of FAST so that the school can continue to evolve and positively impact our community and my daughter and our classmates. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name's Heather Rock, and I live at 445 McGilvra in Seattle. We have been sending our children to the French American School since 2004, so that's 15 years. And it is really a tremendous resource to the community here on Mercer Island. But the school also needs some certainty. You know, they do have a lease that's going to be coming up. I don't know that people really understand how this school really helps the whole Mercer Island community and all the residents. My husband and I, in just the last 5 years, have had hundreds of visits to the restaurants, the pediatricians, the orthodontists, my own general physician. I mean, all of these things take place on Mercer Island, and they support the Mercer Island businesses that I know that all the Mercer Island people want to keep here on the island and not have to go off the island for. So I think the school is just amazing, and it would be really good to have some certainty on what's going on. I also know that your council and the Planning Commission, I mean, you really can't get paid enough for what you do. I know this is really hard, but I would really appreciate just continuing to move on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Daniel Berg. I've been a resident on the island for 14 years, live at 9531 Southeast 43rd Street, just about a half mile south of here. And so as a resident on Mercer Island, I share the interests of my neighbors. And also, my son is here in the audience. He is also a member of the French American School and has attended there for 8 years. And so we share the interests of the French American School and very much value the contributions that the French American School makes to the island and the diversity that it brings. And just ask that in whichever path you choose, and appreciate all the effort that has gone into choosing the right path, but with whatever path you choose, just encourage you to make sure that it's expeditious and predictable and flexible enough to support the interests and the evolution of the French American School. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Amy Lavin. I live at 7835 Southeast 22nd Place. I've lived on the island for about 33 years of my life and now serve as the CEO of the Strom Jewish Community Center. I echo many of the comments that have been made earlier, thanking everyone for the immense amount of time that we've all invested so far, and also support the ongoing effort to identify a very strong path forward for all of us for predictability, flexibility, and clarity for us, our neighbors, and everyone. Our biggest goal, and I will keep saying that, is to work collaboratively with our neighbors in the community to bring forward a great solution for our organizations and whomever else in this community wants to continue to evolve and update their facilities. I'd like to add also that I would, again, appreciate a swift solution. Those of us in the midst of this right now, I speak with city staff frequently about trying to make minor upgrades to our organization, our facility, to support just the ongoing operations that we have. And right now we're kind of stuck for a variety of very small things and upgrades and fixes, and also for our longer term goals of really bringing the J into contemporary design and a facility that we're all thrilled to continue enjoying for the next 50 years. This is our 50th year on the island, and we look forward to continuing to enjoy the next 50. So thank you again for everything, and we look forward to continuing to work with all of you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Eric Thuot, and this is my 10th school year as the head of the French American School of Puget Sound. And we have also an anniversary to celebrate, because FASP is about to celebrate its 25th anniversary. and 20 years on Mercer Island that we proudly call home. Throughout these years, we have received a huge support from Mercer Island community that sees our school as a great addition to the island. Years ago, when we began serious consideration on how to best evolve our property under current zoning, our first priority was seeking the advice of the city and how to best approach this challenge. So the city recommended that the community facility zone, for many good reasons that you've heard articulated today. We supported this approach and respect as well as greatly appreciate all the work that city staff and the Planning Commission have put into this to date. We have done our part and dedicated a lot of resources to this process and will continue to do so. If this is still the right path for the city, we were also prepared to work with the city on the CUP process if that was the preferred approach. We recognize that you have the best and broader interest of Mercer Island in mind, and we simply want clear direction from the city on how the city wants to approach master planning for community facilities in a way that is inclusive, flexible, and predictable. Once that decision is made, we are excited and well prepared to work with the city, our membership, and our neighbors to develop a realistic master plan that works for our property, allows us to be responsive to our neighbors' concerns, and allows for our facilities to evolve to better serve Mercer Island, our community, and the goals of the city. Once again, thank you so much for your hard work, time, and collaboration.
Thank you. Welcome.
My name is Sarah Fletcher, and I live at 2500 81st Avenue Southeast. And I don't know why the FAST don't join up with the MICA, in that MICA has classrooms which won't be used during the day, whereas the French school will need classrooms and they can share that. And the JCC has a lovely theatre that they could possibly use in a way. And also there's no need to change the JCC theatre, which was built just about 5 years ago. It's lovely. And also with the bus intercept, no one wants it. I live right there, and the numbers keep changing. And I don't know what numbers you're supposed to be going off, because every number, they have fact sheets, and the number was 2,000, then the next number's 4,000, then it's 6,000. They don't really know, so what are you supposed to be going off? And JCC say, oh, they're good neighbours, but everyone's been complaining about, the neighbours have been complaining about the bright lights. They've done absolutely nothing about that. So how good a neighbour are they? You know, they've had the chance, people are complaining, they've done nothing. So, you know, it's time they did something, and everyone's complaining about the noise from the freeway, and no one's done anything about that. And WashDOT say, oh no, they're not responsible. So Sound Transit on, then supposedly there's been no environmental impact statement for the light rail operation. So are you going to someone has to make them do one. So who is going to do it? Anyway, thanks.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else? Welcome. Welcome.
Thank you, and thank you, Mayor Bertlin and Deputy Mayor Neese, for all the hard work that you do, all the council members. So I'm here to speak, surprise, on the bus intercept. So I was recently a candidate for city council, and I didn't make it through the primaries, but it was an amazing experience. And one of the reasons that I ran, and one of the opportunities I had, was to make the bus intercept as one of my platforms. When I first dug deep into this about 6-8 months ago, I really saw it as a life-changing event that would affect, as somebody recently just said at tonight's meeting, you know, our community for decades and decades and decades to come. I do think Sound Transit and Metro are being bullies. They have absolutely no reason to care about the community of the island, but you all do. I was fortunate enough to meet with one of the city council members several months ago, and they said, well, we have to negotiate in good faith with Sound Transit and Metro. And I would challenge you to say that you have to negotiate in good faith to the citizens of Mercer Island. You've heard, I don't know, 20 people speak tonight, and I'm sure you're receiving letters daily on their concerns about the intercept and what this is going to do to our community. And if you look at Mercer Island and where the buses are coming in on North Mercer Way and 80th, these are transit streets. And they're going to be dropping passengers off and picking them up on transit streets. If you look at the South Bellevue Park and Ride, they go off of the Bellevue Way, off of a street, and into the Park and Ride. We don't have that. It's going to be, I'll be going on North Mercer Way behind a bus, and it's going to pull over, and then another bus is going to be coming out. It's going to affect our traffic. It's going to affect safety for our community, for our youth, for our senior citizens. There's just, there's some quotes from 2014 and 2015 to two of the council members, I won't embarrass them by pointing them out, that stated at that time that the bus intercept does not do anything for the Mercer Island residents. So I would hope that the council members who stated that, it's in writing, would remember that they stated that and ask themselves, why are they so supportive of it today? Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else? Come on up. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Matthew Goldbach. I'm a resident of Mercer Island, and I want to thank you. I think today's study session was excellent, and I could clearly see that the neighbors have been heard and our concerns are being looked after, and I think that's just wonderful. I hope that in the second iteration of this process, that we come forward with regulations before decisions, taking a look at what it is actually want to do. I hope that the applicants in this instance come forward with what are their numbers, how many of them are there, and how many do they want to be? What kind of density are we looking at? I don't think any of the neighbors, and I don't want to speak for all the neighbors, but I'm a member of the J. I have nothing against the J. French American School is a wonderful institution. My grandchildren go to French school in Paris. Our problem isn't with these institutions. It's potentially with their aspirations. What do they want to be? And what do they want to change our neighborhood into? We need to see that. And I think in previous conversations about concurrent regulations and all those things that you'll be talking about later, if we had done that, we wouldn't be in this position. You wouldn't be in this position. And that's what we need to do now. We need to the applicants need to come forward with what in fact they want to do, and the Planning Commission needs to develop regulations that provide predictability and flexibility. That's all we ask from the beginning. All right? So hopefully the contentious aspect of this is over. I really like to think so. And that we can work together and come to some conclusion and make everybody at least marginally happy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else? Going once, going twice? Okay, public appearances is now closed. Thank you for that. Lots of good input this evening. Next, the audience dwindles significantly. Okay. Yeah. We're going to just pause 10 seconds here and let people leave. Oh, now I'm losing. Okay. All right, council, we're taking a 5-minute break. Okay. 8:29. We had a quick break. And we thank everyone for the public appearances. Next item on the agenda is actually the consent calendar. And tonight it includes payables, payroll, the minutes of the July 16, 2019 regular meeting and the August 1, 2019 special meeting. We have AB 5600, which is the 2019-2021 Fire Collective Bargaining Agreement. AB 5601, Sound Cities Association Public Issues Committee position regarding the King County Charter Regional Committees. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar as presented?
So moved.
Second.
It's first and second, and all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes and consent calendar is approved. So now we move on to the first item of regular business, and that is Agenda Bill 5589, Code Amendment to Update School Impact Fees. This is the first reading and adoption. So welcome, Interim City Attorney Theo Park.
Good evening, Council. I'm back here. Like I said, I would be last year after presenting the same amendment to the school impact fee. This is an yearly exercise where through the interlocal agreement between the city and the school district, when the impact fees were adopted, I believe back in 2015, the school district agreed that every year it would recalculate the school impact fee based on their capital facilities plan, their, I believe, 6-year capital facilities plans. And after they adopt that, sometime around July, they'll send the capital facilities plan, the updated capital facilities plan to the city. And the city, the plan contains the calculation of the new impact fee for single-family residences and per unit for multi-family residences. And once they receive that under the ILA, it's the city's obligation to ensure that the proper impact fee amounts is collected. And the way we do that is by amending our code, which imposes the impact fee on new development. And with that, this year, the school impact, currently the fees per single family residence is set at $4,035.47. And for multifamily residents, it's set at $2,632. The new fees as calculated by the school district would be for after you adopt this ordinance would be $5,843.11 per single family residence and $0 for multifamily residents. Now, I know that it is somewhat strange that the impact fee for the multifamily residents would fall to $0, and according to the school district, the explanation that they provided was that the calculation for multifamily residents impact fee involves a look back on multifamily residence projects that were developed. In this case, last year, when the calculations were computed, Aviera and the Mercer, as well as the Hadley, had been included. Since last year, Aviera and the Mercer, they can no longer be included in the calculation for the multifamily zones, the multifamily residence impact fees, and that's why you see such a significant decrease. And same as last year, the growth projected for the middle school and the high school is pretty stagnant.
Okay, quick question. I think Dave, I'm guessing, has the same question a lot of us do.
Everybody has. I'll ask it for the group. Why are those two properties exempted?
They're not exempted. You can use a project up to a certain year, and I believe that's the amount of years that. And I'm sorry, I don't have how many years that is, but from the time they get built and occupancy begins, and the school district starts to track how many students are coming from each unit of that project and where they're going, whether they're going to the high school, middle school or, elementary school, they can use that information upwards of a set number of years. And after that, they sort of what they call age out, and that the information becomes, I guess, stale for purposes of how they are legally allowed to calculate impact fees. And the school district, every year they do calculate the impact fees through, they have consultants and legal counsel, outside legal counsels that they use to do this. It's upon the school district board to ensure that the calculations were properly made when they adopt the 6-year capital facilities plan.
Is that the Mercer 2? Because the Aviera and the main Mercer, to my recollection, were not built and/or occupied at the same time, but then there was a second phase to the Mercer.
I'm not sure whether that's Mercer
Okay.
1 or Mercer 2.
I think we're getting into the weeds.
School finance, what's that?
Who's smiling? Evan's smiling? Okay. Because I know that our guidance is to nod and say thank you to the school district for doing this. Benson, and then, Bruce. Benson.
Yeah. I know we're acting as in essence, a collection aid, or a pass-through as far as.
Collection agency.
Sorry, change it to a pass-through, as a pass-through. But, Bill, I think it would help me if you can get a little bit more information. Just, again, this whole idea of aging out, it's interesting. You've explained it, and obviously it's not our role to calculate the impact fee. So I appreciate that. But it is interesting, this aging out. So if you can get more information, for instance, you reference a set period of time where you can count these students or, is it statutory? Or, I guess that's the question I would have. What is the guidance? I'm just kind of interested now because it's, obviously you can have very few students during the statutory period or whatever period of time it is. And then once you've aged out, you can have a lot of students for some reason. So anyway, I'm just more or less curious because, it was raised in the agenda bill, and this concept is kind of an interesting one. And if you can get more information and just send it to us. Again, I realize it's not our role to calculate, okay? So I appreciate that.
Absolutely. And, I appreciate you saying that. And, to the extent that the school district provides me with information, I'll definitely send it to the entire council. Thank you.
We did ask if we could have their finance director here this evening. Unfortunately, I don't think he was available. Okay, so with that, we've got Bruce and then Celine.
So I actually didn't have a question. I was just grabbing a cookie and I got into the queue that way. But I'm going to use this moment to move to suspend City Council Rules of Procedure 6.3 requiring a second reading of an ordinance because, end of motion, because this is not, we are a pass-through. We're going to get more information. That's all there is to this, in my opinion. So
second.
So do you guys want to speak to it or you're good?
I've spoken to
Okay.
it.
Council, comments?
So as long as, BO, you're going to collect the answers to questions or not, the question I would have is, we don't update our park and our transportation impact fees hardly ever, and this gets updated every year. Could you just find out why do they have this cadence that we don't?
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Great. Okay, so that's not having a comment. Okay. All right, bummer. I can see where this evening's going. Okay, good. So with that, we have a motion on the table. Any further comment? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes.
I would move to adopt ordinance number 19C-11, amending Mercer Island City Code 19-17070A to change the amount of school impact fees collected by the City of Mercer Island School District.
Is there a second?
Second.
First and second, any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Terrific.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Very good. On you.
So the second item of regular business is Agenda Bill 5596, which is confirm approach to engagement in regional growth and Vision 2050 comments. So for that, we welcome Community Planning and Development Director Evan Maxim. I believe this is a continuation, sort of a formalization of
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I have a short 55-slide presentation for you before you take action tonight.
This is it?
I actually do have the motion on a PowerPoint slide if you'd like that. I don't have any further discussion or items to bring to you as part of the regular business following your study session this morning, or pardon me, this earlier this evening. I'm just fumbling all over the place. I apologize, Council. This is really just memorializing your direction, I think, to Councilmember Wong and by extension, Councilmember Bassett and the Mayor around engagement in these regional conversations. And I'll have that motion up momentarily.
Terrific. Council, any questions while he pulls up the motion or comments? Okay. Evan, before we move forward, I think it would be helpful for the people who might be tuning in just now, if you can perhaps summarize what that approach is.
Thank you, Mayor. So earlier this evening, we described how the region is beginning its conversation around how to best manage anticipated growth, essentially for the time period between 2035 and 2050. We're anticipating about 1.8 million additional people in terms of population, about 1.2 million people in terms of jobs. At the moment, your city staff and members of the City Council are engaged in a number of regional conversations that are intended to provide public comment on a multi-county regional plan known as Vision 2050. That regional plan is prepared by the Puget Sound Regional Council. The flow, if you will, of comments to that plan at the moment travels through the Sound Cities Association to the Growth Management Planning Council, which then comments to PSRC. I did hear direction from the City Council earlier this evening, or guidance, that we also need to prepare a City of Mercer Island specific letter commenting on Vision 2050. This motion here tonight would essentially confirm the engagement by our council and by your staff in this regional conversation. It also confirms that we will be periodically connecting back with the City Council as events warrant, approximately every 3 to 6 months. Is that sufficient, Mayor?
Okay, what I also took away is that the gist of the feedback, not to go into extensive detail, was that we would like to address the issue of local control, financial tools, and then call out the unique character, including topography, infrastructure, et cetera, of Mercer Island, hence the feedback that we provide.
Thank you, Mayor.
I'm seeing two people,
Well,
Bruce and Celine.
I was just curious, where is the mention of the letter that the city's going to submit?
That is not called out explicitly in the motion here tonight. I do understand that as direction effectively you provided to the city manager as part of your discussion. And of course, I follow her direction to me.
And my only clarification is the 3 points you mentioned are exactly right, but they fit within the context of being supportive of the broader agenda that's there. And so those were the only 3 points we were pulling up as specific exceptions feels like too strong a word, but clarifications or points of emphasis that we wanted to include.
I think I would agree. Okay. Sounds like we've had some conversation and some questions. Is anybody ready to make a motion?
I assume this is the same, that this is the same as, okay, I'm going to just read from my thing. Confirm, I move that we confirm the approach for city staff and Mayor Bertlin as SCA Caucus Chair on the Growth Management Planning Council, Councilmember Bassett as Sound Cities Association Board Member, and Councilmember Wong as Sound Cities Association Public Issues Committee Member to engage in the regional growth discussions and comments on the PSRC Vision 2050 plan.
So, first and second, any conversation, discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Terrific. So we're now moving on to the third item of regular business, which is Agenda Bill 5590, Recology Solid Waste Contract Implementation Plan Update. And for that, we welcome Public Works Director Jason. Nope. Okay, I think he's.
No. No, Dave wants it.
All right, so let's see, we've got the Recology team coming in. Time to pass the cookies, okay. And Jason is on his way? Okay, terrific.
That's okay. You know,
You're supposed to put your name tag up.
do you have the clicker?
Fancy.
To turn these all on.
Okay, great. So welcome to Recology. I think some introductions, just again.
Sure. Good evening. John. Jason Kinder, Public Works Director.
I think our mics aren't on.
Check. Check? Just had it? There you go. Good? Okay. Jason Kinder, Public Works Director. Tonight, we have the Recology team here, Kevin Kelly and Elizabeth Sorad, and Ross Freeman from the city to provide an update on the new solid waste contract that is effective October 1st, 2019. We are quickly ramping up as fall is drawing near, and it's a great time for the Recology team to come in and introduce themselves to our city and talk about what's coming to every doorstep in the very near future. So with that, Kevin, I'll turn it over to your team.
Thanks, Jason, and thank you for your time and invitation this evening. Tonight, we just want to give you an overview of the progress of our implementation, provide you with an overview of some of the key contract elements, and we do want to spend a little bit of time discussing the private road waiver issue that I know has drawn a lot of attention, and discuss how we've been responding to that. So quickly, just to, as a reminder, we went through this process back in the winter time, and we're able to sort of introduce ourselves to you at that time. But just again, as a reminder, Recology is a 100% employee-owned company. That means that all of the profit or the money goes back to all of the employees in the form of a supplemental retirement account. It means that we all have a stake in the success of the company, which we're very proud of. Locally, we serve 9 cities currently. Mercer Island will be the 10th city that we service. In total, that's about 130,000 residential customers, 5,000 multifamily customers, and 12,000 commercial customers. So to give you some sense of scale, Mercer Island is just shy of about 7,000 single-family customers and about 150 to 175 commercial customers. So we're very excited to get going. As Jason mentioned, we start on October 1st. So beginning on that day, residents and businesses will see new Recology trucks driving around the city. And And what is new about the new contract? There's a few elements to the contract that we want to highlight. The first of which is something that we're very proud of. It is a local call center. So our call center is just down in Seattle. Our representatives will have some time with drivers and supervisors to come around Mercer Island, make sure they're familiar with key landmarks, neighborhoods, those types of things, so that when a customer calls in, they know what they're talking about. They can orient themselves. They can say where the driver is. We find it to just be a little bit more helpful. We keep that call center open 7 days a week, and on the weekdays, it's open from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. with a dedicated number just for Mercer Island. So Mercer Island residents and businesses can call directly into that number. They don't have to navigate a phone tree, and they'll talk to somebody just down I-90 in Seattle. The call center is also open on the weekends in case that's a better time to ask questions or handle any issues that may arise. So we're excited to be offering that. Another thing, and this is the most visible change that customers will start noticing beginning in September, we will be delivering new carts to everyone. And what we're going to do here is we're going to standardize the cart colors. Right now, if you notice these types of things, and we do, there's kind of a potpourri of carts across households and residences across Mercer Island. So we're bringing a standard 3-bin system with black for garbage, blue for recycling, and green for organics or compost. This is going to help with diversion, communication, and regional standardization. So that's something that customers will notice immediately, beginning in just a few weeks here. One of the service enhancements that is coming forth, this is actually, I think, from our standpoint, a very big service change. Right now, the service schedule is weekly garbage, every other week recycle, every other week organics or compost collection. We're going to move the compost collection to a weekly service. So customers will have the opportunity to bring their yard waste, food scraps to the curb once per week. A lot of customers right now have multiple bins for this service. They may have the opportunity to reduce their bins as a result of this change in frequency. And also, we will be providing new outreach and education programs to businesses, residents, multifamily complexes to help increase diversion, make sure that service levels are right-sized, and that we are doing whatever we can to get materials to the right place. And Lizzie's going to talk more about that in just a few minutes. Okay, so one of the hot topics that I know is on everybody's mind, and this will come out shortly as residents and businesses receive their welcome packet, which will contain a lot of information, some of which has been, I believe, given to you tonight. Rates will be increasing. We've posted up here the residential rates versus the current rate. And there's a couple of factors that go into this. Some of these are things like the service enhancements that we talked about. Some of them are related to the fact that actually a good portion of it is also related to the fact that there's been a reset in the recycling industry, where commodity values from recycling used to provide a certain amount of revenue, but because of this issue with the China sword and the restrictions placed around shipping recyclables internationally, the prices have plummeted pretty dramatically. And so Mercer Island just happens to have been the first city in the region to gone out for a procurement after this situation occurred. And part of what you're seeing here is a response to what's happened in the international marketplace. Part of it also is a reflection of the new service levels. One of the things that we have added up here is what we call the Super Diverter program. This is a new service level. It's a 32-gallon cart once a month. So if you are a customer who feels like you can fit all of your materials into either your food waste and recycling bins over the course of the month, and all you need is a 32-gallon cart once a month, we're now providing that option for those customers who can do it.
The question I have is on the super diverter, can someone order quantity 2 of that so that they're effectively?
We haven't, not at this time. That's something we would have to talk about.
That's a soft no?
That's a soft no.
That's a soft no.
Soft, yeah.
Okay.
And just to give you a sense of scope and scale, between the 32-gallon and the 64-gallon, that makes up about 75% of residents on Mercer Island. So 3/4 of the population is going to fall in one of those two areas. In addition to the welcome packets that are forthcoming and that will highlight some of these things, we find that with a new contract, what really grabs people's attention is their first bill. The first bill will hit in November, and we bill quarterly. So these are 3-month billing cycles, and the rates you see here are monthly. So essentially, you can multiply these by 3, add in taxes and fees, and that's what you'll see on your bill.
One quick question. I know you gave us this the last time you were here, and I just can't remember it. A few residents have their own bins that they've purchased. Can they continue to use those, or are they obligated to use the one that you guys provide?
So as long as our truck can handle the bin, we'll be able to use it. And chances are, given the type of equipment that we're using, we'll be able to handle it. But we would envision that or prefer that only to be in an extra situation. So if, as an example, a customer is given one bin for each commodity and they need extra yard waste and they use their own private bin for that, that's probably going to be okay. Where we'd prefer not to see that is if they're using that as their primary cart.
I'm thinking of a little bit of the waste component, that you've got some folks that have their own sort of flip lid bins that are working today, and they end up with like, okay, now I have an extra garbage can, I have to throw one out. So I don't know if there's a way to incorporate those ones that are suitable for your trucks and whatnot.
So where it's a private bin, they'll be left on site, and it will be up to each customer to decide how they use it. But they will be given replacement bins, and the current provider, it's up to them to decide what they do with those, whether they put them back into inventory elsewhere or have them recycled. That's up to them. But what will happen in September is that there will be a crew that goes out, and they will essentially follow the garbage route, and once the bins are emptied, they'll pull the old ones out and replace them with the brand new ones. Okay, so private roads. I will admit that we stumbled on this issue. We sent a letter out to a large portion of residents as a kind of an overzealous reaction to a provision of the contract and the scale and number of residents who actually live on private roads in Mercer Island. It's about 25% of all roads are private roads on Mercer Island. And we should have done a better job of our outreach and communication in this regard. One of the things that we did do was we really listened to the feedback. We heard it. We've responded and I think adjusted accordingly. We've taken a much more tactical approach to how we want to determine the safety and reliability of these roads. That's always been on the forefront of our mind when we sought a liability waiver regarding the private roads. So we revised our approach, and really where we're at after visiting every single private road on Mercer Island, and frankly, every road on Mercer Island, is that seven really stand out to us because of the existing conditions on those roads. And these are roads where deterioration will occur whether our trucks drive on them or not. What we would like to do with the people who live on those roads and who own those roads is to work with them to just make that clear, that we want to send our trucks down these roads. We want to provide a great level of service. We don't want carts to be, dragged all the way up a hill. But if a road deteriorates further, we don't want to be held liable for that. There are 2 roads that have bridges on them with no weight rating. We'd like just a little bit more clarity on that. In the meantime, we're gonna service all customers as we normally would until we get that information. But we would like it just from a safety perspective to make sure that we can provide that comfort to our drivers and those who work for the company to make sure that what we have there is sufficient. As we do this, we are continuing outreach with those who are possibly affected, and we'll work closely with the city to make sure that anything goes out to them is reflective of their situation and whether or not a waiver will be required or if we need to make adjustments to service. But I have a couple other examples of photos. This is the type of thing we see where the condition is such that after a heavy rain and then a freeze, this type of condition will deteriorate again, regardless of whether our trucks travel on them or not. Some significant potholes and things like that like I said, will worsen whether our trucks travel down there or not. We just want to make sure that there's some clarity and boundaries about us not making it worse.
I think we're going to have some council questions on this one, and I would certainly start out by saying, what happens if you can't reach an agreement? And, you said with the owner, it's usually owners, plural.
Yes.
So what is the process there? And, frankly, if I were in some of those residents' homes, I would probably say, yeah, but Republic is doing it right now. Why the Delta? So can you help us understand, what this resolution process is going to look like, and, what kind of certainty or lack thereof, what kind of soft no you might be delivering to some of them? Because, clearly this is something they're going to be looking to the city to respond to or engage with to represent their interests.
Sure, absolutely. And what I would say is we are going to provide service without question for at least the first several weeks of the contract. We want to make sure that that this doesn't create any type of hiccup or interruption. I think just because something may have been done in the past doesn't mean that it might not be the right path forward in the future. What we're looking for just is a little bit of clarity based on the contract. If there is a dispute, the contract it actually directs us to work with the city to iron out the details. And we've had a number of conversations on this topic, and we're confident that we will be able to reach any resolution that we need to make sure that we're providing adequate levels of service to every customer on Mercer Island.
I'll also say, yes, the city recognizes the issue here. Our teams continue to work through this issue. Our legal teams continue to work through the waiver. We have heard from the residents, and we are working to, if there is a waiver that needs to be used, to have it as the minimum threshold possible per the contract. That said, this is not new territory for us. Even with past service for the public, there have been private roads that have been resurfaced in the past where we've had collection issues, and we've had to work through the dialogue with the residents and with the service provider to work through those issues. 7 or 9, actually, with the 2 bridges. That's a much more palatable number to work through. It's something that's active and ongoing, and the first piece is reaching out to the residents and meeting with them and starting to work through this issue collectively. I think it's a good step in the right direction. The recology is not going to impact service as we continue to work through this. and I'm confident that we will find a resolution to it.
Benson?
Well, I'm sorry, well, first of all, I want to thank Recology for doing a tighter, more strategic assessment as far as the scope of the private road waivers. I mean, it wasn't rolled out as well as I'm sure as you guys would have liked, and so, but I really appreciate that it's come down to potentially 9 roads that are impacted. I guess I'm not, as I'm listening to both of you, Kevin and also Jason, I don't get the sense, I'm still not clear, frankly, what happens. You know, I get it that service is not going to be interrupted for at least 2 weeks, maybe a little bit longer, and pending that basically pending a resolution with the private, the homeowners. And so, to answer, you haven't answered the mayor's question as far as what happens if you don't get there. I mean, you have a process, so I guess Recology is going to work with the city. The city's going to reach out to the homeowner, but then what? I mean, if there's still not a resolution, I guess I'm not sure exactly what the end game is.
I can't envision us not getting to some type of agreement, and if we can't, then there's a level of risk that we're going to have to deal with in order to serve customers.
Okay, so okay. Well, it sounds like you're willing to assume some risk, and with the idea that service will not be interrupted, I guess. That's what I'm hearing. Okay.
And again, I'll just reinforce the fact that we have had issues with this in the past. It's been a one-off from time to time, but it has happened, and we have had to work through these situations, collecting service on private roads before. I am confident that we will get there as well. We do not want to impact service to any customer. We recognize that Republic has been doing this for many, many years. It is a change, but change can't always, sometimes it's unavoidable. In this case, this is part of the process. We're working through it. We're taking our lumps along the way, and we're learning from them. And I think that we will find a resolution to this situation.
Salim?
2 quick questions. The waivers that did get signed and returned to you, did those all get sent back?
Those were all returned to the 312
The non-lawyers that signed them?
Yeah. Yes.
The second question was, the commodity value in the recycling is going to come back to the city of Mercer Island, or to the residents of Mercer Island to buy down their rate in the following year.
Sorry, go ahead, yeah.
Do you have any advice or thoughts on, like, how are you going to educate citizens to make the most out of that mechanism? What have you done outreach-wise? What will you do outreach-wise to really make sure the valuables are going in the right place and the non-valuables are not going there?
Sure. So part of that actually starts with the carts. Right now, there are some carts that they're all the same color, no matter the commodity. And so by clearly identifying, this color is for this commodity, that's a start. I mean, it sounds simple and basic, but it's very important that actually there's been a number of studies on this that show that having the right cart color is important to reducing contamination. Lizzie's going to talk in a little bit about some of our efforts on outreach and education, but among the things we do are we do MRF tours, that's tours of our recycling facility. We have an artist in residence program where we allow artists to have access to any of the materials at our facility. We pay them a stipend, and they put on an art show. It's actually coming out the first Thursday in September if anyone's interested. And so we try and take a different approach because it's in our DNA as a company to divert materials from the landfill. That's our mission, that's our vision. We want to do it the right way, and this China issue has really brought that to light. So we do intend to make it clear that as values increase as a result of reduced contamination, that there's a direct correlation to rates in the city here.
Look forward to that.
Carry on.
All right, thank you. All right, so related but separate is the types of trucks we will be using. So you'll notice different types of trucks being used here in the city of Mercer Island. The primary truck we will use is a front-end loading style truck, which you see in the biggest picture there. That type of truck will have a 3-yard bucket on it that's in the front and low. It's in front where the driver can see it. Part of our efforts to reduce contamination, we're switching to this style of truck so that the driver could see what's being dumped every time rather than halfway down the body of the truck. So they'll take about 6 carts, fill up the bucket, and then dump the bucket overhead. It's a bigger body, so they can be more efficient. It's lower cycle times. And so we're really looking forward to deploying that truck for a number of reasons here. So that will be the primary truck used. But then as we do get into the tighter areas, of which there are several, we have different styles of trucks. So on the top there, you see what we call a limited access vehicle. That's a truck that's not uncommon for us to use in other cities for tighter spots, narrower roads. So we'll be deploying that style of truck as well. And then we're still trying to settle on a name for the truck on the bottom, but that's even tighter, more compact than the limited access vehicle. So there are some spots that are really tight where we'll be deploying an even smaller truck to make sure that we can access every possible nook and cranny that we need to. So we're excited to be deploying this equipment and getting it going. Our drivers will start training here in just a few days. They'll be driving around in pickup trucks, getting to know their routes, getting comfortable with what they'll be doing and seeing, and ready to go live on October 1.
Celine?
There'll be a poll on Nextdoor tonight about that truck and the name. Just keep an eye out for it.
It's a great idea. Well, so I'm going to turn it over to Lizzie, and she's going to walk you through kind of what we've been doing on the community outreach side, and what we'll continue to do, and maybe shine some additional light on the contamination reduction.
Before she goes in, I'll just make note too, the small truck, the ice cream truck is how it's being referred to. That was not part of the proposal. So we're talking about how we're addressing the private road waivers. That is directly tied to Recology recognizing the issue at hand and ordering this truck after the fact. That's after the council awarded the contract to Recology as in direct response to serving these private roads. So that's a significant investment and commitment to this community. So I think it's important to note that that is a new truck that's being acquired to serve our community.
All right, so now let's get to the fun stuff. One thing we know for sure, good communication is key for a successful transition. Earlier this year, we began engaging with the community, and the first event that we attended was the Mercer Island Half Marathon. It was a great event. We participated as runners and walkers with our families, and we were also a sponsor. This summer, we have been sending out communication to Mercer Island businesses and residents, notifying them of upcoming service changes. At the same time, we've been present within the community. We attended a farmer's market in June, and we will be attending this upcoming farmer's market this Sunday. In September, we plan to continue our community engagement, including the events listed on the slide. I did want to highlight, we will be presenting for the sustainability ambassadors, not only about service changes, but we will do a what goes where training workshop. So to address the contamination issues or any rare recycling questions that the audience may have. We look forward to sponsoring the Mercer Island Art Uncorked event and the Doo-Wop and Daisy event at the community center. As I mentioned, we have mailed out communication to the community about upcoming service changes. In May, we sent out a welcome postcard introducing ourselves to the community as their new service providers effective October 1st. In tandem, our customer service line and website went live. To date, we've had over 400 customer service calls and over 5,000 website visits. In June, we mailed out information about weekly compost collection and private roads. In July, our operations team have begun conducting the residential site visits. And lastly, earlier this month, we placed an ad in the Mercer Island Reporter. You can see an example of the ad on the screen. And we mailed out an updated communication regarding private roads. As we approach our collection start date of October 1st, customers will notice an increase in communications from Recology. In September, customers will receive their welcome packets, which will contain comprehensive service information, which includes rates, collection calendar, and e-billing. You have an example of some of our pieces from our residential welcome packet for your reference. Customers will also receive new containers throughout the month of September. As Kevin mentioned, black for garbage, blue for recycling, and green for compost. Also in the month of September, Recology staff will be visiting all sites of the island and contacting customers to verify service and account information.
Just a quick question. So customers for just a couple weeks will have 2 sets of carts?
No,
that-
they shouldn't. The way we've designed it, and actually we've worked well with the current hauler on this, and we're sharing a vendor to essentially follow their routes during the month of September. So as soon as the current carts are emptied, they'll pull those, put them into a truck, and they will replace them with the new carts. So
Okay,
there shouldn't be any overlap.
So they'll replace them with carts of equal size and the ones that they picked up and.
Yes, and one of the things that we do as a part of this process is that we verify service levels. So sometimes there is a mismatch between a service level that a customer might have been receiving over the years, whether to their benefit or not. And so there may be instances where a customer might be surprised that their cart doesn't match what they've had, because that's not what they've had on their account. We try and iron that out as best we can, but sometimes there's a disconnect there. That just kind of happens over several years.
Bruce?
I have no idea how many other folks might have the situation, but I do, and that is that I've got 2 compost bins, but on a 2-weekly basis. That means a compost bin a week, and so naturally I'm going to be thinking go to 1 compost bin because I'm going to have weekly service. If that's true of a lot of folks, seems to me you're going to get a lot of those people thinking like I am, which is, okay, I got to call you and change my level of service, although it's kind of going to be the same as it is today.
Right, and I think that's something that you'll have to decide what works best for you. Probably, I would suggest that if you're filling up 2 carts every other week, you'll be able to get by with 1 cart on a weekly basis. I should note that during the month of September, we are having a what we call a blackout, where essentially, because we're changing these carts and because we're doing a final data import, we're saying no service changes during the month of September. So if you wanted to go from a 96-gallon cart to a 64-gallon cart, we're just asking that you wait until service officially begins from September into when we start in October. That way we can have consistency and make sure that we're providing you with the right carts, and we don't sort of overload an already active time.
So I think you're answering my question, but I'm just going to ask it anyway, and then you can confirm it. So you would prefer that I go ahead and let them swap the 2 for 2 rather than call in advance and say, only give me 1?
unless you want to do that like in the next 10 days.
Okay, okay.
So, yeah, so the answer is, if you want to change your service level, the best thing to do is to call Recology sooner than later, preferably before the Labor Day weekend, so that they can note that in their system. Because when September hits, that's when the data that we're getting from Republic to make all of the swap has to be true. And if there's service level changes happening that time, we're going to run into some issues. So service level change would be now.
It does seem to me that you're going to run into a situation where, as you get closer to the change, it's going to be the time that people naturally say, okay, I need to reevaluate this and tweak it. And you're going to then say, sorry, can't do it until next month. And they're going to say, well, that wasn't very nice. So just commenting on what might be a natural set of events that happens.
Kevin, I want to clarify. The trigger for what somebody gets, is it going to be what is in Republic's billing system?
Yes.
Or is it going to be the cards you collect?
We try to verify the correct service level. So where we notice a discrepancy, and we've spent the past several months driving around, literally two people in a car making notes, and where there is a discrepancy, we try to adjust for that. But it's possible that something gets missed in that. The primary information, the primary data that we use in all of this is the existing Republic Services data. We try and marry that up with what we're physically seeing on the street. Sometimes there's still a
So
discrepancy.
there is no active ask, what do you want from Republic? People are going to get what they're paying for with the prior hauler.
That's correct.
And because you're going to collect 3 yard waste from my house, do I need to do something? Because I don't think I'm paying for 3 yard waste. I think they're all free, right? So I think there's some confusion going to come out of this.
Potentially, and because if it'll be situation dependent if you have one-off situations like that. But part of the impact of this is that it should clean up and really right-size service levels.
I don't want to put you on the spot, but you might want to crispen this up a little bit because this sounds really, truly confusing.
Okay.
I'm going to agree with that, because I think part of it is when we say people need to let us know within 10 days, unless they're watching at 9:21 on Tuesday night, I don't see the mechanism for them to have that information. So, I'm going to look at both Recology and city staff and figure out how you get this out there and how you get it landed. And then subsequently, we know what time of year it is. It's take those last few days of vacation before school starts. Sure. So I have concern there in terms of more bumps in the road. The other thing is I get your point that there's certain exceptions, but I'm guessing that there's so many different variations that are going to be out there, particularly because the green garbage has been essentially free. We have, for example, there's a residence in our neighborhood, and that's all they put out is the compost. They don't have a contract with Republic. So how are they going to find out? How are they going to know what to put out when? Because they don't technically have a contract.
So we have actually run into some of those situations where we have found customers who haven't been in the data that we have received. And so we are working with those that we identify. That's part of us doing a physical inventory of every house that we see on Mercer Island. And so we are working with those customers to identify their service levels and make sure that we have everything we need from them.
Wendy.
So one thing we might want to do is really publicize your September 25th open house. Get that through every communication channel, Ross, that we possibly can. Maybe Dan Thompson will put it on next door for us. I also want to say thank you for all your community outreach already, because I'm hearing a lot of good news already. And I know a lot of people have unique situations here, but I think the majority of folks are going to get it. You're going to replace one trash can or recycle bin or compost with another. I'm pretty standard. I have 3 bins. I expect 3 bins the week before October 1st. So I'll say thank you in advance for that customer service line that's dedicated to us. I think you're going to get a ton of calls, and I appreciate you two working together to make sure that the city side and the Recology side are as smooth as possible for as many people as possible, as soon as possible.
Celine. Oh, sorry, and then Dave.
So this question comes from our only viewer at home. Will our current service day under Recology remain the same as Republic, i.e. Monday stays Monday? And what happens if weekly service can't happen because of snow? Can we leave 2 containers the following week and not be charged extra?
So on the first one, that is a soft yes. For the majority of customers on Mercer Island, there won't be a service day impact. For some, for about 30%, there will be a service day change. So those customers will be seeing a notice come through, several notices actually. One, they'll get a postcard that says your new service day is, and it will say the day in big letters on the postcard. Also, in advance of the first week of collection service, they'll receive a robocall saying, as a reminder, your new service day is, and it will, remind them when to put their cart out at the curb. So we're going to try and make sure that we communicate with those customers at least a couple of times to make sure that they know when their new service day is. With regard to the snow, after the winter we just had, I'm understanding there won't be any snowstorms again. No, our intention is that we always provide service when we can safely do so. If we can't, due to inclement weather, we will either push service day out one day for all customers, so a Tuesday customer goes to Wednesday and then into Saturday and so on. If conditions are bad enough, then it would be pushed 1 week to the same service day with extras being collected.
Dave.
Yeah, I think we're trying to help you, which is not our strong suit usually, and the compost thing, just mathematically, if we're doubling the number of pickup days, then we would have the number of bins, right? It seems like that's a fairly logical thing. And so if I take Bruce's example, it feels like there should be some kind of either we proactively say, hey, you're getting double the service, you get half the number of bins, or you have the ability to go on the interwebs and fix it yourself. But if I'm hearing you right, he's going to get 3 compost bins that he won't be able to use, and then he's going to have to call you later and say, hey, pick up 1 or 2 of these because I've got enough service that I don't need that volume. So it feels like there's just we've been trying to chip away at it, but like a proactive way to save you guys a little bit of trauma, and probably the end user is saying, I told you the new service, they didn't know what I needed anymore.
Yeah.
So in June, we did mail out a compost modification letter informing individuals that their service collection for compost will be changing to weekly and that they may require fewer carts. And we do have a webpage dedicated to that as well that we will work on promoting more with the city.
So he could select, like I'm trying to get down to the tactics of it, he can select, I want 1 cart now on the website?
It would prompt them to call customer service. And customer service has a running list of individuals from the community that have called in and requested fewer compost carts.
Okay, because it does feel like you'll end up with 100% of the residents having too many carts right off the bat, just logically.
Yeah, I think it's a very valid point raised by the council. It's something that we'll work with the Recology team to tighten up as we move forward. Time is of the essence, so we're actively meeting and we'll work through this as well. It's good feedback.
Just sort of following up on that, I actually was talking to one of your folks at Recology, because the neighbor has, certainly like during the fall, when you have all the leaves, you're easily going to fill up, or you could easily fill up more than 1 bin, right? I mean, you can fill up 2 bins for a month at a time. So can you change your service delivery periodically? I mean, and how often?
So yes, you can do that. What is it? One time per year delivery and removal based on seasonal adjustments. So if you have a heavy leaf load in the fall, for instance, and would require extra bins, we can deliver those for a period of time and then remove them if you no longer need them. So that is something that we do offer and provide, recognizing that need exists.
So in other words, if I need it from September 15th until November 15th, I can arrange that.
Yeah. At the risk of probably saying something I regret I said, but should I not just keep one of my
I think you're using your elected power for personal
green
gain.
bins in the backyard, not put it out when they get collected, and then when it comes time to put out a spare bin, I put that out and just pretend like it was my own bin, and you charge me for picking up 2 bins rather than.
Wow, wow, I don't know about that.
Because you did say you'll pick up.
You'd be
privately
charged
owned.
for an extra collection.
I'd be charged for an extra collection, but
Yes.
you're otherwise, if I understood correctly, if I have 2 bins and they're 2 recology bins, I'm gonna get charged weekly whether I put out 2 bins or not. I'm gonna get charged. Is that not correct?
Right.
Right, so I'd much rather have 1 recology bin and 1 of my own bins that I'm going to only put out in the fall, and then I don't have to call you and ask for a bin to use for leaf season.
Correct.
Okay.
And also, there's a service charge that comes with having additional bins of $2 per month. So you would be saving on that expense, and it would be as you need it basis.
Okay.
I
Thank you.
think that Dave has made an excellent point, and that is we are trying to help. We are very much trying to be constructive.
No, we appreciate it, really.
But, lest we go down the 25 different scenarios, I think the examples that have been provided have probably highlighted some elements where communication and pricing and all that other good stuff probably needs to be addressed. So I think there's general consensus up here that we don't want to continue down the path that we are right now of, how many questions can we ask? But to get to the essence of what might remain in terms of the presentation. I think, Jason, too, at the end, I'm going to ask council if they would like to have feedback probably at September 4th about how we're doing this and outreaching to the community about all this stuff. But do we have much more to go?
We have educational resources. At Recology, we believe in order to put resources to their best and highest use, our customers have to be well informed. We are thrilled to offer a suite of educational programs and resources. This includes, but not limited to, recycling facility tours for those in the community who are interested in learning about the recycling process. For Mercer Island residents, they will now be able to drop off hard-to-recycle items such as styrofoam, batteries, textiles, and more at the Recology store in Issaquah's Gilman Village. They will also be able to receive in-person customer service support from our recycling experts. In addition, we offer on-site technical assistance for businesses and apartments and offer student educational programs. Our school programs are designed and support existing curriculum. For example, we provide a story time and a dance for preschool-aged students. As I mentioned, we have a very comprehensive list of outreach, and I'm happy to dive into it a little bit more if you're interested. As I mentioned, Recology will be present in the Mercer Island community throughout the month of September. We will have an outreach booth at this upcoming farmers market this Sunday, as well as dates throughout September. We are sponsoring and participating in an outreach booth at the Doo-Wop and Daisies event at the Community Center on September 12th. And last but certainly not least, we are hosting a community open house on Wednesday, September 25th from 5 to 7 p.m., where residents of all ages can come and learn more about their services, meet with Recology representatives, and check out one of their new collection trucks.
Great, Benson.
I'm just curious whether or not you've reached out to the school district to see if there's things that you guys can offer, or, taking a tour of the facility would be fascinating. I would think maybe for students would be really interesting. So anyway, if you haven't reached out to the school district, it might be something to consider. So.
We are in the process of figuring out a date to meet with them. Yep.
Okay.
Another viewer question, just a quick one. Can we continue to put our paper yard waste bags for an additional fee? I'm sure the answer is yes.
Yeah, it would just be an extra
$3.
fee. Yep.
According to this. And then can you give out the number and the date that people need, the phone number and then the date by which they need to call to change whatever service level configuration you guys have that
Yes.
they may not want?
So if individuals can call us by September 1st if they want to modify any of their current existing services, that would be fantastic. The number to call, and I don't-
Monday through Sunday?
any day just where our customer service line is open.
Does that include, so that includes the weekend?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So the number is 206-381-6980.
Okay, so to be clear to our two viewers, call that number before September 1st
Yes.
and make sure you're getting what you want.
Yes, or email us at mercerisland@recology.com, and our customer service is actively looking for emails that come through.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, I will just point out that certainly you've probably seen, we've done a lot of communication in conjunction with Recology, and I've developed a quick summary here of how many times we've reached out already, but there'll be a lot more to make sure that we maximize the city's channels for sure. And as much as we can, getting people to be aware of this, we'll be doing that.
Okay. Council, any further questions? All right, well, thanks for coming.
Thank you all for your
Appreciate
time.
it's 9:30 on a Tuesday night, so.
Thank you to all of you. Really,
All
really
right.
appreciate it. Good feedback and good questions. Very helpful.
Okay.
We'll get you the name for that truck.
Okay, council. It's our final item of regular business tonight, which is, flip to that page. Yeah, which is Agenda Bill 5595, the Bus Intercept Working Group update. Obviously, we heard a lot of feedback on it tonight at appearances, so we look forward to hearing more.
All right, good evening. Jason Kinder, Public Works Director. Thank you. So, yeah, tonight AB 5595 is to provide an update regarding the bus intercept and the work to date that's been completed by the working group. We're also here to solicit feedback from the council regarding the proposed alternatives, receive direction on where to focus our improvements regarding the future bus intercept, and provide an update regarding the outcomes of the conversations we've had with the Sound Transit, Metro, and WashDOT. Just real quickly, a little background. Sound Transit is a regional transit authority responsible for providing high-capacity transportation system per the RCW. ST is the legal transit authority to implement the transportation system. You'll recall that in 2008, ST2 was approved by Mercer Island voters with a 58% yes vote, which provides for the East Link rail station to be constructed here on Mercer Island. As we can all see, it's well underway and expected to begin operation in 2023. Once it becomes operational, Sound Transit will no longer provide regional bus service between Mercer Island and Seattle. All light rail stations, including Mercer Island, will include a bus rail integration as a necessary part of the transit operations. At the last council meeting in July, the council requested that a working group be formed to reassess the bus intercept configuration provided by Sound Transit Metro, which you see down below is the roundabout at 77th. The roundabout at 77th is consistent with the settlement agreement on the preferred configuration location. The working group includes Deputy Mayor Nice, Councilmember Wong, the Mercer Island Police and Fire Chiefs, or their deputy chiefs, the Assistant City Engineer, Sustainability and Communications Manager, and myself. We also hired the consultant team, which includes modern traffic consultant Scott Kuznicki and KPG. The working group was specifically tasked to evaluate configurations based off the concerns about the loss of the intersection capacity, concerns about pedestrian volume, pedestrian safety, and specifically the volumes crossing North Mercer Way, as proposed by the configurations provided by Sound Transit Metro. Reassess the configurations to improve bicycle safety, landscaping, and ultimately address public safety concerns about crime. Since July 16th, the working group has met 4 times. Our works included assessing the 77th Avenue configuration and potential other configurations. Specifically, timing, spatial constraints, operational movements, and other challenges were all contributing factors and possible solutions. The criteria in which we evaluate potential configurations had to meet the configurations, conceptually meet the configurations and operational requirements provided by Sound Transit Metro. With those targets identified, the working group identified one new possible option known as the 80th Ave hybrid option. The 80th Ave hybrid option is loosely based off of the 80th configuration that was proposed in the April 2017 SEPA addendum, which is here, the image is here on the screen. The reasons for evaluating the 80th Ave hybrid option included providing efficient traffic flow, maintaining intersection capacity, it consolidated pedestrians, it consolidated the pedestrian crossings across North Mercer Way. It allowed for future bike improvements along the park and ride frontage. It consolidated the geographic area, which helped address the crime concerns and public safety concerns. It eliminated the need for eliminated the need for property acquisition. So with the roundabout configuration at 77th, as we know, 2 properties are being impacted to implement the roundabout. The 80th design was included in Sound Transit's FEIS and the SEPA addendum, aligning with Sound Transit's proposed timeline. And ultimately, the 80th configuration, the hybrid option that was designed, kept regional buses out of the town center. On the screen is what the 80th hybrid option looks like. Just to walk you through this conceptual design, the buses would get off on the 80th Avenue off-ramp. They would take a right and then a hard left into the bus intercept area where they would drop off and either pull it over into a layover space. If a layover space wasn't available, they would use the roundabout at 80th and 27th, come back around north on 80th, take another hard left back into the bus intercept area and find a layover bay or pick up their passengers. Everything was confined to the 80th overpass area. This hybrid option includes the roundabout at 80th and 27th. This conceptual is designed strictly based off of trying to identify potential solutions that met our criteria and fit within Sound Transit and Metro's operational and spatial needs. Staff met with Sound Transit Metro and WashDOT on August 13th to talk about the conceptual design. And in that meeting, 2 fatal flaws were identified by those agencies. One being the turning movement for the left-hand turn into the 80th Avenue bus intercept area was too tight. And ultimately, when it's too tight, it narrows our space requirements down for PEDs. And this PED space is too narrow as PEDs enter into the East Link station. Additionally, the layover space that we have configured on the 80th Avenue hybrid option does not include 4 bus layover bays, which when we met with Sound Transit, Metro, and WashDOT, that was a requirement that was identified that this configuration does not meet. So therefore, the hybrid option is not a suitable alternative. Before we left, we had to pitch one more idea, and that was to include a double roundabout. We're calling it option V2. In this design, the roundabout would be installed at 80th and 27th. Buses would work in the same configuration, but instead they would have bus layover spaces along the north side of North Mercer Way, as well as the south side of North Mercer Way. And they would use the double roundabout to operate between the layover bay spaces, the pickup, and the drop-off areas. So just to orient everyone, the orange space to the south side of North Mercer Way, furthest west, would be the drop-off zone. You would have 2 layover bay spaces in front of it. Along the 80th frontage, the purple area, would be the pickup zone. The buses would make the roundabout at 80th and 27th, take a left onto 80th, and there would be 2 additional layover bays on the north side of North Mercer Way. Early indications with Sound Transit, Metro, and WashDOT would This option could be attainable, but there's some caveats to it. One big caveat is the financial cost to install the roundabout at 80th and 27th. I'll go back. In order for the roundabout to fit at 80th and 27th, there would have to be it would either have to shift slightly to the north to fit within the intersection, or there might be, there's potential for some minor property impacts along the southwest side near the Chase Bank property to install the roundabout as currently designed here or proposed here.
And just to clarify that means shifting 27th to the north, the whole street, so to align 27th with the roundabout that is further to the north. So it's not just a small thing, it's significant cost.
Correct. So in order to, as Deputy Mayor Neese pointed out, in order to shift that roundabout to the north, the alignment for 27th would actually have to adjust as well. It has to do with how cars enter the roundabout and navigate around the roundabout. That's a significant cost. Other potential impacts of the other potential impacts include just the frequency of the bus movements between the two roundabouts, right? So although we're creating two roundabouts and it operationally would potentially work, it's likely that we would be increasing the bus movements along 80th and North Mercer in that circular pattern. Additional impacts include the 80th Ave overpass landscaping design, and as currently proposed in the conceptual, we haven't addressed the designated public safety entrance for the East Link. That's something that we would have to take into consideration. Other components that impact the V2 option are the uncertainty and timing of bringing this design up to the 60% design pace. Sound Transit is moving quickly on 77th. They're moving towards a 60% design to be complete later this fall. And there would be substantial work necessary to bring this design up to that pace. Additionally, as was pointed out, because, I'll go back to the drawing, because the roundabout is in the intersection of 80th and 27th, that was an area outside of the Sound Transit FEIS and STEPA process. So in other words, in order to install that roundabout at that location, we would have to go through the permitting process separately, which also has time associated to it, time impacts associated to it. Another pitfall.
I think, Bruce, did you want to jump in now, or?
So you're not selling it in a very compelling way, so I'm thinking it may be dead on arrival, but could you go back to the overview and with a laser pointer take us through the bus flow that we would nominally see with this? I'm a little bit confused about what that is.
Okay, so
I'm on the wrong screen. Yeah, it's not showing up there.
Yeah, I don't think it works up here.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
So buses would come off the off-ramp. They would take a right onto 80th and take a left, head north on North Mercer, around the roundabout, and then drop off here on the south side of North Mercer Way. If there was a layover space, as we know per the letter from Metro, the buses at the end of a revenue run have to have a mandatory layover time. I lost my pointer. So therefore, the two layover bays here, north of the drop-off area, could be used as layover space. If that space was available, the bus would pull into one of those layover bays while they did their layover time. They would then pull out, take a right on 80th, progress through the roundabout at 80th and 27th, circle back, and take a left on North Mercer, circle around, and come back and pick people up at the 80th pickup area. Go ahead. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Oh, thank you. As Michael's pointing out, they would make a loop if they had two layover bays were full, because they would have to come over to this layover bay space here. That's a good point. So off, around, drop off, layover, pick up. To get onto the freeway, they go around the roundabout and turn right, heading eastbound on 990.
Thank you. Jason, one of the things that I want to make sure the public and the council gets out of this is the amount of technical expertise that went into trying to solve all the problems that we identified. I'm not suggesting that this is that. This is certainly the product of that process, but can you talk a bit about the collaboration, the amount of meetings that occurred, the phone calls between Metro and Sound Transit, the working group, the traffic engineers? And then I'd also ask if you could have Scott come down and just give his view of what this mechanism is doing. I think that his perspective is, it's a technical perspective, and I think the council needs to hear it.
Sure, why Scott comes down and addresses that. So four meetings with the working group, lengthy meetings, all 2 hours in duration or so, involving many staff, as I identified earlier, the police chief, the fire chief, members of the public works staff, the city manager's office. Every iteration and discussion, we've had to go back and forth with Sound Transit and Metro regarding the spatial requirements necessary so that our consultant team, including Scott Kuznicki and KPG, could come up with some configurations that fit within, I'll call it the box, identified by Sound Transit and Metro. This is not an easy puzzle to solve. There's a limited number of options available to us. There's not a glass slipper out there. This isn't Cinderella's ball and we're gonna find a glass slipper that fits. There's trade-offs associated to it. So Councilmember Bassett, as you identified earlier, does it work? Conceptually, it does work, but there's trade-offs associated to it. And are those trade-offs, how do you compare those trade-offs with the configuration proposed at 77th? There's pros and cons to both sides. Scott, do you want to come up and address?
Actually, Jason, before we get into that, can you go back to the next slide where you laid out the challenges, the V2? So one, I'm just checking really quickly. So I assume this list was sort of proofed in some sense with Sound Transit Metro.
Yes.
Was there any conversation about whether or not this V2 would actually be compliant with the settlement agreement? Or would they perceive it to be a...
That is a good question. I think that there is some significant cost associated to this. And so other than a conceptual at this point in time, we haven't pursued it any further until the council's had a chance to view this and provide some direction on where we go. We've had these conversations with Sound Transit Metro, but we haven't talked beyond what you're hearing tonight.
So we don't know whether or not they would consider it compliant?
We don't know. I think it would be, an early indication is that 80th would be potentially a non-starter for them, given the timing. Actually, we know it's a non-starter in terms of the timing. The configuration for the box I talked about earlier is it had to align with their timing, their permitting process. As identified here on this slide, there's 2 bullets that are contrary to that timing.
Okay, thanks.
Scott?
Button for the lasers here.
Yeah, yep, that's the laser.
Good evening, Mayor Bertland, members of the council. I'm Scott Kuznicki, operating a licensed small business here on Mercer Island. So I'm proud to keep it on the island. Jason asked me to cover a couple things here, partly in response to Deputy Mayor Neese's questions regarding the 80th Avenue option. And I want to go back and explain something, and that is that what we started working with was this right here, this bus turnaround that came from the EIS several years ago that Sound Transit itself published. And so we took this at face value and said that's probably a valid solution since it was included in their environmental impact statement. We didn't think that they would include something that wasn't workable. And I asked the question, well, how do we keep buses out of the town center? And so the roundabout essentially replaced this giant bulb that was supposed to take up all this park space. And the buses were originally going to circulate in this area, come back and make a turn out here, come back, circulate around, and make another turn. And Sound Transit had proposed 2 additional traffic signals, so they were going to have 4 traffic signals in this very short space. And we had some conversations about that, and it seemed like the cost was excessive and the operation of the signals was very difficult, and there was some potential liabilities for the city related to that. So I suggested using a roundabout to turn the buses around instead of using this giant bulb. So we were able to recover all this park space. And what we learned in the meeting with Sound Transit is that they didn't have a lot of issues with the roundabout, other than that they said we could absolutely not take any land from Chase Bank because the land acquisition process is closed, essentially, for this particular project. It's underway. But they said that they had issues with their design from the EIS. And so that's essentially what caused us to table this turnaround and these layovers. So then I thought, well, if we have one roundabout, why not have two? And so what this accomplishes, essentially, as you've already seen, is that it keeps all the circulating buses in the areas that they already occupy. So buses already use North Mercer Way today. They already use this part of 80th Avenue. And by allowing them to turn around at these two designated points, we keep them entirely out of the town center. There should be no need for a bus to circulate through the town center, which is one of the key goals. And as Jason mentioned, when the bus exits I-90, takes a right, it takes a left, just as it does today, onto North Mercer Way. So there's no change to the bus operations from I-90, which is one of the key issues that the Washington State Department of Transportation raised. They told us that if there were changes to access, such as traffic signals and bus turning movements that changed, that would trigger a process that would involve the Federal Highway Administration. And that was a risk that we wanted to avoid. So this option eliminates changes to I-90 access by keeping these ramp terminals the same and not adding any traffic signals, which is a cost of, well, for Sound Transit's projects, it's probably a cost of $300,000 or more. Originally, Sound Transit had proposed with the 77th Avenue roundabout that buses would drop off on this side of North Mercer Way, adjacent to the current park and ride. And what we identified is that that would result in 1,200 or more pedestrians crossing North Mercer Way during the morning peak. And we are concerned about pedestrian safety on Mercer Island. We certainly recognize that we want to be welcoming to visitors and transit users, and we want that experience to be good for the users. And we also recognize that this segment of North Mercer Way carries all of the traffic from Island Crest Way that's bound for I-90 westbound. If you make that more difficult, people will divert to 28th and 27th. They'll come up 80th, which is also creates conflicts with pedestrians because now they're turning while the pedestrian movement is up. So you picture yourself sitting at an intersection making a left turn, you often have pedestrian conflicts. And so we want to avoid diversion because diversion into the town center means additional traffic. And as we know, the core of our town center is a very pedestrian-friendly area that's also heavily used by pedestrians. So we said, well, what happens if the buses come down to the roundabout, make a U-turn and drop off here? If they drop off here, the people who are entering the station now have a short walk around the corner rather than walking across the street and all the way to the center of the freeway. And then they come down into the station along with all the kiss and ride passengers. So you have a lot of the entering pedestrian volume is coming into the station from the west side. Okay, so that makes wayfinding perhaps a little bit easier. Then the buses, instead of having to circulate, they can go directly into one of these two layover bays. And we worked with KPG. They actually created this engineering drawing that's to scale based on the concepts that we developed. And these layover bays have landscaping, so it's very clear that they're not bus stops. We don't want to present confusion to our transit users on the island and our visitors from off island. During the day, these two layover bays will be absolutely sufficient for the bus traffic that's occurring. If they are occupied, the bus will make a right turn. We'll go through this roundabout, come back, make a left turn, and lay over in one of these two layover bays on the north side of North Mercer Way. Now, why is it important that those are layover bays and not bus drop-off areas? It's extremely important because it allows us to eliminate all of the bus shelters from the sidewalk and finally separate the bicycle and pedestrian traffic on the north side of North Mercer Way. Having those layover bays there instead of any kind of bus stop eliminates all the conflicts between bus passengers and bicyclists and other pedestrians in that area. And we've struggled with that as a city, I think, for a while, looking at how to improve convenience and safety for bicyclists and pedestrians alike.
Benson, you have a question?
Yeah, Scott, I don't know if
Yes, sir.
this is a question for you or maybe for Jason, but Can you just discuss the correlation between the number of layover zones with the number of buses that will be able to come onto the island?
Yes, so as you know, there are 3 options, 12, 16, and 20 buses per hour during the morning peak period. So we anticipate that that's a bus arriving every 3 minutes. Most of those layovers are expected to last about 5 minutes. So if these, we are working with the number that Metro and Sound Transit gave us, which is 4 layover bays, but they acknowledged in the meeting that most of the time, 2 or 3 of those layover bays would be occupied, if I'm not mistaken. Because it's a bus every 3 minutes, so if a bus shows up, it waits for 5 minutes, another bus shows up, it takes the second space, but that bus that was there at the beginning leaves, opening the space for the next bus that shows up 3 minutes later. And they can't commit to a number of routes that will be operating yet, but we expect that the service from Issaquah will be the primary routes that are operating, the ST 554 and Metro routes 216 and 212. But we don't know what the service looks like because that service planning hasn't taken place yet. But they've told us that 4 layover bays is sufficient for their operational needs. Jason?
Yeah, I'll just add that the 4 layover bay space is, Scott identified, is the magic number. The layover bays are directly correlated to the number of buses that can serve the island. So due to spatial constraints, that's where the number 4 comes in to play, and that's where 4 bays is equal to 20 buses because of the spatial constraints. That's what's driving the number of buses.
Can we pause there real quickly? Because I thought one of the differences between the 12, 16, and 20, I'm going to back up, 12, 16, and 20, there was, a part of that was a function of, I thought, 80th and the Mercer Island drop-off. I'm probably confusing or conflating issues.
So that is I don't think I have a picture of it tonight, but you'll recall that actually if you're looking at this configuration and what Sound Trans proposed earlier, they have a green space identified to the west of the park and ride area as an additional layover bay space, and that's that additional layover space that would give them the necessary space for that operation.
Okay, thank you.
And we were able to eliminate that space by providing pickup area on 80th Avenue, which can accommodate 2 buses. So effectively, we've lessened the sea of concrete feel along North Mercer Way, preserved sidewalk and street trees. And what we expect here is that after the buses lay over, and during the middle of the day and in the evenings, these layover spaces will be adequate. So there will be no circulation during the middle of the day and at evenings. The only circulation that will occur is during the morning rush and then to a lesser extent during the evening rush period. But the buses will then pick up passengers exiting the light rail station here, and we anticipate that those schedules will be loosely coordinated with light rail operations. But what this does is it's a huge difference from what was proposed in the EIS, because now there's 35 feet of space, and that opens up an enormous potential for creativity for us here on the island to create a welcoming environment, even for islanders, because islanders exiting the light rail station will have to walk here and cross to the park and ride, very much like they have to do today. As you know, if you ride the bus like I do, you get dropped off here on the south side and you have to walk down to the light and cross. So nothing really changes, but I'm imagining that with all this space, we could provide a covered walkway. We could provide additional islander-produced artwork in the future. And we certainly then don't lose the opportunity to provide the emergency vehicle access via this trail or perhaps directly via these 2 bus bays. So this design provides us with ample space to create something at the exit from the light rail station on the east side.
Okay, we have questions from Bruce and Dave.
I mean, you're pitching that point, I guess I'm confused because, so what are we calling the scenario that existed before V2, just so I know that terminology?
It's just called the hybrid option, and then V2 is the further.
The one that's in play with Sound Transit today.
That would be V2.
No.
77.
Oh, 77. Excuse me.
Okay, so
77.
I'm calling that 77. So 77 versus V2. Scott, you're talking about V2 offering more pedestrian space, but actually 77th offers more pedestrian space because it doesn't have the pickups on 80th. And so I just want to make sure I understand that correctly. Do I not?
Well, from the designs that we've seen, what it offers is actually just slightly more, essentially 12 to 13 feet more green space where these bus drop-offs would occur, but.
Well, more pedestrian entry space, whether it be green or whether it be pavement, exists in the 77th option versus this option.
Yes, but
Okay. But I just, because you were saying V2 offered an advantage that way, but I think it's actually a reduction in.
Well, it offers a significant advantage over, as I described, the hybrid. What was in the EIS for the 80th option. Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
got it, yes. The
Yes.
80th option wipes out
Sure.
a tremendous amount of space there.
Right.
Agreed. Thank you.
Yep. So this recovers space from the 80th option, which was what was on the table 2 weeks ago. But I think most importantly, we are creating this space here in what is already a noisy area. You're on top of the freeway. We know the light rail trains have created quite a bit of noise. That was a complaint that's been levied against the line down MLK Way. And it also gives, it eliminates the need to take away green space here, which is closer to homes and closer to the area that bicyclists and pedestrians are using heavily on a daily basis. So our goal was to mitigate the impacts of the bus operations by isolating as much of it to the existing station area and the 80th Avenue overpass as possible. And then just to be clear, when the buses finish picking up their passengers, they come down here, they go through the roundabout, and then they come here and make a right turn onto I-90 eastbound. And we were concerned about the roundabout backing up, and so for not all that much cost, and perhaps something that would be required as a condition of permitting, we used the left turn lane as an additional through lane, and with a small modification to the entrance ramp, we can have 2 lanes entering I-90 eastbound. And as you know, today, we're all island residents, we recognize that traffic sometimes backs up through the 80th Avenue intersection. So by providing these 2 lanes, we can provide additional storage at that traffic signal. And that also gives us the flexibility to better operate those traffic signals in the future, because one of our goals is to reduce carbon emissions from standing traffic. And so we hope we can do that by essentially making the intersection itself operate more efficiently.
Okay, Dave, did you have a question?
Yep, I did. So Scott, can you talk about what the roundabout does to peak traffic flow, particularly in the morning, since 27th is kind of the main artery to get on I-90 in the mornings, whether you're coming down 27th or coming around from North Mercer Way? How do you characterize that flow versus what it is today?
So during the peak period, as long as there's no queue spilling back into the intersection from the I-90 ramp, which we're going to heavily mitigate with the additional lane, essentially people would yield on entry to the roundabout. They would circulate through the roundabout at a pretty low speed, 10 to 12 miles an hour. These are all single lane entries, so the pedestrian crossing distance is shortened from about 45 feet to about 14 feet across 2 legs. So it'll be a much more comfortable experience for pedestrians. If the roundabout does back up, then we do run into an issue where people have to recognize that the yield sign means they have to stop and they can't enter the roundabout until they can clear the roundabout. But it wouldn't take much to clear the roundabout. From an emergency vehicle operations perspective, it is possible to install preemption in the roundabout so that if an emergency vehicle were coming at the roundabout from any direction, from the north, the south, or even the west, that preemption could actually place a call on the signal at Island Crest Way and 27th and flush that intersection long before the vehicles approach the roundabout. So there are a number of technical options to mitigate some of the shortcomings that could occur if traffic volumes dramatically increased. But the growth projections for the town center don't really support that kind of increase in traffic. And light rail is going to serve the Microsoft campus, so there's a very handy option for commuters who currently have to drive to Redmond because there's inadequate bus service. So I think we're looking at maybe a future where traffic volumes grow slightly, but by mitigating that, the roundabout provides significant benefits during the off-peak period because now you no longer have a stop sign on all those approaches. And so you experience about a 30% reduction in carbon emissions. And you also experience a significantly increase in pedestrian safety and almost eliminate the possibility of right-angle collisions, which are the collisions that are most likely to cause fatalities.
Okay, so Wendy?
You mentioned the city would be on the hook for this roundabout. How much is a cost estimate for this solution?
Millions. The number that we've just high level, five plus. Again, that's just based purely on some informal conversations, but very, very costly. That would be on the city's dime to do. Sound Transit would be abundantly clear that they would not be on the hook for that.
Would that include the alignment of 27th?
Yeah, I'm getting a head nod, yes.
Okay, so we have Salim and then Benson.
So the reason I wanted Scott to walk us through this is not because this is a stellar idea and something that we could even afford to do or that it solves all our problems, but it illustrates the amount of time and the amount of technical expertise that went into the problem-solving process, how much effort we put into trying to work with the ideas that we had seen in Sound Transit's FEIS, into their drawings, conversations with them, going back and forth saying, that doesn't work, rejiggering it, trying to find something that worked. It's clear that there are plenty of solutions, tools in the toolbox out there to make this a better experience for Islanders, a better experience for transit users. But it can't be done alone. And without Metro and Sound Transit coming to the table in a concerted way to help solve this problem, we won't mitigate that list. And I kind of wish we had brought that list to this presentation, because the working group started by cataloging every known negative impact of every transit design. And this included things like securing pedestrian safety, crossing from the north side of the North Mercer Way, to policing it and providing public safety, the big left and coordination of Mercer Island's traffic on the only kind of westerly egress route. All of those issues were the cornerstones of what we directed ourselves to do. What we've had a challenge with is having real, I guess, well, I didn't want to characterize it because we, Benson and I didn't meet with Sound Transit Metro, but if you had a bottle and you could rub it and have 3 wishes, what would you wish for in this scenario? As traffic engineers, as technical people that know how to solve problems, it seems like there's some things that could move, that could make this a perfect solution for Mercer Island. Not that, not this, but there's a solution out there. What do you need to make that happen?
Well, I'm certainly not going to wish that you'll waive my business license fee in 2020 because that was only $30. But which I am thinking that really, you know, it comes from sort of envisioning the kind of place that we want in the future. And I think that citizens have spoken, and we certainly as engineers who are concerned about transportation safety share that vision of not adding more heavy vehicle traffic in the town center. You know, it's viewed as problematic, right? You have diesel emissions, you have, you know, these large vehicles rumbling by, they take up the whole space, there's no room for bicyclists, right? So we really kind of envisioned that eliminating that traffic from the town center was going to be a good thing. And I look at the roundabout solution and I think, well, okay, I mean, anybody that's driven in Europe or Carmel, Indiana or Wisconsin, you know, recognizes that, you know, these single lane roundabouts operate pretty well. They're not as confusing and difficult to use as some of the multi-lane roundabouts that we see like out in North Bend, although they've been improved significantly by the Washington State DOT. But what I think I'm envisioning is a space that really eliminates that sort of sea of concrete feel and gives us an opportunity for artwork. Because the center of both of these roundabouts, you can see there's a hatched area in the middle. That can hold any kind of landscaping we want. It could give us something of a formal space for artwork on Mercer Island to sort of speak about our community's values. I think the important thing is sort of recovering this laser pointer has died. Recovering that space, but I bet I can do this. Oh, yes, it does work. Recovering this space here from one of the options that Sound Transit had proposed is really important, because this is extremely valuable space if we consider our kind of multi-use development that's been proposed for this area. And not installing another traffic signal. I think sends a message to the community that this isn't all about moving cars. It's more about creating inviting environments for pedestrians. So imagine, as you may have done many times, as I've done many times, leaving the transit center and walking to QFC to get groceries, is trying to cross the 5-foot wide street during rush hour when there's people are, maybe they're stopping at the stop sign, maybe they stop at the stop sign, but they see that light is green and they just want to get on I-90, right? And as a pedestrian, you don't feel very safe in that environment. But if you have a 14-foot crossing and you're only facing one lane of traffic at a time, now you feel a lot more comfortable, and you have a refuge area in the middle. So I'm envisioning something that's going to be sort of a legacy for the community of saying, look, we found a way to achieve our goals. We found a way to enhance pedestrian safety. We found a way to essentially say, no, we don't need another traffic signal. We don't need to encourage people to hit the gas when they see a green light. We want people to slow down. We want people to calm down. We want people to really recognize that there's a pace that's much safer for this multi-purpose environment. Because as the transit service becomes more popular and more people ride the Link Light Rail, we expect to see more people coming to Mercer Island to shop, to play, to enjoy the quality of life that we have here.
Can I just,
Benson.
I appreciate all those comments. I think this, Scott's comments really underscore sort of the process that we went through, and one of the tasks of the working group was basically to think of all different options that were out there. And so, so I appreciate some of these ideas, you know, the V2 and even going back to the hybrid and taking a look at it. But, you know, as people have said, there's definitely trade-offs, and one of the things that, you know, we sort of, as the deputy mayor mentioned early on, we sort of laid out our parameters, the guardrails, whatever. One of the key ones was obviously no buses through town center. Well, if we take that guardrail away, it opens up a whole lot of different options. But you know, these are some of the things that we need as a council to either say that's, you know, no way, or that's something that, oh, let's take a look at it. It just opens up a lot of different options that are out there. The one thing I like about the V2, I mean, obviously we've talked about it at some great length, is that address probably the greatest concern that people raised was simply the number of people crossing North Mercer Way, and that takes that away. And so, to me, you know, at some point in time, we're obviously going to need to provide direction to the working group and to the staff as they continue their discussions with Sound Transit and Metro. And just one quick thing, I have found the process to be actually fairly productive. Again, the deputy mayor and I were not with Sound Transit and Metro when staff was meeting with them, but the sense I got, and Jason, correct me if I'm wrong, or Ann, correct me, was that they were listening. I mean, there's obviously, we have a long way, we haven't reached any kind of agreement, but there's still perhaps options out there that maybe we can find common ground, but people are still talking to each other. And so, and Jason, you're smiling, so maybe I'm overstating it, so.
No, not at all. I'm smiling because you're absolutely right. We are continuing to talk and meet and discuss. They have, Sound Transit and Metro have been, and WashDOT have been paying close attention to this process. It's important to note, and I'll remind the council, that Sound Transit continues to move forward with the 77th Avenue configuration per the settlement agreement. They have not stopped that process, while we continue to explore other alternatives. This has been a robust process from the working group, and it has been helpful to staff to have 2 members of the council participate in that. It helps us go and have candid conversations with our partners about what this community is expecting and what we're looking for. So yes, I agree with Councilmember Wong that it has been helpful. It will continue to be an ongoing issue. We have not resolved this. There's definitely concerns still within the community, and the staff and the working group is looking for the council to provide direction in terms of where do we want to go next, right? So where do you want to see us focus our attention and efforts on? And that's the big question. That's the big takeaway that I'm looking for direction from the council tonight.
Can I?
I'm going to have Wendy take a turn.
So I'm looking at the 77th Avenue map here. Is there a chance we can use part of 80th? Did you guys look at that without having to do this $5 million roundabout? I mean, I'm worried about the 60% design by fall timeline, and it's August.
So I will say, yes, there was a idea pitched a couple weeks ago that had some space. We're in the number 4 is right now in this configuration on 80th. The challenge is without the double roundabout, we don't get the necessary bus movements to meet the operational needs identified by Metro and Sound Transit. There's also some other, again, the same issues on 80th exist regarding the landscaping, the utilities, and things like that. I don't think they're insurmountable. My opinion is they're not insurmountable on those particular cases, but the operational movements without that roundabout at 80th and 27th, that's a flaw for them.
Could I add one thing, please?
Sure.
So one of the reasons why I proposed and I know you want to move on, so I'll make this brief. Why the purple area is important as a pickup space is because when the buses are dropping off in the orange area on North Mercer Way, they're idling for just a minute or two while people exit the bus. That's a pretty quick process. Then they move in to the layover space and they shut off the engine. That's Metro's practice. When they move into the pickup area, the buses will be idling. And often that pickup process, the loading process, can take 2 to 3 times longer because people have to pay their fares and they have to kind of get on the bus and they have to ask the driver questions. And so our goal was really to think about noise mitigation for the surrounding area and recognizing that putting it over the top of the freeway was one of the best ways to eliminate the noise that currently exists at the existing pickup and drop-off areas along North Mercer Way. So we're looking for what I've described as betterments, and that's probably where Jason is headed in this next slide, is to talk about if we can't do the 80th Avenue V2, what betterments do we have to try to improve the situation and provide for pedestrian safety and more comfortable life for the people living near there.
Okay, Benson, did you have a comment or question?
Well, I assumed that Jason was going to start talking about the modification.
Okay, yeah, because I think
Sure.
we got to get to the what next.
Yep.
You want direction from.
So as you see here on the screen, there's 7 proposed modifications identified for the 77th Ave configuration. The first one is to modify the signal to separate the northbound turning vehicles from the west leg pedestrian crossing. The second one's to widen the west leg and north leg crosswalks.
Can you slow down a little? I mean,
Sure.
because this modifies signal to
Michael?
on which intersection? I mean, so we're back to what Sound Transit Metro proposed.
Correct.
And so these are adjustments,
So,
modifications to that. Okay.
Exactly. So we're focusing on the 77th Ave configuration, which is the roundabout at North Mercer Way and 77th. And so these are specific modifications to that configuration that can help address some of the concerns identified by the council at the July 16th council meeting.
Okay. So for example, this first one is the signal that would be at 80th and Island Crestway.
Correct.
Okay. Or sorry, North Mercer Way.
Mercer, yep.
Okay.
The
So if you can
second,
just-
yep. So the second one is to widen the west leg and north leg crosswalks, add textured pavement, which there's some textured pavement in the picture on the lower right, and ADA enhancements. The third one's to remove bus shelters and relocate the signage and trees to increase the space for pedestrians on the Mountains to Sound Trail in front of the park and ride area. Fourth one is to add pedestrian walkway, a covered walkway, which is a picture of an example from Kirkland in the lower left-hand corner. That's about the user experience, right? We have some pretty adverse weather conditions for a large portion of the year, so a covered walkway is to help provide a better user experience. 5 was to specifically delineate the bus layover bays. As you've heard me talk about earlier, the number of bus layover bays is directly tied to the number of buses operating. So specifically identify the number of bus layover bays at 4. 6 was, go ahead.
Sorry. Have you guys determined what the necessary length is for those bus over?
Correct. It's approximately 100 feet for the layover space, as we've actually added that to the figure here in the map as well. 6 was to add landscaping, including the planted center median. So number 6 on this drawing is a planted median to enhance the landscaping. And then 7 was to revise the roundabout to include the bike connection to the Mountains of Sound Trail to a southbound bike lane on 77th Ave Southeast. So specific designated bike facility.
So question on point 7, why did you stop at 77th, given that Mountains to Sound continues from 77th to 76th and into the lid?
This is just purely conceptual. There's nothing that would prohibit us from stopping at 77th. That's just where it landed.
Bruce and
I know that was a point raised by the NIMS folks, was a concern that there be a connection in 77th.
So next steps, again, we're here to solicit feedback from council on the proposed alternatives. I'll remind council that on September 3rd, our public safety team will be here to talk, provide a discussion regarding public safety and the light rail by your police and fire chief at the September 3rd council meeting. With that, you have myself, KPG, Scott Kuznicki, and Antonella Howe here to answer any additional questions.
Okay. I think, council, lots and lots to chew on. If I might, I'd like to just ask Benson and Salim if they have any conclusions of sorts that they've reached that they would want to provide council and the public as we go into this further deliberation. So we start with Benson, if that's okay?
Sure. You know, if money was not an issue, I certainly am intrigued by the V2 configuration. But obviously, if we direct our staff to further pursue it, they're going to have to really come back with some dollars and cents and also a way to pay for it. I assume that we're probably talking maybe some of the Sound Transit settlement money. But I think the V2 certainly solves, in my mind, a number of issues and does open up a number of different possibilities. And so I'm intrigued. I would like our staff to continue to look at it. But I also realize that there's a lot of challenges with it. So I think we'd be remiss not to continue to also direct staff to continue to work on the 77 configuration with the modifications. And also to think about any other possible modifications that there might be. And since I am not a traffic engineer, I'm going to leave and encourage those who are traffic engineers to see if there's any other options that might be out there. I think I think we are somewhat limited given the geography and what have you in our options, but I guess I certainly would encourage our experts to continue to think outside the box and present ideas to the working group. But that's where I am. I think the experts have added value to this whole process. And as I said, if money wasn't an issue, I think I know where I would go right now. But unfortunately, it is.
Okay, Salim.
So for me, I don't think it's about the money. I think it's about the cooperation and the collaboration. We can see that as a working group, having technical experts, traffic engineers, KPG, your staff, Ed and the rest of the public safety team, public works team, our in-house traffic engineering teams, we're able to creatively reimagine how any intercept could work. But we're doing it and we're throwing it over the transom and then we're just getting a response back. If Sound Transit and Metro wanted to bring their engineers, their technical experts together and have a summit, a caucus, a working session, that's how you get this done. It's not going to be done by us working in a vacuum and then throwing ideas over the transom and hoping something sticks. It needs to be people collaborating and trying to solve the problem together. And these are problems that we all expected. I said when we signed this settlement agreement, the hard work is in front of us, not behind us. Everybody was happy we got the deal done, but it was implementing the Sound Transit settlement agreement that was going to be the hard part. Metro wrote a letter at that time saying that they would concur with that agreement and that they would work to solve these pedestrian issues and try and look at traffic flow considerations, additional technical components, that they were looking at pedestrian environment, improving functionality and appearance, that they supported the city's preferences identified in the agreement. And now we're in a situation where, well, the limited option's off the table, the settlement agreement's out the window, and we're talking about doing something that we never contemplated doing. I'm not sure the working group has more work to do here. You know, I think the first question the council should ask themselves is, do you continue to fund a working group that is a subset of the council when it looks like what we need to do is look at the settlement agreement and make some decisions about, do we need to have a conversation about why are we where we're at? How do we move forward in a constructive, collaborative way in good faith? And to me, that's about looking at this agreement. So I would just say, I'm not sure it's money. There is no more time. Let's make a decision about, are we gonna stray from what we agreed? Or are we gonna have a conversation about why are we not doing what we agreed to do?
Okay. Council, Bruce.
Well, thank you to the subcommittee and outside folks and to staff for working on this. From my perspective, you know, the first stake we put in the ground was not through town center, and that is held. We've not gone back and revisited that, and I still think that's exactly the right decision for us to have made in all of this. The 80th solution that you've revisited, I credit to Scott and folks for finding a improved version of that, I think, in your relooking at it. But it was far from being a viable option when we first saw it, and as you found, it still wasn't a viable option as you looked at it. The V2, certainly credit to all of you and for finding a way around those problems that killed the 80th option. But as I look at it, and certainly credit for finding a way to solve one of the key problems, which was the perceived as the crossing of North Mercer Way. That's the key thing that I think it achieves that was not achieved in any other way. But I look at then the trade-offs, what did it cost you to get that? And it cost you some millions of dollars and a roundabout at 80th and 27th. And more than that, I think it cost you some significantly increased bus movements through the town center. I guess not at off hours, but certainly during the peaks when you've got these layovers, you're going to have buses moving in multiple directions and multiple passes through that area in a way that, you know, given what we have heard about the limited impact of those pedestrians crossing the street at North Mercer Way, I compare that to these other costs, and I'm left thinking, I like where you're going with find everything you can do to make 77th work as well as it can. That's where I land, is wanting to focus on that.
Okay, we have three different perspectives and three council members so far. Dave?
So I'll conflate two things quickly as Jesse escapes. I think one thing we need there seems to be sort of a bunch of facts that are floating around about the number of people that are getting off of buses. We heard descriptions of a bus station and the population of Chicago, and like a lot of this that I think is alarming to the community. So I think it might do us well to get the numerical data back out to the community front page of website. I think that helps sort of ground people that, you know, the number of net new buses on the island is 0, and what, you know, what's the impact of the pedestrians. The second thing, I have to, you know, agree with what Salim says, which is, you know, it feels like we have spent so much energy in saying, is this what you want? Will this work? Will this work? Will this work? And every time the answer is either we're not sure, we don't think so, or we've thought about it and now no, or just no. And I think that is not a race we're ever going to win. We're never going to come up with something that's palatable to our partners on the other side of the table unless they're collaborating in that process with us to come up with a solution. And what it feels like is they have winnowed away our available solutions over time, either through, presenting the limited option, which, that actually doesn't work now. And that kind of decrementing conversation where we're sort of racing to zero, I don't see how we come across the finish line in a way that's acceptable to us or the citizens or most likely Sound Transit. So it feels like we need to sort of shift back into second gear in terms of our engagement with Sound Transit and how they're able to manage Metro to some degree, because it just doesn't feel like the enormous amount of work that you guys have done has gotten them excited about a deeper collaboration. So it feels like it's an opportunity to sort of pause and say, okay, this doesn't seem to be working. How can we re-engage with those partners to make it something that we all do? And I don't know how we work within the agreement to get some additional cooperation, but it just feels like this is, using a tremendous amount of talent and time that is not getting us where we want to be.
Wendy?
All right, so I'm going to pick up Dave's thread on getting some clarity out to the community. We heard a lot of public comment tonight about we don't want it, no buses, send them all to Bellevue. And that's more wishful thinking than the reality of where we are. So I don't think it serves us or this community to say that we have a choice and you vote yes or you vote no. What we're looking at is mitigating impacts and perceptions about Armageddon that's coming based on numbers and buses and people crossing the street that we don't know. So I appreciate this committee doing its work. We're also in the 11th hour. It's August, and our partners in this are at 60% design or whatever, permitting. I'm not even sure where we are in that, but it's coming, and they're building a regional system. We are one city of many that is getting light rail. We're getting a station, and we're getting a stop. So what can we do to get us the safest, loveliest, most efficient mobility around this station in our town center? And to me, 80th, that intersection is our town center. We're talking about an art center there. We're talking about a mixed-use development there. Who knows what's happening in the other developments down the road. I like the idea of a roundabout. I don't know how to get the money, and I don't know how to get the work done fast enough. I like being able to send the buses and have some pickup there over the freeway. I think Scott's brilliant wherever he went. Thank you very much. And it's about the money, it's about the safety, it's about our residents, and it's about our visitors. And we have a $10 million settlement agreement. So can we do something at 80th that helps our mobility that isn't $5 million? Can we make the improvements at the 77th configuration? Can we make it crystal clear that we can't say no and do the best we can with the mitigations and the time that we have left and try to encourage our partners to do that? How much of that is possible and how much of that is wishful thinking? Because we can talk and talk and talk and wish and wish and wish, and money is no object, but it is an object, and time is not our friend. And we have these regional partners that have authority over us. So we have our limited local control that we talked about at the start of the night. So help me, help us, help this community get to somewhere where we can optimize this situation.
Benson, you look. You don't have to. I didn't know if that was your original.
I'm trying to respond to concerns raised by the deputy mayor and by Councilmember Wiesentiner, and I think they're legitimate. I'm just wondering, Jason, is there a meeting scheduled? Do you guys have meetings scheduled with Metro and Sound Transit now?
An official meeting, no. We have a phone call scheduled to debrief this conversation and figure out what the next steps are. We have, as Councilmember Weicker mentioned, they are moving towards 60%. There will be another set of drawings that come back, and part of the permitting process at that point, that's expected later this fall. We are in constant conversation with Sound Transit on a regular basis, to be perfectly frank. the conversation we had with Sound Transit on August 13th also included Metro and WashDOT, which was very helpful to have all the players at the table. So the topic of a summit of all the parties would be beneficial, especially with direction from the council, so that we can be very clear and articulate in terms of what we are looking for.
So when you, just to clarify on that statement, when you say a summit, are you talking about including electeds, or is this staff to staff?
Yeah,
Well, yeah, okay. Are we talking?
I can tell you to this point, it's been staff to staff, and electeds have not been involved in that conversation. If the council so chooses, we can certainly arrange that.
So I guess I would say historically elected was the Sound Transit Board. So Celine, did you want to elaborate or?
Well, I don't want to preconceive what it would be. I think if Metro and Sound Transit had their technical people in a room with our technical people, that would be a productive next step. I'm not sure that, Benson and I are going to add a ton of value to that conversation. But for instance, the turning movements on 80th were ruled out because they were articulated buses that were 60 feet long. The roundabout on 80th and 27th was an articulated bus, right? Going around, and it needed a movement that would have run into the Chase Bank, which required the realignment of 27th and 80th. If they used, for instance, a double-decker bus that was 42 feet long, wouldn't that change things? But we can't have that conversation when it's just us throwing ideas across the transom. We need them to participate in that. And it's that kind of pragmatic problem solving where they're focused on trying to engineer a solution that is not just, a series of no after no after no that we need. If they're willing to do that, I think that's a really productive next step.
They clearly know what our concerns are. I mean, we've been consistent with telling them what our major issues are. And so, if that conversation can be had with, and I agree, I don't think the elected officials at this point add anything. I mean, I think you really want the traffic experts in there to see if it's even possible. Now, the only other thing I would say is that obviously a lot of these positions taken by Metro and Sound Transit are based upon what they have told us are their operational needs. I suppose we have to trust them to some degree that these are really their operational needs. But again, unless we have our own expert, I don't know what else to say. I mean, I think, Jason, you feel pretty comfortable that what they are saying is fairly accurate, and so.
Yeah, I would say that during our meeting on August 13th, we did have their team there, and we had a very good technical conversation about why the hybrid option did or did not work. And we found out some very useful information to help with our conversation. I think it's important to note, though, that one of the key pieces of information missing from this conversation is we don't know what routes are going to be coming to the island, and that is not set to happen until 2021. So when you talk about what type of bus is coming to the island, we don't know yet. We planned for the articulated bus because it's the largest bus. It could be a combination of buses that come to and from the island, but that is a piece of information that's missing.
Bruce?
If my memory serves correctly, I think articulating buses have a tighter turning radius than non-articulating buses, and somebody could...
They do.
Okay, so yeah. Articulating buses actually are a better case, not a worse case.
Okay. A couple of comments for me. For me, one of the biggest points of frustration is time. Because it seems to me, and I know we can't turn back the clock, but why we are having this conversation now, why we weren't having this conversation, why this information generally wasn't presented by Sound Transit Metro at least a year ago. But what we face now, and my frustration is their engine, literal and figurative, continues to move to this November or late fall 60% and permitting process, and they're saying we have to stick to that to stick to our construction schedule. Yet I would say the work back plan that brings council and our community along has definitely been squeezed, to say the least. The other part where I'm looking at this, and I keep reminding myself, is this is, from what I understand, based on all public material. This is a 20-year problem, which is a long time for us. In the transit system, it's actually not, meaning because in theory, in 2041, ST3 has a train that's out there in Issaquah. So we're building all this, you know, however big and however inconvenient. And then in 20 years, arguably a good chunk of it is even unnecessary. So what I say with that is it's another reason not to overbuild, meaning in 20 years, then we're going to have all this capacity. What I'm hearing from council right now are stating the obvious is three elements. One of them is to making sure that we are providing concrete input, suggestions, parameters as they continue forward on 77th. To me, that's just survival. You know, that's just a necessary thing to do. What I've heard is that there's also interest in continuing to look at 80th, and I don't know exactly what that means, but there's a third element too, you know, that at least the deputy mayor and Dave have raised, and that is what constitutes compliance with the settlement agreement? And we received a letter from Sound Transit Metro that said that they had 2 refinements to the agreement, and those refinements were a North Mercer drop-off, and the second one was the layover. They determined those to be a refinement, and it seems to me one of the questions is, does Mercer Island consider that to be a refinement, or does Mercer Island actually consider that to be a change? So I feel like in some senses those are obvious. I'm not sure that they're any different than they've been, other than we have more detail about 80th. Yet one of the basic questions I have is, does the council have the interest in looking at those 3 pieces? And does staff feel like they have the capacity and wherewithal on the timelines that we have to do that level of work? Because those are 3 big chunks in and of themselves, let alone to be laying them down there. So, Bruce.
Thank you for breaking it down into 3 pieces like that. I'm turning to BO as to number 3 and thinking that you might want to weigh in at this point on how we'd have that discussion.
Absolutely. If, you know, the mayor's third point as far as what the city's position would be in response to the letter that we received from Sound Transit/Metro regarding the 2 refinements that they need. I'd gladly have that discussion with you in executive session. We can have a robust discussion and consider our options from there. And I'm prepared to do that.
I support that.
Okay, so we have, well, at least I've suggested three pieces, not necessarily sure that everybody agrees with those. Let's start with this first one about having an executive session whereby we would have legal conversation about the settlement agreement, and I'll just leave it at that altitude. Is there thumbs up? Okay. So I'm seeing thumbs up for that, and I think we would look then to Jesse and BO for assistance. Obviously, time, again, is important at this point. The second piece, which I would consider just, you know, sort of a survival tactic, is to look at, you know, making sure that we're driving key amendments, elaborations, considerations for 77th. And I think that those were outlined. Maybe, can we put those back up again, Jason? Because I think I want to make sure that we agree that we're not either missing something or there's more clarity. To me, some of this looks like it's consistent with some of those principles that we started out with a couple months ago. Yeah.
Where do you envision that covered walkway going? It's a lot of infrastructure.
As Benson said, along 80th.
I sort of echo where I think you might be going, that might not be perceived by everyone as a positive. I think the concept that we want to be diligent about working with Sound Transit and Metro to develop the best built environment that we can there is probably universally positive. Exactly what that looks like isn't necessarily this list. right? So, I mean, I would hope we didn't take this list as the final word on
It's-
it.
it's
But
literally.
simply as an example of the kinds of things that might be in it and that we begin a conversation that has the right experts in the room to actually design this thing. Because yes, it is important going that way, which is north and west, but this also gets us back into the question of going south and Primavera, and how are we turning this into this welcoming gateway to our town center, thank you, that works in top fashion.
I think I would echo Bruce in terms of this is directional, but this isn't necessarily exhaustive. Because to me, again, I called out that my concern about making sure that there would be a continuation of Mountains to Sound from the 77th to the 76th portion of it. Another piece that, has been really startling to me as I watch with great weather, there's lots of cyclists. When you look at that exit from the underneath parking at the Park and Ride, and you see how they basically have to pull up and right into that pedestrian sidewalk and bike route. So, is that listed quite explicitly there? No, but is there a way to communicate that? I'm sure there is, so that me, the non-traffic engineer, doesn't have to come up with every single one of these pieces, but we have the best possible folks. So, question, I guess it's both to council and then to staff. Do we feel that there is confidence to have staff go forward and contextualize these to the extent that Sound Transit Metro is really going to understand this livability, this gateway, this bike ped, this, and I'm going to throw in there again at some point, I want to raise the issue of safety, because that has come up consistently, and I think if we don't address that, parts of the public are going to feel like we didn't quite finish the conversation. Do we feel that we have confidence right now in ourselves and staff to go ahead and arguably up-level this and pursue?
All within the 77th configuration? You're talking?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
77th, 80th gateway area, because while this is 77th, we know that there is, landscaping that is going to be on 80th as part of the Sound Transit design, et cetera, et cetera. And again, I think, for example, the landscaping is also an element of public safety. You don't want big bushes where scary cougars are behind.
What do you want? You want to say any thoughts on that?
Okay, council, do you have confidence in staff in terms of having them elaborate what these principles are? Do you want to see them, have them come back?
You're saying the working group?
No. But, so reminder, my understanding, Jesse, I'm going to look at you for some help. My understanding was the working group was basically time-stamped to this meeting. So it would require
And Jason and I discussed that this afternoon. You did give the charge to report back at this meeting. We're doing that. If the working group's time is to be extended, it needs to be done at the direction of the full council, so.
Okay. So council, let's start first with, I'm trying to think of what the right word, because we've already used guiding principles a couple months ago, so I don't want people to get confused with that. Design requirements. Do we want to have staff go away and articulate what our design requirements are, and then go forth with Sound Transit and Metro, or do you want to see those come back to us in the public first?
Can I just ask how much of that is done during the permitting process?
So as the permitting process comes in, it goes through CPD. CPD works with all the departments that are impacted to make sure that the plans are reviewed accordingly and that the issues are addressed. I will say that in this particular case, we've had robust conversations with Sound Transit, and they've seen these, and we will continue to have conversations about them. The staff understands, I think, has a good idea in terms of what these items are, and we can, as we work with Sound Transit, we can create a list of here are the things that will be included that address these types of components and provide check-ins with the council so that we can ensure that we are checking, hitting the right things associated with the design.
I Wait, actually, Bruce, you wanted to comment, and then Celine.
Well, thank you. Yeah, it's sort of been slow to, I've been talking frequently about this gateway concept and the importance of melding the light rail exit entrance into our town center. I had really not mentally fathomed how big this is, because this is everything all the way around the light rail station, West Station, East Station, North Mercer Way, taking out bus stops, figuring out bike routes. It's essentially 3 blocks worth of master plan. Well, master plan might not be the right word, but it's pedestrian and city space design that needs to happen. I'm realizing just now just how big that is, and I don't think that's the council doing that exactly. I mean, we're not qualified to do that. We need some folks with some vision, and I think that might be some outside third-party brainiac architect, pedestrian space architect kind of group that then recommends
if I
to us.
might, I want to kind of pull us back, because the question here is about the working group and the continuation. I think I'm hearing there's no need to continue the working group. We did get a thumbs up on looking at the legal aspects of where do we stand and having that robust discussion. And then I feel like this staff discussion that we're kind of having is going to collide with the work that Sound Transit has to do to get the 60% design, and we can't afford it anyway. So let them do it. We have our principles, we can continue to refine that type of stuff, but no drawings, no concepts, no, this looks cool in Kirkland and this looks cool in Redmond type stuff. But I think we need to quickly get to the robust legal discussion about the document. Where do we stand with the settlement agreement? And then we can figure out if there's any rejiggering that needs to go on. But I think.
Well, no, I'm agreeing, but what I want to make sure, though, is council going back to this, that these are the concerns that people are generally comfortable with. Correct. We are not the ones who are going to go out there and spend lots of money double-checking Sound Transit's work or throwing them cool ideas at this point.
I think we're like, to me, it feels like there's a higher order bit that we have to tackle first, which is we got to get them on board with, we're agreeing to do something different than has transpired so far. And I think just a frank discussion about, here's how we feel like it's gone. It's a little bit of marriage counseling. Here's how we feel like it's gone, where we've had doors of options closed off to us through no choice of our own, and then we've had the alternatives that we presented turned down. So that is not yielding a fruitful conversation. So I think until we have this legal review and then get with them and they want to participate in a different way than we have today, none of this matters, right? So it's sort of a waste of energy to continue down this road until we get that higher order bit done. So I would argue, send this group packing to go do that work before any design or configurations or even our concerns are listed, because bicycle safety and landscaping doesn't matter at all if we can't get a way to work together with them.
I think, Jesse, I'm going to chime in, then I'm going to go. I'm not sure I would completely agree, because literally, as I said, their engine is running, and I think the extent to which we don't articulate this, there could be, I'd rather run it in parallel than in sequence. I think definitely agree with the marriage counseling analogy at this point. But I think at the same time that we make sure that we're looking at this stuff and communicating it. Jesse?
Yeah. What I might suggest, and I'm maybe hearing a flavor of this, tell me if I'm wrong, we do need to have an executive session to discuss a number of matters we're not able to discuss this evening. Perhaps we get that scheduled quickly and suspend our discussion on these other strategies until we can meet as a group in executive session. I think that conversation will inform our next steps. If you're agreeable to that, we can work to get that done quickly.
What is, I think my biggest question personally would be, what is quickly? Meaning,
I would aim for next week. I'm not, I haven't
Okay.
consulted with any of you on your travel schedules, so I'm hesitating to make that commitment.
Okay. Well, the reason I ask is because, as I said, time isn't our friend right now, and that's where I know I personally
Agreed.
feel very squeezed. So the extent to which we're doing our best to get that scheduled for next week, which I assume people could call in for next week or very soon thereafter, I'm comfortable with having that precede further conversation. Other council members? I'm seeing thumbs up. Bruce?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. The only thing I'd say is, why wait till next week? If you're putting out a doodle poll, put it out for even sooner.
It's only 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
I would try to get it done earlier. Obviously, this is one of the issues that Sound Transit has conveyed to people about how slow this process is from the council. So the sooner we come to some sort of decision on our course of action, I think the better. So I would not wait. Jesse, if you can get it scheduled this week, let's do it.
And again, I would, remind that this was actually presented, if I recall correctly, the first week in March. So we've been wrestling fairly intensely with this for a number of weeks. The other point that, as I said, I think it's very important. A number of people came and they were talking about the public safety element. And I am very much looking forward to having the chiefs presenting September 4th. And I think that will be able to also provide some degree of direction and understanding and context, et cetera. So for the people out there watching who are very worried about the public safety point, no, we are not ignoring it. We're going to make sure that we provide the best information from the best sources, which actually would be our police chiefs. So with that, council, we're done? Staff, you have the direction that you need? Okay. Does that mean you want to speak right now? Yes. Okay, yeah, sure.
I just wanted to ask in a very formal way. I appreciate the discussion that the council is undertaking here. In about 75 seconds, I want to give you some ideas about strategy. And Wendy really hit the nail on the head when she said that, there is a way to pay for this. And so I think that having worked with Sound Transit for well over a decade and having worked on public projects for over 20 years, decisive direction is what the agency wants. They want to understand what's on the table. And so if the council were to come back after executive session and send a letter to Sound Transit saying that as a condition of permitting, we expect that the following things will occur, that helps make it very clear to the agency so that they can plan. Sound Transit takes in almost as much tax revenue in one day from the region as the amount of our settlement agreement that we reached in 2017, as I recall. And we have a settlement agreement that offers approximately.
Scott, I need to interrupt you. We need to not go into strategy discussions in open session at this time, but I do appreciate your thoughts.
Yes, so thank you.
Great, thanks. Okay, so council, we are now, we've concluded our regular business portion of the meeting, and we move on to other business. Councilmember Andrew has asked me to express her apologies, both to council and to the public. She is not here tonight because she has some family issues that she has to take care of. So I personally would extend my support and best wishes to her and her family. Can we excuse her absence? Okay, first and second, and all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Great, thank you. And next up, we have the planning schedule. And to that, we turn to Jesse.
Thank you. Given the late hour, I will just point out a couple of quick things. We do on September 3rd, that is the Tuesday after Labor Day weekend. I just wanted to point out we have executive sessions on the front side and the back side of that council meeting. We are anticipating a 5 o'clock or 5:30 start. I will update you as soon as I have a few more details. A reminder, then also, I'm going to leap forward to October, that we canceled the October 1st meeting and it's rescheduled for October 7th. And I think at this point, there's probably nothing else that warrants further discussion.
Council, any questions? I just had one point, because it did come up in the study session this evening regarding legislative priorities. I did note that I think we have that showing up
It's
October
October 15th.
October 15th. So I'm assuming that we're going through the process roughly that we did last year, where we'll be looking at Washington Association of Cities, we'll be looking at various other organizations, taking input from council members, of course, from the public and the school district. And then somehow magically it gets boiled down and consolidated, and we'll take a look from there. But I think what I heard is that there's definitely interest from council and planning commission at looking at some of the density and/or affordability and/or financial control questions. Okay, so I skipped one element. Do we have any council member absences coming up? Nope, we're all gonna be tucked in, okay. So next, we have board appointments. So last March, the city was very, very fortunate to find volunteers to serve in all but one position on the design commission. And the vacancy was advertised again, and in response to outreach efforts, we had 2 applications that were received to fill that position. Pursuant to Mercer Island City Code 3.34.030, the Design Commission membership should ideally achieve a broad-based representation by appointing members that specialize in quote-unquote architecture, landscape architecture, urban planning, and civil engineering. So while we recognize that achieving this level of representation is not always possible, it was agreed that the application deadline should be extended to try and achieve that broader membership that aligns with those goals. Both these great candidates that we had understand and have expressed a desire to stay in the pool of candidates through this next round. So during the same period of time, the Open Space Conservancy Trust has had one member move over to the Parks and Recreation Commission, which creates an additional board vacancy. So with that, in consultation with staff, Deputy Mayor Neese and I requested that the application process be extended to September 18th for the Open Space and for the Design Commission, and we hope to have both positions filled by the October 7th council meeting. Any concern or questions? Far more complicated than I think anybody expected. All right, so with that, we go into council member reports. Dave?
I have two quick things. Okay, I'll be very quick. I attended the induction ceremony for K2 Shaw, who's a Mercer Island resident. And so he was inducted as, and sworn in as a King County Superior Court judge. Yeah, he had been nominated by Governor Jay Inslee. Also, last Friday, I attended a grand opening of a new business on Mercer Island, the Home Collaborative. And so it's a boutique co-working space located right near the chamber. So it's, anyway, it just underscores the activity that's going on in the town center. And so, anyway, that's it.
Wendy? Great. I too was at the business opening. What to me was really interesting that they were explaining to me is there was actually competition for that space, which I think speaks to some interesting potential in our town center. So that was super, and well done to the chamber. Reminder, I believe it's September 9th that we have Art Uncorked also in our town center. That's been growing every year. Sixth, sorry, thank you. So that's in support of our local chamber, our town center, and I believe any proceeds, I wanted to say went to Youth and Family Services, but I'm not sure. So I will keep my mouth shut on that part. So with that, I think we are concluded with our regular business. We are now going to recess into executive session for approximately 60 minutes to discuss, first point, pending or potential litigation with legal counsel pursuant to RCW 4230-1101I, and 2, to receive and evaluate complaints or charges brought against a public officer or employee pursuant to RCW 4230-1101F. council may take action following this executive session. So we are now recessing at 11:07. Doritos, it's midnight.
Oh, God.
It's not quite midnight.
Oh, wow. You rode 100 miles?
I got to use the special porta potties.
Awesome, that's super awesome. Yeah.
Wow.
You know what, I've been picking up obliterate signs on the island. Can I drop them off with you now?
Gladly.
You can.
My whole family wants a copy.
Wow.
She knows the reason she's letting me know is because I pulled in the parking lot and I saw this person put on all the biking gear along with somebody else. And I recognized her. She had a helmet on.
Oh, wow.
She's like, I don't recognize who you are.
I'm
Oh,
impressed.
that's awesome. You raised $5,400 too. Super.
Wow, I'm impressed. I ran into those riders.
Deb, are we ready? Great, thank you. We've just concluded executive session. Council did determine to take action, and I'm handing it over to Deputy Mayor Neese.
Oh, or do you want me to make?
I will now ask for a motion.
Yes.
Anybody have a motion?
Yes, I have a motion. Move to find that Mayor Bertland violated MICC 2.60.020, specifically the city's code of ethics requirement to comply with RCW 42.17A 555. Also move to authorize, or do we have to?
One at a time, please.
Yeah, thank you.
Have a second? Seconded by Bruce. All those in favor? Aye?
Aye.
I guess I say aye.
All those opposed? None opposed? Second motion?
Next motion is move to authorize Deputy Mayor Neese to send a letter on behalf of the City Council to Mayor Bertland, reminding her of her obligation as a city official to comply with MICC 2.60.020.
Second.
Seconded by Dave. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? None opposed. Very good. With that settled, I will be signing a letter dated August 20th, 2019, addressed to Mayor Debbie Bertland, which reads, Mayor Bertland, pursuant to Mercer Island City Code 2.60.040, the Deputy Mayor, City Manager, and City Attorney, parenthetically, collectively, the investigative group, caused to be investigated a Mercer Island Code of Ethics violation complaint filed on July 9, 2019 against you by Carves Wingle. Impertinent, the complaint stated the following, quote, in accordance with Mercer Island City Code 2.60.040, I am respectfully requesting an investigation of Mayor Bertland's violation of RCW 42.17A.555 and city guidelines for her admitted use of city email account for her campaign activities, end quote. Under the city's code of ethics, specifically Mercer Island City Code 2.60.020, elected officials are expected to comply with RCW 47.17A.555. RCW 42.17A.555 prohibits impertinent part elected officials from using any facilities of a public office or agency for the purpose of assisting a campaign for election. During the course of investigating the complaint, the investigative group reviewed an email sent by you using your city-issued @mercergov.org account to interim city manager Bond and assistant to the city manager Speets, which read as follows. Primary candidate, from Debbie Bertland, sent on Sunday, June 30th to Ally Speets, CC Jesse Bond, subject Mercer Island reporter candidate question. Primary candidates have asked, quote, how do you plan to better involve residents in the decision-making process within the city, question mark, end quote. Responses due July 3rd. You mentioned that you spoke to the city's limitations with regard to next door and the candidate's orientation. Would you please provide the same response to me in writing? Unfortunately, I wasn't there and want to be sure anything I write represents the city's position. Thanks, Debbie Bertland, Mayor, Mercer Island City Council. I won't read the public disclosure notice that was at the bottom of that email. A violation of RCW 42.17a.555 occurs when 1, an elected official, 2, uses a facility of a public agency, 3, to assist a campaign for election. As a council member, you are an elected official. A city email account is facility of a public agency according to guidelines issued by the PDC for local government agencies, a copy of which can be found at www.pdc.wa.gov/learn/guidelines-local-government. Lastly, based on a reasonable reading of the email, its purpose was intended to, quote, assist a campaign for election, end quote. Consequently, the City Council finds that there was a violation of Mercer Island City Code 2.60.020, specifically the requirement to comply with RCW 42.17a.555, and issues this letter reminding you of your obligation as a city official to comply with the same. Given that the financial impact of the email on the city is negligible, and it does not appear that the violation impacted the public interest in any material way or worked to the political or economic benefit or detriment to anyone, the City Council decided to take no further action. Finally, the City Council also takes notice that it does not have jurisdiction to find an elected official in violation of RCW 42.17a.555 for purposes of civil remedies, sanctions, or prosecution under Chapter 42.17a RCW. Finding a violation herein is specifically limited only to the city's Code of Ethics. Sincerely, Deputy Mayor Salim Neese, on behalf of City Council, with CC to Mercer Island City Council and City Clerk Deborah Estrada.
Great, thank you. If I might just add a few comments. I guess I don't know if I need to ask. First of all, thank you to everybody. Obviously, this was uncomfortable, but I appreciate the due process that was given. I also appreciate the understanding that there was no, I will just tell you that there was no intent on my part to aid the campaign. In fact, in general, my principle is to run as much through my city email account as possible so as to maintain that level of transparency, further confirming also that the email was not sent from a city computer or a city phone. So thank you for that. I also asked for this information, and I just want to emphasize in the spirit of ensuring that I was representing the city's official positions as had already been presented to the council candidates at the council forum, which I was, or the council candidate orientation that I was unable to attend. So again, I accept it. I appreciate the letter and duly noted. Thank you. I believe with that we're adjourned. All right.